Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if neglected Naruto absorbs the God Tree? Part 3. Check out the full playlist. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this shinobi going strong. Chapter 10. Talking, Thinking, Mental Conversation, DMO and God or the like. Jutsu. So this is the new world. Minami. Hello Minami? Naruto spoke softly, poking his red-headed sister slightly on the shoulder, trying to snap his sister out of the mental shock she had found herself in. Naruto turned his gaze from his sister to the cage that his Nasan still found herself facing. The red wooden bars of the cage were now completely entangled in a thick bramble of vines that were dotted about with large purple flowers the shape of an iris that released a soft light that seemed to fall on what was now a soft carpet of grass, that now stretched all the way into the cage, and into the surrounding. Still standing in the center of the cage, only a few feet from the bars, were the figures of Jubi and Kyubi. From where he stood, Naruto could see the smiling figure of Jubi had lowered herself to sit upon her knees, allowing Kyubi to rest his head upon her lap as she ran one pale hand through the deep red fur of the fox. Kyubi was actually purring as he listened to a soft melody that Jubi was humming as she simply embraced this moment of being reunited with her son. At seeing this, Naruto found himself unable to suppress a soft smile, as well as a happy feeling that built in his chest. He couldn't bring himself to interrupt such a moment of pure happiness, and chose instead to gently help his still stunned Nasan to her feet, and slowly guide her towards the great white tree that stretched up on the other side of the Mindscape. Minami registered on some level that she was now walking, but beyond that her mind was still desperately trying to piece together what she had just witnessed. First she had seen her Nizen arrive back at the village, not only dressed differently, but having different eyes, and most of all acting very different than she had ever seen him act. Then he takes her off away from the village, and summons some weird black orb that he tries to get her to touch. Then there was a fight with these weird black creatures, and then she saw the same woman that Naruto had hinged into walk forwards and start hugging Kyubi. What is going on here? Come on Minami, think everything is just going crazy all of the sudden. What is happening? Thought the desperate girl, but her thoughts were interrupted by a quiet voice from her right. You know, I expected you to be shocked, but I have to admit that a total shutdown wasn't really what I expected. Spoke Naruto, more to himself than to his sister, as he arrived at the base of the tree, and plopped down a few feet from it with his back towards the cage and looking up at the shimmering foliage above him. Minami seemed to focus on the voice beside her, as she looked down at the smiling face of her Nizen as he looked up at the tree above. She found herself compelled to lower herself beside him, her gaze never leaving his smiling countenance. Who? I mean, what? What is all this? Asked the confused girl, hoping that she might actually gain some kind of insight into what was happening around her, and why her world had gone crazy. You mean Jubi? Naruto started gesturing towards the cage behind the two. This action prompted Minami to nod her head slowly, allowing Naruto to continue. Well, you see, she is the mother of the tailed beasts from the old story of the sage. Began Naruto as Minami's eyes bugged out of her head. Their mother. Spoke Minami softly. Yep, you see, on the night that Kyubi was split between you and Naruto, the Jubi was able to leave the moon and seal herself into me. Continued the blonde, as the redhead could only stare at him with a surprised look on her face. But how long? Started Minami. How long have I known? Finished Naruto, to which Minami nodded. Not to be mean, Minami, but I'm afraid you're not really ready to know that. Replied Naruto, causing the girl to look confused. Or more accurately, either of us are ready for that little story. You and I have been trying to become a family recently, but I'm afraid we are still far from it. Spoke Naruto with a sad little tone to his voice as he turned to look into Minami's eyes, purple into red. What do you mean? Asked Minami, a little scared of what she might hear. Minami, come on, started Naruto with a little shake of his head. You were always the smartest of us. You know what I mean, just think for a moment. Replied Naruto, still with that small sad note in his voice. So Minami thought back, images of her and Naruto's childhood. As memories passed one after another before her eyes, she began to see the absence of her brother. The time where he was simply left out or abandoned, the times where he was shepherded off to take care of Mito while she and Naruto were given some new training or jutsu, when their godparents would come to pick them up for a day out, and she would turn back to see a crushed-looking Naruto looking out from his second-story room window as he watched them leave. All those times where he had been standing apart from the family, all those times forgotten or overlooked, all those times that she had seen and done nothing. Then something worse worked its way to the surface, her own actions. Those times she had simply dismissed her brother's efforts, telling him to stop goofing off and try and act like a real ninja. The flimsy reasons she had constructed to somehow justify all those absences of Naruto just so she could feel guiltless for her actions. As memories continued to surface, one particular one worked its way to the surface, and Minami could not help to have her mind drawn fully into it. Flashback 4 years. Minami and Naruto had just finished up training with Kushina and had decided to spend some of their free time before Jiraiya's lesson to go to the park and see if they could find some of the other clan heads. When they arrived, Naruto had immediately run off with Sasuke because he had challenged her, leaving Minami to wander around the play yard to try and find someone. As the young girl had rounded a trail's end, she came out facing the open lake located in the center of the park. As she cast her eyes out over the still water, the wind blew her rusty red hair slightly over her solid black loose shirt and pants that she wore for training. As she stood there, a voice came to her on the wind, one she recognized. So then I set off another couple paint bombs on him, and he chased me all around school shouting about flames of youth or something. I'm telling you, Hinata, it was crazy. Came a happy voice from a blonde-headed figure that sat beside a blue-haired girl on the bank of the lake, both talking while letting their bare feet sit in the water. As she heard her Nizen's conversation with Hinata, Minami could not help but bit back a small bit of annoyance at what he was talking about. Darn it, Nizen, why do you insist on pranking so much? If you would put forth that effort into training, you would be with Naruto and me instead of being separated from us. If you don't start getting your act together, you're going to tear this family apart, thought Minami as she slowly approached the couple by the lake. As she neared closer, she called out a greeting to the two, prompting them to turn to face her. Hey Hinata, Nizen, what are you two up to? Minami asked, keeping a calm tone in her voice. Oh hi Nasan, what's up? I thought you and Naruto were busy training? Asked Naruto with a slight bit of puzzlement in his voice. What only Hinata noticed was that there was also a very strong bit of longing mixed in with that puzzlement. Hi Minami, what brings you here? Followed up Hinata, silently hoping that Minami's presence wouldn't upset Naruto too much. Oh yeah, well, we have a little break before we continue, so we thought to come out here and relax a bit. Not all of us get to all the time. Minami finished trying to hint to Naruto that he was taking everything too laxly. Her comment, however, instead of being inspiring, instead came off as an insult that Naruto shrunk away from slightly. Hinata, seeing this, looked from Minami to Naruto with a bit of anger on her face. She knew all too well what it was like to be cast aside for someone else for training. The sadness at seeing your fellows trained and praised while you were left alone, wishing hopping with all of you might to be allowed to join in while knowing that it was never an option. Minami couldn't see it. Naruto wasn't being lazy, he was being abandoned. But the redhead couldn't see that. Those in the light never could look to the shadows where the abandoned were cast. Naruto, for his part, looked down, momentarily fighting back anger and sadness before turning his face back up towards his sister with a forced smile upon his face. Hi Nasan, sorry I guess, replied Naruto while standing to walk away slowly, with Hinata falling in beside him, while sending a quick glare back at Minami that shocked the redhead for a moment. Why is Hinata angry? I don't get it. All I'm trying to do is show Nizen what he needs to do. What's wrong with that? Oh well, I'd better get back to Naruto before she gets herself into trouble, thought Minami, turning to walk away from the lake and back towards the other end of the park. Hours later at home, Minami once again found herself becoming annoyed at Naruto for his actions. It seemed after her conversation with Naruto at the lake he had decided to go and prank the Anbu headquarters. Now Kushina and Minato were out back with him, arguing with him about his actions. They had been out there for more than an hour before Naruto entered silently, and without acknowledging anyone slowly made his way upstairs to his room. As he passed, Minami saw traces of tears in the blonde's eyes, but she remained resolute in her displeasure of her brother. Moments later, Minato and Kushina walked into the house, apparently still arguing between themselves. Minato, I know what he did was stupid, but he didn't do any lasting harm. Leaving him home tonight is too much, and I won't hear of it, spoke an obviously emotional Kushina as the sliding glass door that led to the backyard was opened. Kushina-chan, I know you don't like it, but this wasn't just some prank. He shut down the operations of Anbu for a whole hour. That's the kind of thing that can happen. He has to be punished, replied Minato, trying to soothe his wife's anger. Minato, I'm not saying he doesn't need to be punished, but with you and I with the girls, he's out there by himself most of the time. He is bound to get into pranks. I did the same thing at his age. He's just lonely, Kushina tried to reason. Kushina, you know very well why that is. We have talked about this, replied Minato, reminding her of the conversation that they had shared every year that Naruto's training had been put off. Over time, Kushina's arguments had slowly become fewer and fewer. Maybe it was guilt at her own weakness. Maybe it was her simply trying to distance herself from her own failures and not wanting to see the proof of her actions. Whatever the case, it remained that after so long, Kushina could no longer mount more than a token defense for Naruto, and usually simply ended these arguments with a small tearful nod. Without the context to what her parents were talking about, all Minami could see were her two san and Kazan sad or angry. always in conjunction to Naruto somehow. On that point, Minami exited the living room and headed upstairs after Naruto to try and talk to him. Naruto, don't you see what you're doing? You're hurting the family with your actions and yourself. If you would just try harder, then maybe this kind of thing wouldn't happen, thought Minami as she approached Naruto's door and knocked lightly on the door. Naruto, open the door, we need to talk, spoke Minami in a commanding tone. After a brief pause, the door opened slightly to reveal her brother standing in front of her, looking confused as to her presence. Hi, what do you need, Minami? Asked Naruto, his voice soft, while his eyes still bore signs of tears. Naruto, what is wrong with you? Minami began pushing forward into Naruto's room while turning to face her Nizan before continuing. I told you, you need to start trying harder, and what do? You run off to prank again. Are you even trying to become a member of this family? Why don't you ever listen to us? Continued the redhead, even as Naruto's head continued to droop lower, as the redhead half berated, half pleaded with him. Well, Naruto. Why? Tell me why Tsunade and Kazan have to fight and argue, and why it's always about you. Fired off Minami, a bit of tears leaking out along with the clear amount of emotion present in her voice. Silence hung in the air between the siblings for a moment before Naruto stepped to hold the door open, indicating for Minami to leave. Minami only shook her head slightly as she made her way past her knees, and having given up finding the answer to her question. However, just as she began to leave the room, she heard her brother whisper something softly just as the door swung shut. I tried, Nae-san. I'm always trying, whispered Naruto as the door shut with a low click. Minami could only stand looking back at the smooth white door of her brother's door and wonder what he could have meant by his words. Flashback end. As the memories faded, Minami felt a small trickle of tears begin to flow down from her eyes. Had it always been that way? Had she and the rest of the family truly always cast Naruto aside and then blamed him for their mistakes? Naruto had always been there to help them, there to help looking after Mito, there to help them move past being Jinchuriki. And what had they done for him? What she had done for him? Looking over, she found the sad little smile of her Nizan waiting for her. How? Started Minami, pausing for a moment, before Naruto nodded for her to continue. How can you smile after everything you've been through? Asked Minami, looking at her brother. Naruto sighed upon hearing her question and looked up into the tree above them for a moment. I guess that is the big question, isn't it? I guess I just kept hoping, no matter what happened, I just kept hoping I could be just like you and Naruto. Started Naruto, looking over at Minami's confused face. Seeing her confused face, he chuckled slightly. Yes, I was jealous of you and Naruto. I wanted to be just like you too, strong, happy, having the Hokage and Kazan praise them for their hard work. I guess after a while I just talked myself into believing that if I waited and trusted in them I would eventually get my chance. Kami, I was so trusting, said Naruto with a shake of his head. You talk like it's too late, spoke up Minami, the fear and sadness evident in her voice. There was a small pause following this where Naruto slowly rose to his feet and turned to face her. As Minami looked up into Naruto's eyes, she saw a deep sadness in them, coupled with a grim kind of determination. Well, I guess it is in a way. I lost something recently. I really don't know where I stand with our family anymore. I don't think I can just sit back and smile anymore, spoke the blonde in a calm voice. Minami looked almost heartbroken upon hearing this, but before she could despair, Naruto continued. But the Naruto who desperately wanted us to be a family again is still here, he said, gesturing to himself. He is just going to need help from now on. He isn't strong enough to do it alone anymore. Finished Naruto as he stretched out the hand he had gestured with to offer to Minami. The redhead looked from the hand up into the hopeful face of her Nizan, and stretched out her own hand. As Naruto pulled her up, she noted a small smile upon his face grow a little larger. I'll be there, Naruto. I'll do whatever I can, please, spoke Minami, now looking into Naruto's face. Thanks, Minami, I knew I was right to trust you, chuckled Naruto as he looked out over the vast grassy expanse of the Mindscape. They stood there for a moment before Minami spoke up again. Nizan, if you can you tell me what is all of this? She asked, looking around. This, replied Naruto, looking around, this is my Mindscape, and I have to say it's a lot better than the sewer you had. Naruto finished, unable to suppress a chuckle at the look on Minami's face. Minami, at hearing Naruto's jab, had actually broken into an angry little smirk, looking at her brother. Hey, that's not my fault, the seal just made it that way, fired back the redhead, folding her arms in front of her chest. Sorry, said Naruto while putting his hands behind his head and walking slowly back towards the bright red cage before taking off in a dead sprint as Minami began to chase after him, laughing the whole way. Nizan, get back here, she shouted as she took off after the blonde. As the two neared the cage, both of the kids came to a complete halt at what they were seeing. For a moment both simply stared at the scene before them, before Minami couldn't take it anymore and actually fell backwards in a fit of giggles while Naruto just began chuckling while smiling at the happy scene before him. Inside the remodeled cage, the Kyuubi's Yin chakra or Q had returned to his previous mountainous size, and was currently lying flat on his stomach with his paws folded under his chin, while his tails waved lazily behind him. Accompanying this scene was the obvious sound of purring coming from the giant beast, accompanied by a happy bit of cooing that was coming from the figure on Q's head. Looking up, the kids saw that Jubi was half laying on Q's head, her legs folded gracefully under her, with one hand gently petting the great fox's bunny-like ears, while humming a gentle tune. What made the scene priceless, however, was that along with the purring, Q's other ear was twitching slightly in tune to his mother's melody, while his 9 tails seemed to wave in graceful sweeps. The same tails that could shatter mountains, and building to nothing, now looked so gentle in their course, just lazily swiping back and forth through the new grass of the cage. Maybe we should leave them alone for now, spoke Naruto calmly as he turned to his sister and stretched out his hand. Minami, gaining her breath, took Naruto's offered hand, and again felt a small tug from the back of her mind. The next thing she knew, she was standing in the middle of the training field that Naruto had brought her to. The entire area still looked like a battlefield, with shuriken and water lying all about, along with great chunks of the earth gouged out in some areas where attacks had landed. It looked like one of her clones had even tried a Rasengan, and practically detonated a bomb over in one area. What drew her eyes more than anything, however, were the several black faces that seemed to be peering at her from a few feet away, 5 in total, and they seemed all to be gathered around something at their feet. Naruto then appeared in her vision, walking slowly towards the group, obviously interested in finding out what was causing the odd looks. Once he arrived, he seemed to stifle a chuckle before looking over at Minami and then back at the ground before motioning her that it was okay to approach. As she approached, the 5 black figures all stepped slightly away from her with soft little humming noises, and one even seemed to hide behind its fellows in something akin to fear. As she approached, she saw what they were all looking at. On the ground lay what was unmistakably one of the black figures, but something seemed to be off about it. It was a moment before Minami realized that this was the one that she had cut in half during the fight. It seems that the creature had crawled over and reattached itself to its legs. This would have been impressive if the sad guy hadn't affixed his legs backwards, so the seedling was at that moment desperately trying, and comically failing to get off the ground. Naruto shook his head slightly before moving his hand over the seedling, and with a small pulse of his chakra allowed the creature to recede back into a solid ball of black and purple chakra once again. Minami stared transfixed as the ball hovered for a few moments before gently sailing over beside its fellows and extending once again into a full copy of the others, with its legs thankfully back in the correct position. At this, the newly formed seedling looked around at its fellows, humming happily before catching sight of Minami and jumping behind the others to join the other hiding figure there. Minami looked at this and quirked an eyebrow up at the seedling's actions, turning to Naruto to get an answer. It would seem that they are a bit frightened of you after your fight, Naruto commented, looking over at his Nasan with a sly little smile on his face. Afraid? But wait, what are they? Asked Minami, realizing that she still didn't know what exactly she had been fighting the entire time. Naruto seemed to think a moment before replying to the question. Well, I guess I can tell you about them. It looks like Jubi and Q will be busy catching up for a bit longer, so it can at least help pass the time, replied Naruto, finally beginning at explaining the basics about his chakra and the seedlings to her, leaving out some of the details that he didn't feel he owed her quite yet. A few hours later found Naruto and Minami walking in front of the gate of the Namake's home, both smiling as they did. It wasn't much, but the past few hours had been a step forward for the pair. It didn't hurt that Jubi and Q were having the best day they could remember in the last 100 years just seeing each other. Jubi had also made it so that she and Q had a permanent link in their mindscapes separate from their hosts so that they could remain in contact even if the two were separated. It helped that they were effectively the same chakra so that this link happened almost instantaneously. As the two stepped onto the stoop, Naruto suddenly halted while a strange shiver went down his spine as he reached for the doorknob. Minami noticed this and couldn't help but question her brother's actions. Nizan, what's up? Spoke Minami, wondering what seemed to be bothering the blonde. I just realized something, Naruto started as he turned the knob and allowed the door to gently swing open. Mito should have gotten home about 10 minutes ago. He finished just as the door opened fully. Before Minami could even register what Naruto had said, she heard a familiar voice and noticed out of the corner of her eye a gold and red figure running towards the pair, yelling the whole time, Aniki! Nichin! You're back! Shouted an excited red-headed comment known as Mito. As she launched herself forward at the pair, courtesy of 2 golden chains she seemed to have fixed to either side of the door to fling her forward at them. As the girl flew forward towards the pair, both for a moment had the same though run through their head. So this is how I'm going to die. First crank my ass. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village from the crash site, a fiery redhead and a man with gravity-defying gray hair were standing at attention before their Hokage. Or at least what passed for attention, as Kakashi still had his face buried in his little orange book, and Kushina twitching slightly at the sight of the orange book in her presence. Minato, for his part, could only shake his head at the scene in front of him. Although he was overjoyed to see his wife again after such a long break, the report had to come first, and both he and Jiraiya were particularly worried about this particular report, wondering if anything towards the direction of the prophecy may have happened. To that end he addressed Kakashi first. Team 7's Captain Kakashi, I would like a report on your mission to escort the actress Quickie to Snow Country? Asked Minato in a calm voice, directing his attention to the man before him. At this, Kakashi closed his book before placing it inside of his vest and taking a step forward. So we began our mission promptly by meeting up with. Kakashi began his report detailing their run-in with the princess-turned-actress, and the trip towards Snow, as well as the reasons behind the journey. As he continued, he explained about the group's first run-in with enemy Snow Ninja, and how the team was able to defeat them quickly enough due to the combined abilities of the girls as well as his and Sasuke's Sharingan. After the three suit-wearing ninja had been dealt with, they had proceeded to escort the Princess Yuki further into the nation, while learning of the dictatorial rule that her uncle had installed upon the nation. Thanks to Naruto's and Minami's efforts, the uncle had been defeated, but not before activating the hidden treasure of snow, which turned out to be an artificial summer. Once the head had fallen, the rest of the Snow Ninja and Sodders quickly surrendered, and Yuki was reinstated as the new Queen of Snow. It seemed the only thing that Team 7 had not managed to fix in Snow was Yuki's attitude, as it seemed that even after her ascension to the throne, the girl-turned-ruler seemed to be missing something of herself, that she seemed to have left to freeze in the cold of snow. As Kakashi finished his report, Minato had to admit that he was astounded at what Team 7 had accomplished. Not only had they saved a nation, but the team was now seen as heroes by the land of snow. In fact, their success had been so great that Yuki's advisors had decided that she would be making a visit to Konoha during the upcoming exams so as to both view their nation's heroes in action as well as establish a lasting treaty with Konoha. While Minato smiled proudly at the team's accomplishments, and was busy making mental notes to congratulate the girls, and think of what he could get them as congratulations, another figure of the room was less pleased with what she had heard. What the hell were you thinking, Kakashi? That wasn't a crank mission. It was at least a high rank. Once you knew that, you should have at least called for backup. Damn it, Kakashi, this isn't one of your Glory Day missions. This is the kind of thing that can lose you a team. Sure, my mission turned bad as well, but there at least I was going in informed and was within a rapid response team's area from Konoha. You were halfway across the continent, thought an angry Kushina. While she may have been just as proud of the girls as Minato, she also was able to look past her pride and see that Kakashi had knowingly endangered his team, and that kind of sensei was a danger to himself as well as his team. Very well, Kakashi, I expect your report within the week, and I have to say congratulations are in order. I will be increasing the rank of the mission to a rank for you and your team. Be sure to pass along the good news to your team the next time that you see them. I will leave it to you to tell them the good news, spoke Minato with a clear amount of happiness and pride in his voice as he did so. After saying this, he turned his attention over to Kushina as Kakashi left the room in apparent happiness. Once Kakashi had left, Minato stood up from his desk and walked around to hug his wife. While Kushina was still angry at Minato, she could not deny that it was good to see him as well. It was not an easy thing to not see someone that you had known and loved for over 13 years and not feel something at seeing them once again. So the couple stood there for a moment, simply embracing each other, before Kushina broke their connection by stepping back slightly and clearing her thought before speaking. Team 11's captain reporting on a successful mission to Wave, spoke Kushina in a professional tone. Minato, hearing this, once again assumed his Hokage position and walked around the desk to once again seat himself. Very good, please give me a verbal report of the events, replied Minato, settling in to listen to Kushina's report. Needless to say, Kushina followed up with the events exactly until they reached the Zabuza fight. Here she altered the story to reflect that Naruto's death and abilities remained hidden. When she reached the bridge engagement, she also omitted the information pertaining to Naruto's abilities, simply listing that he and Hinata had held the bridge until she and Kiba could come and help with the cleanup procedures. By the end of the briefing, Minato was beginning to wonder if all of the crank missions would be turning out so hectic in the future. The news that Team 11 had managed to stand against Zabuza had been surprising, but Kushina was in a rank herself, so their victory was not impossible. The only thing that seemed off was Kushina's unwillingness to go into great detail about either battle, as if something was off. But then again, he supposed if she had been in a life-or-death battle with Zabuza, it is unlikely she had time to collect details on the entire event. And just like that, he brushed away his questions and returned his attention to reviewing what he had heard. Well, Kushina, it seems that your team also had an adventure for themselves, spoke Minato once Kushina had finished. Oh, Minato, if you only knew. No, I guess it is closer to say if you only cared. Though Kushina with a small bit of sadness in her heart. It hurt her to see Minato like this. He had been the greatest love of her life, but now she couldn't look at him without thinking about Naruto. She felt helpless watching the man she loved become a monster in her eyes, and hated herself for being seemingly powerless to stop it. But she could try. Hi Hokage-sama, but my team stepped up to the challenge. Naruto in fact has shown remarkable improvements over our training, and it seems the other members of Team 11 have nominated him for their leader. Spoke Kushina, hoping against hope that Minato might start to take an interest in their son before it was too late. Kushina's words struck Minato for a moment. Naruto a team leader, but Kiba's report said he had a competitive attitude. How could Naruto have handled that? Maybe it was Hinata. No, that couldn't be. I suppose Kushina could have been focusing on Naruto more than the others, but that doesn't seem like her. No, that isn't her at all, is it? That's me, thought the blonde Hokage, a pang of guilt echoing around before being suppressed like all of its fellows in Minato. Enough Minato, that kind of thinking isn't helping anyone focus. So Naruto is improving, well, that's good. Maybe if he keeps getting better we can risk letting him train with the girls a little. I know that's what Kushina really wants for him, and I'm so tired of seeing her look at me like I'm some kind of monster. I guess I have to tell her soon, but not tonight. Maybe during the exams when we are alone. Maybe then. I guess I can at least offer Naruto something as congratulations for his first crank along with the girls. I just hope that I can be forgiven when all of this is over, thought the blonde Hokage as he looked up into his wife's face, forcing a smile upon his face before speaking. Really? Well, that's good to hear. It seems all 3 of the kids have had their first rank mission before we thought they would. We will have to find a way to congratulate them. What do you think? Asked Minato. Kushina visibly relaxed at hearing this, as though a small weight had been lifted from her. She was still not totally at ease, but at least it was a step in the right direction. Hi Minato, I think that's a good idea. I already planned to have a big dinner tonight, so I'll go ahead and head home. If you could please stop by Tsunade's and invite her to if you can. I need to get home and get started. Kushina replied, bowing slightly before spinning to leave the room. With a little sigh, Minato turned his attention back to the work in front of him. His mind settled slightly thanks to what had transpired. At least to him, the situation seemed to be heading back into where it was supposed to be. At that same moment, on the other side of town, our blonde hero found himself wrapped in a bone-crushing combination of golden chains as well as the arms of his younger sister. After bawling the 2 of them over at the doorway, Mito had proceeded to start firing off questions at them faster than they could even keep track of before wrapping the pair up in her chains and proceeding to direct them inside like they were some kind of bizarre show pets while still firing off questions as she went. At the moment, Minami was mercifully being allowed to breath after having her own squeezing experience with Mito moments before. Meanwhile, Naruto was currently turning an interesting color like a mix between purple and blue. Jubi, help, I think she might actually be trying to kill me, shouted Naruto inside his head. Now Naruto, there is no need to be hysterical. I mean, you've only got a minor crack on a few bones. That's nothing to whine about. Chuckled the Jubi, still in such a good mood from her recent episode with her youngest that she seemed unwilling to even consider anything bad at the moment. Darn it, Jubi is still in La La Land, and she has already taken out Minami. Crap. I'm doomed. Wait, that's it. I'm saved. The blonde thought, calling forth as much concentration as he could at the moment. On the outside, Mito was still nuzzling her face affectionately against her Anika's chest, unaware to the peril she was putting the poor boy in. Her 2 chains in the meantime were simply reacting to her desire to hold on to her brother, and doing so a bit too enthusiastically, thus resulting in the boy's current predicament. Just as Mito was about to step back, something happened that she could not have expected. With a small pop, she found herself no longer holding her orange-clad Anika, but rather what appeared to be a solid black copy of him with bright purple eyes, that looked down at her before looking around questioningly. Mito responded quickly with all the grace and dignity that one could expect to see from a 6-year-old. Ah! Shouted the petite redhead as she shoved the black figure back, not even noticing that her chains had disappeared, before she dove headfirst over the couch behind her. After a moment, one could see a bright tuft of red hair poke up from the top of the couch, soon followed by the forehead and wide violet eyes of the young girl. On the other side of the couch, the seedling, having seen Mito's reaction, had chosen to dive behind the closest cover, which just so happened to be Minami, and was currently peeking its own head out from over the redhead's shoulder. Mito looked at the black figure suspiciously before raising one hand over the couch to wave slightly at the being, her curiosity momentarily taking a larger precedence over her worry. The seedling, who was still watching, in turn raised its own hand to wave slightly back. Just as Mito began to relax, she leapt about a foot in the air as a voice spoke behind her. So Mito-can, are you making friends with my seedling? Asked a bemused Naruto from behind his youngest sister. A moment before he had released the seedling and substituted with it in order to escape the vice-like grip of his sister. At that moment he was thanking Kami that the skills he had learned before the merger were still with him, otherwise he might have actually passed on just then. As Mito landed, she turned quickly to see the smiling face of Naruto. As she saw him, she turned her face back and forth between the Seedling and Minami, and Naruto before finally speaking. "Aniki, that's not funny." She started putting on a pouting face for a moment. However, her pouting face soon broke out into a wide grin before she jumped off the couch to wrap her arms around Naruto's neck and pulling her face up so that she was nuzzling her cheek against his, giggling as she did so. This touching scene lasted briefly, however, as Mito's attention was soon drawn back towards the Seedling that at that moment was in quite the situation. The Seedling, at seeing Mito's action, had suddenly wrapped his arms around Minami before proceeding to rub his own cheek against the unsuspecting redhead's own cheek. Needless to say, Minami had not been expecting this, and had immediately grabbed the Seedling's arm and proceeded to flip it over in front of her so that what Mito saw was a disheveled Minami looking down at a confused Seedling that was humming softly as if in confusion. Seeing this, Mito detached herself from Naruto before jumping down to the floor to run over to get a better look at the Seedling. "Aniki, what is it?" asked Mito as the Seedling sat up slightly to look over at her, cocking its head slightly as she approached as if not sure what to make of her. "Well, Amuto, that's one of my seedlings. It's a new move I've been working on. Why don't you say hello?" said Naruto, looking over as the Seedling slowly got to its feet and stood facing Mito, never letting its gaze leave her. Mito, for her part, was a little hesitant at the new creature, but as it is with most kids, her curiosity won out over her fear, and soon she had started to introduce herself. "Hello, Seedkun, I'm Mito, and Anika says you're a new move he has been working on. What does he mean? You don't look like a jutsu. Are you a clone? Why don't you have a mouth? You have big eyes. Do you blink?" What had started as an introduction soon devolved into a stream of questions fired off by the young redhead, that made both Minami and Naruto burst out laughing as the Seedling looked around at them as if asking for help with the girl. Several hours later found the Namikaze Uzumaki family seated at a table laden down with dozens of handmade dishes made by Kushina. With a little help from both Minami and Naruto, she had managed to make enough food for everyone, and just finished setting the table as Minato and Naruto, accompanied by Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune, arrived at the door. Naruto had been informed via his pawns that Hinata and Kiba were both having their own celebrations with their clans. All of Team 11 had offered their own congratulations to the others before their parties began. So as the dinner went on, Naruto was just finishing telling everyone about their adventures in snow. "So after me," and Minami hit his armor with a Rasengan, he went flying into the ice wall, and then boom, the whole thing came down. Then the machine started up and it was awesome. All the snow and ice melted, and it was like spring. After that we brought the princess back and she became Queen of Snow. Isn't that awesome? Finished Naruto, as everyone at the table smiled at the story. Say what you will about her personal skills, Naruto had a kind of energy about her that was almost infectious. Well, Naruto, I think I speak for everyone when I say, we are very proud of both of you for all of your hard work in snow. It just goes to show how hard you have been working that you were able to handle such a difficult mission. Spoke Jiraiya from one end of the table, smiling around at the table. The only people who didn't smile back at him were Tsunade and Shizune, but they understood that this was not the place or time for a conflict, so they decided to simply hold their peace. Girls, I am so proud of you. To think all three of my children have become heroes of other nations. Oh, come here you. Spoke Kushina, sitting up to go and give both of her eldest girls a tight hug, which both accepted happily. Mito in the meantime was happily clapping at the end of the story while looking at her sisters with stars in her eyes. It was no secret that Mito loved Yuki's movies, and the idea that her sisters had not only met the women, but actually helped her become a queen had the little girl starstruck. Naruto in the meantime was simply smiling at the scene before him. He may have not had the greatest time with his family, but to see those he counted among his precious few so happy was all he needed to be happy. And for that happiness, he would do anything just as long as it could last. His only wish was that someday they could all be sitting like this without the baggage that those at the table were dragging around. But for now he would simply watch this small part of his world happily. His musings were interrupted, however, by another voice at the table. "Hey Kushina," called Tsunade from her end of the table, getting the mother's attention. "You said that all three of you children are now heroes. What happened on your mission with Naruto? Last time I checked you were just escorting a bridge builder. Don't tell me he turned out to be a princess too," said Tsunade in a cheerful tone, obviously having fun with the women. Kushina smiled at the women's words before moving back to sit, and give a quick glance over to Naruto, who simply sent a small pulse to the pollen that she had sitting concealed in her hair. "No, Tsunade, he wasn't a princess, ha. But that doesn't mean we didn't help him save his country," began Kushina, throwing a good-natured jab back at the blonde, before going into the modified story of what they had encountered on their mission. To say the rest of those present were shocked was an understatement. The thought of a fresh team running into a member of the legendary Seven Swordsmen and living was nothing short of a miracle. As Kushina reached the part about the battle at the bridge, someone finally spoke up. "Wait, you mean that Gato actually assaulted the bridge with a full army?" asked Minami, looking between Kushina and Naruto for confirmation. Yep, he had hired every mercenary that he could find, must have been about 80 of them in total. Anyway, Naruto and Hinata were on the bridge at the time, while Kiba and I were headed there to relieve them. When we arrived, the battle was already underway. Continued Kushina, noticing a curious look from Minato and Jiraiya at this part of the story. Wait, Kushina, so Hinata and Naruto held the bridge against a small army, spoke Minato, looking over at Naruto with a mixture of confusion and a small bit of pride at his son's actions. How did you and Hinata manage to hold the line till Kushina arrived, Naruto? Asked Minato, speaking to his Sochi for the first time since the brief greeting they had shared when Minato had arrived. All eyes turned to Naruto at this question. While Kushina and Minami knew how Naruto had held the line, the rest of the table, including Tsunade and Shizune, could not help but wonder how the two genins had pulled such a feat off. As the eyes turned to Naruto, his eyes turned only to look right into the eyes of Minato. The look he gave was either angry or curious. At best, it seemed to be simply surprised, as though the other blonde had said something particularly odd, or was nothing more than an interesting picture in a book. There was a clear sense of detachment as he spoke. We did everything we could to hold them back from the workers, but after we put a few of them down for good, the rest seemed less willing to charge headfirst in, so we managed to stall till the rest of the team arrived. There really wasn't anything glorious about it, like Naruto and Minami. We just did what we had to do to stay alive, said Naruto in a voice of half calm, half light-hearted confidence, like he was simply responding to a compliment he had been given. Everyone at the table went silent at this for a moment. Kushina was simply glad that Naruto had worded it so that Mito wouldn't catch on. The rest were in true shock. Naruto had effectively told them that he and Hinata had performed their first kill, and not just one but several, and continued to fight, and it didn't seem to faze the boy in front of them at all. The first to actually speak was Mito. But Anika, you saved the bridge builder and all those people, aren't you happy? Asked the little redhead, obviously unaware of what Naruto had had to do to protect them. The rest of the table flinched slightly at this, but before they could react, Naruto beat them to it. Naruto simply put one hand onto Mito's head and playfully ruffled her long red hair, causing her to giggle. Oh, I am Mito. You see, I was able to protect those that mattered to me, knowing that I couldn't be anything but happy. Besides, at this point he raised his eyes to look around the table. I wasn't going to let people like that ruin my world. Finished the blonde with a small smile that Mito mimicked. While these words comforted Kushina, Tsunade and Shizune, the rest of the table could not help but be slightly worried at the way he had said the final part. Oh, Naruto, how much longer until I'm able to understand you like I should? Thought Minami, looking at her brother briefly. What the hell was that about his world? Oh well, I guess it isn't important, but something about that sound familiar, but I just can't think for where? Thought the Toad Sage moments later, brushing the idea off and just assuming it was Naruto misspeaking. Naruto killed. And Hinata too. How can he be so calm? Thought Naruto, looking over questioningly at the blonde across from her. The most concerned, however, was Minato. Oh, Kami, Naruto had his first kill. Was he okay? Did Kushina help him? Wait, why wasn't I told that? Or was I? I was so obsessed with the girls I missed it. But why wasn't I told? And why he is so okay? I was devastated after my first kill. Naruto. Sochi, Kami, just how much am I willing to lose? Kami, I don't know anymore. I need to talk to him after dinner at least. Damn it, what am I becoming? Thought Minato, with another stab of guilt thrusting into him. After that brief pause, the meal continued, thanks to Mito trying and failing to grab a bowl of ramen from Kushina, and the two engaging in a small chain battle over the table before Tsunade and Naruto bopped the redheads on the top of their heads, causing the rest of the table to burst out laughing at the mirrored look on the two redheads' faces. After dinner, the guests took their leave, and Kushina went to take Mito to bed and tuck her in, happy to be home with her youngest. Minami had decided to wait up to talk to Naruto after dinner, but found herself talking to Naruto about the wave mission they had learned about. Meanwhile, Naruto had gone out back for a moment to have a silent talk with Jubi. So Jubi, how is the link with Q working out? Asked Naruto as he set himself down on the grassy lawn. It's great, my little Q is so cute and fluffy, I just want to hold him. Spoke Jubi, the joy obvious in her voice as she spoke. Well, that's good to know. Hey, just to check, but this doesn't mean that Minami has a link to my mind, does it? Asked Naruto, a clear note of concern in his voice as he spoke. What? Oh no, it doesn't work that way, this is just for Q and me. Think of it like a private channel if you get my drift. Replied the Jubi. Oh, okay, good to know, thanks. Thought the boy, before taking notice of another figure in the yard. As Naruto looked around, he saw the tall figure of Minato standing a few feet from him, gazing down at him as he sat on the grass. For a moment the two simply stared at each other. Minato had been told about Naruto's eyes, but for some reason he could not help but suppress a tiny shiver as he looked into his Sochi's new eyes. Finally the silence was broken by the older blonde. Hello, Naruto. I just came out to ask you something, if that's alright? asked Minato, trying and failing to sound anything but professional when addressing the boy. After years of trying and succeeding to separate yourself from someone, it was difficult to suddenly take a complete 180 towards the person. Ask away, Hokage-sama, replied Naruto in the same tone he had used earlier at the table. Minato could not help but feel a small bit of sadness at hearing Naruto address him so simply. First, Naruto had dropped his last name, and now it seemed he may have lost even more from his Sochi than he could have imagined. Nevertheless, Minato gathered his nerve and continued forward. Well, I was wondering if you needed to talk to someone about your first kill. I know how hard it can be for a new ninja to take a life, and I just wanted to see if you needed help. Spoke Minato, feeling stupid even as he spoke the words. Why would he come to me if he needed to talk? What the hell am I doing? Thought Minato as he looked down at Naruto. Naruto, for his part, simply looked up at Minato without twitching so much as an eyebrow at the blonde man before him. It was funny, just a year ago Naruto might have jumped at the chance to at least talk to his father, to be the center of his attention outside of his pranks. In his own way, those pranks had been Naruto's desperate attempts to gain his father's attention. Even if it was in disapproval, it had at least been something. Now Minato stood before him, and Naruto could not bring himself to feel anything towards the man. No hate, no longing, nothing, like the man was just a stranger to him. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, neither of the other Narutos really had a connection to him, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't even know the man. Oh well, might as well answer the man, otherwise I'll never leave. Thank you, Hokage-sama, but that won't be necessary. I don't regret my actions, nor do I need comforting on the matter, started Naruto, continuing before Minato could interrupt. Besides, Kazan was there for me already, and I have simply accepted that if I want my world and my precious people to go the way I want, some obstacles will have to be eliminated, and I've come to terms with it already. Finished the blonde, standing as he finished lightly dusting himself off as he did so. Minato looked as though he had literally been punched in the face by the way he was now looking at Naruto. It was the way he spoke, as if this was just an inconvenience he had to endure, not something to enjoy, but also something that he wasn't going to shy away from. The way he spoke was so matter-of-fact, it was as if the very notion of taking a life came down to such a simple idea for the boy before him that it hardly worth notice. This frightened the blonde Hokage to his very core, and as he watched Naruto walk past him towards the house, he could not stop himself from calling out to him. Naruto. Wait, you sound like killing is something you're fine with? Called out Minato with an edge of fear in his voice, as the words echoed around the yard. His words caused Naruto to pause slightly at the door before opening it, and turning his head slightly to look back over his left shoulder at the Hokage. As Minato looked on, he noticed for the first time that a headband with an odd symbol was tied around Naruto's arms, and as he watched seemed to glow a faint purple color for just a second. When he blinked, the light was gone, but his eyes were now drawn to the single eye of his Sochi that looked back at him, simple, calculating and brimming with a silent power. After what seemed to be an eternity, Naruto finally spoke. Hokage-sama, I don't intend to allow my world to be threatened just so others can go on with their own selfish desires. I don't relish the idea. But make no mistake, here a soft wind blew through the yard, ruffling the boy's jacket so that it appeared that the tree on the back was swaying gently in the wind. I will not suffer those that threaten my world to continue living in it, finished the blonde before turning and entering the house, closing the door silently behind him. Minato simply stared at the spot that Naruto had been standing for a few minutes, letting the words Naruto had spoken echo around in his mind. As the cool breeze continued to blow through the yard, Minato could not help but shiver as he stared up at his home, sure that his discomfort had little to do with the cold night air. The next day, the afternoon sun found Naruto, Hinata, Mito and Hanabi in the backyard of the Senju residence, with Shizune and Tsunade sitting on the back porch with Naruto and Hinata sitting across from them. A simple tray of tea sat between them, as Hinata and Shizune set about serving the drink. As the four watched Hanabi run up the side of tree with Mito hot on his heels, Tsunade finally broke the silence. So Naruto, are you and Hinata going to tell us what really happened during your mission, or do you really think we are as stupid as the Hokage and pervert? Asked Tsunade between sips of her tea. Shizune for her part looked from her sensei to the two, unable to disagree with her sensei on this point. Both women knew something was being kept from them, but they were still not quite sure at what it was. Meanwhile, Hinata and Naruto looked at one another for a moment before turning to face the older women and setting down their drinks. I guess I should have known better than to think we could fool you, Shizune sensei, spoke Hinata softly with a small smile on her face as she looked at her unofficial teacher. Naruto in the meantime had raised one hand to scratch the back of his head slightly with a bemused grin on his face. Yeah, I guess we should have seen this coming, oh well, spoke Naruto as he stood up from his seat and took a few steps out into the yard. Before Tsunade could ask what he was doing, the blonde spoke again. Oi, Grandma Tsunade, you're looking a lot older than usual. Did you always have all those wrinkles? Shouted Naruto at the top of his voice, looking straight into the sage's face as he did so. The entire backyard went deadly quiet at this. Even Mito and Hanabi stopped their playing to turn and look at the two blondes that were staring each other down. Shizune was about to jump up to subdue her old master, and hopefully save the poor boy who was about to be killed. But as she was about to stand, she felt a hand on her shoulder and turned to see Hinata looking at her. As she watched, Hinata lightly shook her head before indicating that she should look forward. Tsunade, in the meantime, had simply frozen her tea halfway to her face, just being held there as she processed what she had just heard. A full minute passed where no one moved, then there was a soft cracking sound heard. The next second it was accompanied by several more cracking sounds before the glass in Tsunade's hand shattered as she clenched down. Her face transformed into a look of pure rage, while both her hands had balled themselves into tight fists. The next moment she was up and flying towards the smiling blonde with her fist cocked back as she did so. "What did you call me, GKI? You're dead," shouted Tsunade as she leapt before the boy, her fist thrusting forward towards the blonde's smiling face. However, her fist never reached its target. Just before she made contact, a black orb that seemed to have come from nowhere had materialized before her fist, taking the full mountain-splitting impact without budging, causing her to grind to a halt as her blow fell. Tsunade could only stare wide-eyed at the orb before her. True, the blow had not been her strongest, but for it to simply be neutralized like that was unheard of. Before she could do more than stare, however, she took notice that there were suddenly several figures standing around her, all seemingly made out of the same substance as the orb she had just hit. Before she could remark further, a familiar voice spoke up. "Sorry about that, Tsunade, but I figured it would be faster if you just saw it instead of me explaining it," spoke Naruto as he peeked around the seed that had blocked Tsunade's attack. "But you, what, how?" began Tsunade, but before she could get started she was interrupted by a squeaking voice from the pair's right where the trees were growing. "Yay, Seedkun's back! Over here, Seedkun, come over and meet Hanabi!" shouted Mito happily, waving both her arms as she did so. As everyone's eyes looked on, the seedlings turned first to Mito before looking at one another, and with a soft amount of humming started to walk over to the girl who was giggling as the seedlings drew closer, leaving only the one seed behind. As Tsunade watched this occur, she saw Naruto move slightly off to her left. As she turned to face the other blonde, she saw that he was smacking himself over and over on the forehead, while muttering something about traitors, and ruining the moment. Tsunade in turn looked back towards the deck where Hinata was giggling softly into her sleeve, while Shizune seemed to be in a similar state of shock to her old master. At the same time, both women mouthed the same three words to one another. "What the hell?" Chapter 11. Talking, Thinking, Mental Conversation, DMO and God or the like. Jutsu, here comes the family. So here sat Tsunade and Shizune, both holding cups of tea and looking across their patio table at the smiling face of the boy who had just finished explaining that he had died. For a moment all they could do was stare blankly before finally Shizune spoke up. "You died?" Shizune asked, setting down her teacup and despite herself adopting a doubting tone and look on her face. Naruto paused in the course of telling his story for a moment before lightly shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head before replying. "Well, kind of. Zabuza shoved a sword through my chest. For that matter, I really suggest avoiding that, it hurts a lot." Shivering slightly as if remembering a paper cut. "But how? You? Well..." Here Tsunade could only gesture sheepishly towards him as if asking how he could be standing there. "Well, wait a second and I'll explain it," replied Naruto with a scolding tone that had both women exasperated. As Naruto continued to walk the two women through the events that had led him towards where he now was, Hinata was enjoying her own little distraction out in the yard with her Otuto, Mito, and the seedlings, who at the moment were a little occupied at the moment. "Okay, Mito-ken, you're next," said Hinata with a kind smile as he nodded towards the redhead. Mito squeaked with excitement and jumped forward between Hinata and one of the seedlings. This particular seedling had created a long rope-like appendage from its hand that Hinata now held the other end. As Mito stepped in between the two, Hinata and the seedling proceeded to swing their arms in a wide arc in time, letting Mito jump rope between them. "1, 2, 3, watch this, Seedkun, I'm going to beat your score," called the small girl, giggling as the other 5 seedlings and Hanabi looked on, a small amount of happy humming coming from them as Mito giggled. "Better concentrate, Mito-ken, or you're going to mess up," called Hinata, but she was too late. Just as Mito was turning back from her calling, she caught her feet in the rope and went head over heels onto the ground with a small cry of shock. "Eep!" shouted Mito as he became acquainted with the ground. For a moment the entire group was silent until Hanabi couldn't hold it in any longer, as he started to chuckle, soon joined by the happy humming of the rest of the seedlings. Even Hinata could not help but giggle at the little spectacle before her. A moment later Mito had moved her head to look up at all of them with a cute little pout on her face, as well as quite a bit of grass. Unfortunately, whatever look she was aiming for was ruined by her appearance, and soon the soft humming and laughter had grown to a chorus. Mito only lasted a moment longer before she too was giggling away while standing up and brushing off the loose grass from her clothing. During the last few weeks she had taken to stop wearing her white dress anymore and had traded it in for a new set consisting of a yellow battle kimono with a fishnet undershirt that only showed around her neck and shoulders. Along with this she wore a pair of black pants that only reached to her knees and that were currently covered in grass. Soon Mito had skipped her way over to the gathered seedlings and grabbed hold of one's hand, leading it forward. "Come no Seedkun, it's your turn to try, hurry," called the excited girl as she pulled and pushed the seedling into the position. Once the seedling was in position, Mito ran back to stand beside Hanabi to cheer for the next jumper. With a nod, Hinata and the seedling that had formed the rope began to swing the rope in large arcs, and sure enough the seedling began to jump as the rope came round, mimicking Mito's actions exactly. This, however, meant that the seedling in the shape of Naruto was now jumping with both its knees raised along with both of its arms bent upward like the tiny girl had been doing. The sight was too much for Hinata, who could not help but let go of the rope while laughing at the sight before her. Mito and Hanabi soon joined in while the seedlings looked around at one another, as if trying to piece together why the others were laughing the way they were. After a few moments Hinata dismissed herself to return to the table with Naruto and the two women, as the conversation seemed to be running down. This left Mito and Hanabi alone with 6 seedlings that simply watched the two children with what almost appeared to be anticipation. "Hey Hanabi-kun, what should we do next with Seedkun?" asked the redhead, turning to look over at her best friend. Hanabi in the meantime looked over at the seedling, and took on a thoughtful posture as he began thinking. Mito had not been the only one to undergo some wardrobe change recently, as the young Hyuga was now dressed in a black pair of training pants, typically worn by the Hyuga residents, over which he wore a long-sleeved white shirt that seemed to be made to look like the top part of a kimono for lords of state. Unlike Mito, who had allowed her hair to grow out into one long pigtail that fell forward over her front, Hanabi had decided to keep his hair cut short, only reaching to around his neck where it was drawn into a small warrior braid. "Don't know, but didn't your Aniki say they will mimic whatever they see?" spoke Hanabi, as usual being the calmer of the two. "Huh. Oh yeah, you're right," replied the excitable redhead while Hanabi's head drooped slightly. "You didn't listen at all, did you?" asked the boy, looking over as Mito put on a little smile with her tongue sticking out. "Whatever, Hanabi can come on," fired back the redhead, reaching forward and grabbing the poor boy and dragging him towards the seedlings with a huge smile on her face. Meanwhile, back at the patio, Hinata had just stepped up on the back at the moment Naruto seemed to have finished his story. "So that's it, Jubi just wants to see here kids again, and I'm just looking to make sure nothing happens to anyone I care about, so yeah, nothing much has changed," finished the blonde boy as he turned a smiling face to Hinata as she approached. "Oh yeah, except that you have the mother of all of the tailed beasts living in your head, you have a hitherto unknown kind of chakra, you were until recently 2 people, and oh yeah, the big one, you died," listed off Tsunade, finishing with a little more force than she may have meant, causing both teens to stare at her wide-eyed, and even Shizune to lean a little bit away from the obviously emotional blonde sage. Tsunade seemed to take notice of this and take a moment to brush back a loose strand of her hair, and take a sip of her tea before speaking again. "So I guess the real question is what you plan to do now?" spoke Tsunade after she had composed herself. Naruto seemed to think about his for a moment before responding. "Oh, that's simply, I don't have one," replied Naruto with a large smile on his face as Hinata shook her head slightly, looking a little exasperated. "Naruto-kun, I think she meant what do you plan to do about that?" spoke Hinata, jabbing a thumb back over her shoulder at a group of seedlings that seemed to be looking up at something overhead. As those at the table looked up, they saw that Mito had somehow managed to snag onto the only seed, and was now flying around over the heads of the seedlings while chasing poor Hanabi around the backyard. "Oh yeah, that," replied Naruto sheepishly as he watched the ensuing chaos happening behind him. "Well, it's not like I will be able to keep it a secret forever, but at the moment I'm just letting those I trust in on it," chuckled the blonde, looking back at the 3 women before him. "And who besides us do you trust?" asked Shizune, having a feeling that she knew at least one person not likely to be on that list. Oh well, there's Kazan, Hinata-kun, Kiba, Mito, Hanabi, Minami and yourselves," spoke the blonde, counting them off on his hands as he did so. "Oh, and Akamaru," finished the blonde, looking over at the rest of the table's occupants. "So I see Naruto, Minato and Jiraiya don't show up on that list. Probably for the best at the moment. Still, something strange is going on with them. I guess I should tell Naruto to keep his eyes open," thought both Shizune and Tsunade, analyzing what they had heard. "Naruto, there is something you need to know," spoke up Shizune, looking over at Tsunade, who nodded for her to continue, as Naruto and Hinata looked at their old sensei. "Something is going on with Jiraiya concerning your sisters, and whatever it is, it doesn't involve you at all," started the black-haired woman, seeing a lack of the usual pain that such conversations used to cause Naruto as she pressed on. "We don't know what's going on, but if you want to keep your secrets, you need to be extra careful around him," finished Shizune, as Tsunade picked up on the conversation. "She is right, my teammate may be a lousy pervert, but he is an amazing spy, so you will need to be careful around him. Stuff like what you said at dinner is sure to at least tip him off to something being up," said Tsunade, looking over at the pair of teens. Surprisingly, it was Hinata and not Naruto who answered. "Thank you both very much for worrying about Naruto-kun, but it will be okay. He and I have been out of the eyes of those closest to you for as long as we can remember. Staying there for a little longer won't be very hard," spoke the young Hyuga girl in a sad little voice. However, before the moment of sadness could continue, Naruto had sprung up from his chair and leapt up onto the table, turning to face the surprised Hinata, who had not been expecting his sudden movement. "Now what's that face for Hinata-kun?" stated the blonde as he reached down a hand towards the girl, which she gently took, allowing him to hoist her up onto the table with him. "Didn't I promise you that I'd make a world where we wouldn't have to frown anymore?" spoke Naruto, who had pulled the girl into a soft embrace as he pulled her up onto the table. "Come on, Hinata-kun, trust me, it's going to be just fine," spoke Naruto before gently twirling with the blushing Hyuga held tight in his arms. Whatever else the change had done to Naruto, making him any less open with his feelings was surely not one of them. As the two teens held one another just smiling, Tsunade and Shizune exchanged a moment's glance with one another. "As cute a moment as this is, may I ask that you get down off my patio table?" spoke Tsunade as she looked up at the two teens. Both Naruto and Hinata stopped their slow spin to gaze down at Tsunade for a moment before they both broke into huge grins before laughing softly at their current position. "Sorry, Lady Tsunade," spoke Hinata through her giggles, while Naruto only shook his head. "Yeah, sorry Tsunade, but I can't get down from here at the moment without a little help," chuckled Naruto as he whistled back towards the yard. As Naruto did so, the rest of those on the patio looked back towards the yard as the seedling that had been serving to fly Mito around stopped dead, before zooming back towards the patio. Unfortunately, it caused the redhead to go flying off as it made its sudden departure. Luckily for her, Hanabi ran up to catch the girl before she could hit the ground, the entire time giggling as she flew through the air. What Hanabi hadn't been expecting was velocity to take both him and Mito to the ground, rolling away before the both rolled into arms to two of the seedlings who had taken to try and catch them as well. Mito and Hanabi untangled themselves, the redhead still giggling as she hugged her friend in thanks as she looked over at where her transportation had headed. Soon Hanabi and the seedlings were also looking over towards the deck where the seedlings had headed. As they and the two women still seated watched, the seed came to a halt before the table before slowly appearing to melt outward while still hovering slightly. As the orb faded, what was left was a large black disc-like shape that moved its way over to the edge of the table, where it halted as if waiting for something. Before anyone could make a move, Naruto had stepped out onto the disc, holding Hinata's hand as he did so, turning to smile at her as he situated himself upon it. "Come on, Hinata-kun, it's alright," spoke the blonde, motioning for the pale-eyed girl to join him. For a moment Hinata seemed to hesitate, but after another welcoming smile from Naruto, she took a small step over onto the disc where Naruto was waiting to embrace her. Once she had stepped onto the disc, it slowly floated away from the table and out towards the yard where Mito and Hanabi, as well as the remaining seedlings, watched. Mito and Hanabi were looking up with stars in their eyes as they saw their siblings slowly descend to stand in front of them, both smiling at each other. "Awesome, Aniki, you have to let me and Hanabi take a ride. Please, please, please," called Mito, unintentionally allowing her two chains to sprout out and wag about happily, giving her the look of an excited two-tailed puppy. Beside her, Hanabi was in a struggle with himself. On the one hand, his Hyuga training and upbringing told him to remain focused and cold. However, thanks to his mother and sister, as well as Mito, had kept him from becoming too reserved, and this was flying. There was no way that he was going to be able to stay calm. "Nei-san, please, you have to let us. I promise I won't tell anyone about Naruto, just like Mito, I promise," spoke up Hanabi, standing right beside Mito while making sure to keep just out of range of her chains. Best friend she may be, but he was still convinced she was a red devil. Looking at the two, Naruto and Hinata smiled over at their siblings while taking a step back from the disc so as to allow the kids to step forward. "Okay, but be careful, I'll just have it circle the yard for now," replied Naruto, waving the two forward. "Now Ototo, be careful," spoke up Hinata as the two kids ascended on the disc as it began to move around the yard in a wide arc, going at a pretty stable clip. While the kids roared with delight, Hinata turned to face the smiling face of Naruto. "Hinata," spoke Naruto softly, causing her to turn her pale eyes to look into his bright purple gems, "this is the world I'm going to make, one where you and everyone else can always be smiling, so please smile for me always," finished the blonde, looking down into the smiling face of the girl he cared so much for. Hinata could feel some small moisture build up on the corner of her eyes as she smiled up at the blonde. "Hi, Naruto-kun, I promise," she replied as she nestled herself closer to the boy, who simply held her close while allowing one of his hands to gently stroke her soft hair she still had in her hindcut. The two slowly moved back to sit at their original seats before the two women who were giving them happy and knowing little smiles. Tsunade could not help but remember her first encounter with her godson, just a few months ago. Flashback. With a vengeance. Only a few days after her discussion with Shizune and Kushina, Tsunade found herself standing outside of the Namikaze's residence looking forward to trying to make some kind of a connection with her godson Naruto. Before she could reach up to ring the bell, the door swung open with a voice emanating from the hallway. "Kei-Kazan, we'll be back before dinner," shouted Naruto as she looked back over her shoulder past her sister Minami and back towards her mother in the living room. As Tsunade looked on Naruto and Minami looked up to notice her standing in front of them in the doorway. Both girls smiled at seeing her. "Bachan Tsunade, what's up?" called a smiling Naruto as she stepped forward to hug her godmother. "Hello Tsunade," spoke up Minami, offering a soft smile and embrace. "Hi girls," replied Tsunade, giving both girls back their own hugs. "Where are you two off to in such a hurry?" "Ero-sensei is giving us some training today. Wait, can you come too?" asked an excited Naruto, looking up at the blonde women with a large smile. Minami also looked up at Tsunade, wondering what she would say. Tsunade, however, simply gave a soft shake of her head before responding. "Sorry girls, but not today. I'm here to see Kushina and Naruto," replied Tsunade, seeing a look of understanding blossom across Minami's face while a small look of confusion crossed Naruto's. But why do you want to see Naruto?" asked Naruto, trying to understand why she was being overlooked for her brother. Over the last few days she had noticed that her cousin had been spending more and more time with Naruto than she had done previously. Now Tsunade was too. She couldn't help but wonder what was going on with them. "Oh well, I'll just ask Ero-sensei after training, he'll know," thought Naruto, giving Tsunade a quick hug before waving goodbye as she headed out to train, followed by Minami, who gave the blonde women a small knowing look before she departed. As the girls departed, Tsunade stepped into the entryway, spying a movement in the living room. As she walked down the hall, she could not help but look left and right as she did so. From picture frames she saw the smiling faces of friends and family alike. Photos that showed the girls and Jiraiya training, or Minato doing the same. Still others showed birthday parties, where she and most of the guests were huddled around the girls, while Naruto was either on the edge of the frame, or absent completely. In fact, the few photos that seemed to have a smiling boy seemed to be from years past when he was only a child, when he looked so much like her own precious Nawaki. With a small pang of guilt she noticed that every time her face appeared on the walls there was a blonde boy's face absent from the frame. "Kami, was I that afraid so that I couldn't even take a picture with him?" thought Tsunade as she passed down the hall and emerged into the living room where a red-headed woman sat calmly waiting for her. As Tsunade walked into the room, Kushina raised a hand to motion for the blonde to take a seat on the couch opposite her. As Tsunade did so, Kushina spoke. "Hello Tsunade, from the look on your face I'm not the only one who hasn't been having an easy time the last few days," spoke Kushina with a soft, sad little smile on her lips. Tsunade could only stare at the women across from her in silence as she contemplated her words. After a moment the redhead spoke again. "It's the same for me. Every time I walk down that hall I see all those photos. All those times I could have been making him smile, and just left him. All of my failures," finished the redhead in a quiet voice that threatened to break. "Kushina, it's not," began Tsunade, looking to comfort the red-headed women before her, but before she could say more than a few words Kushina shook her head violently, silencing the blonde before her. "No!" shouted Kushina, taking several heavy breaths as she did so. "No Tsunade, this is my failure, and I won't have you or anyone else let me forget it. That's the least I can do until I can see my Sochi smiling at me," spoke Kushina in a firm voice with an edge of determination to it. Tsunade for her part simply looked over at the sad but determined form of Kushina and offered a small smile as she did so. "I guess we better get started then, so where is the gaki?" spoke Tsunade in a questioning tone as she moved to stand. Kushina also stood and motioned for Tsunade to follow her, as she moved to the back of the house with its large sliding glass door that opened out into the backyard where she could vaguely see Mito and Naruto running around the yard, Naruto using substitution to avoid the one golden chain the little girl was attempting to catch him with. As the two women stepped out onto the patio, the laughing voice of Mito reached their ears. "Aniki no fair, stop log hopping," giggled Mito as once again her chain closed around her knees and only for him to poof into another log. "Sorry Mito, but you're going to have to be faster than that if you want to be a kunoichi," laughed Naruto from a tree where he had disappeared to right above his little red-headed sister. Mito looked up smiling, trying to jump up and reach her brother with her golden chain while calling out to him between her giggles. "Aniki no fair, come down, Aniki," called the happy little redhead. Kushina and Tsunade could not help but smile happily at the scene before them, before Naruto seemed to notice their presence and looked up to meet their eyes. When this happened, Naruto looked with a welcomingly little smile at Kushina, and a confused little look towards Tsunade. Naruto proceeded to hop down from the tree. What Naruto seemed to have forgotten was that Mito happened to be waiting for him. Just as he touched down, a bright golden chain wrapped around his feet and pulled him backward, causing him to face plant in front of the two women with a soft thump. Before either woman could look more than simply surprised, Mito leapt onto the down boy's back with a cry of joy, settling herself right onto the small of his back. "Got you, Aniki. Now you have to take me and Hanabi to the new Princess Gale movie," cried out the Mito in triumph, not even noticing the two women before her. As she celebrated her triumph, she happened to take a look up and see Tsunade and Kushina before them. However, the 6-year-old took it in stride. "Hi cousin, hi Ba-chan, I caught Aniki," spoke up Mito, smiling. Kushina stepped forward and gently lifted the 6-year-old off of Naruto before gently swinging her around, allowing the two redheads to giggle in conjunction. "Well, my little Maihan has defeated her first shinobi. I say that calls for a treat. Why don't we let Tsunade take care of Naruto for now?" spoke Kushina as Mito nodded excitedly, as Kushina gave Tsunade a small smile before turning to take Mito inside and the other two some time alone. As the two redheads departed, Tsunade found herself looking down at the still inert body of Naruto in the backyard. For a moment she stood there trying to think of what she could say or do, to even begin to form a bond with the boy. As time passed, however, her thoughts shifted to wondering if Mito might have accidentally killed the poor kid. Gaki, you still alive down there?" spoke Tsunade, actually wondering if he was alright. The boy stirred slightly at the voice before a muffled response came. "Hi. I just can't believe I forgot she was down there. Now I won't have money for ramen cause I have to take Mito to her movie," replied Naruto, tilting his head slightly to look up at the other blonde, who could not help but suppress a smirk at hearing his complaints. I guess Shizune was right, he does have his mother's attitude," thought Tsunade as she listened to her fellow blonde. "Well, that's too bad, but tell you what, if you want, I was going to meet Shizune for lunch in just a bit, so how about you tag along, and we can get you some ramen?" spoke Tsunade, kindly hoping the boy would be accommodating. What she hadn't counted on was Naruto jumping up immediately and look at her as though she was a gift from Kami. "Really, you do that?" asked Naruto excitedly as he looked up at the women before him with a large smile on his face. Tsunade could not help but feel another small stab of sadness at how much Naruto looked like her dead Otuto. But just as Kushina had done, she pushed back her pain. "Hi Naruto, Shizune has told me all about you, and I'd like to have a chance to get to know you myself," replied Tsunade as she turned back to the house, Naruto walking along beside her. Tsunade-san, I really appreciate it, but why are you doing this all of a sudden?" asked Naruto as he walked with the Slug Queen towards the house. Tsunade paused for a moment, looking down at the puzzled look on the boy's face. "Damn, I guess I don't get to get away from it that easily, do I? Oh well, it's my own darn fault for creating this situation, and I'm through running," thought Tsunade as she looked down at Naruto with a soft smile spreading across her lips. "Well, Gaki, I wasn't the only one who realized how much she has failed you recently, and I want to have a chance to try and get to know my godson," started Tsunade as Naruto looked on. "That, and you remind me a lot of my own little brother. So very much," finished Tsunade softly with a hint of sadness playing out over her final words. For a moment the two walked in silence before Naruto spoke up again just as they had reached the sliding door. Tsunade-san," he started, causing Tsunade to look down at him. "If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me a little about your brother?" asked Naruto, looking a little uncomfortable, brining the subject up. For a moment Tsunade only stared down at the boy, her eyes traveling over the boy's hair, down his face, and coming to rest on his blue and purple eyes that held the same hope and strength that Nawaki's had so long ago. As she looked into his eyes, she felt a soft breeze caress her cheek, and her mind turned to those happy times she had spent with her little Otuto, all those years ago. As the memories faded and a small tear came to her eye, she smiled down at the boy, who was now looking at her with a mixture of concern and worry. "Well, Nawaki, it looks like your Nei-san has finally figured out how to keep you alive," thought the slug sage as she finally spoke, smiling softly as she did so. "Hi Naruto. I think I'd like that," she began as she opened the back door and stepped inside. "His name was Nawaki, and you remind me so much of him," started the blonde as the pair moved inside. For the rest of the day Naruto and Tsunade had talked. And for the first time since those horrible days, Tsunade could see the smiling faces of Nawaki and Dan smiling down at her. End of flashback. The four continued their talk at the table while the pair of children flew around in the yard playing with the seedlings at the same time. This continued for several hours before Hinata said that it was time for Hanabi and her to be getting back to the Hyuga compound. With that, Naruto and Mito also headed out. The following day found Team 11 sitting around Training Field 11 just waiting for Kushina to arrive. "Hey Naruto, what up Kushina-sensei? I never has been late before," asked Kiba looking up from Akamaru. Naruto, who was currently resting against a tree, looked over towards his teammate with a small shrug. "Sorry Kiba, but I really don't know. She just said that there was something special she had to get ready for us, and that she may be a little late." replied Naruto, adjusting himself into an Indian-style position and resting his chin in one open palm. As he looked over towards Kiba, he couldn't help notice where Hinata was dancing on the small lake a few yards away from them. After Wave, Kushina had shown Hinata another style of water walking that would help her learn to better control the current and water of her new element. To that end, Hinata had taken to practicing whenever she was able to, eager to master her new element. It didn't hurt either that Hinata loved the way Naruto would sit and watch her practice with his soft smile and genuine look of happiness. Seeing Naruto's gaze shift, Kiba turned to see what his focus was on, shaking his head as he saw his other teammate who had currently performed a graceful little twirl. Hinata, that's not fair. How can I talk to him when you're doing? Here Kiba paused, simply gesturing towards her for a moment. Well, that. He finished. Naruto only scratched his head slightly at this, while Hinata had to stop herself from falling into the water with a bright blush on her face. Sorry, Kiba, replied Naruto as Hinata walked back towards her team with a small blush still present on her face. Kiba only waved his hand dismissively at this while chuckling slightly to himself. Relax, you two, I'm only messing with you. Besides, my cousin and Nasen would have my head if I. How did they say it? Messed up the cutest couple in Konoha. Finished Kiba with a smile on his face, seeing the other two blushing slightly at his words. Okay, Kiba, you've had your fun. Came a voice from behind the group. As they turned, they saw Kushina had arrived. Hi, sensei, replied Kiba with a chuckle. Kushina-sensei, could you tell us what delayed you? Asked Hinata, having heard Naruto's earlier statement. At this, Kushina turned to face Hinata with a small smile. Hi, Hinata, you can know. You see, I was planning to hold off on this until you were able to receive a few more cranks, but really I saw you all perform better than I could have hoped for. At this, the team looked around at each other, smiling happily. With that, I decided to give you an option to participate in the Chunin exams that will be hosted this year in Konoha, continued Kushina with a large smile on her face. Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba all looked almost dumbfounded. Sure, they had performed well on their last mission, but to get to join the Chunin exams after only half a year of active service. Before they could start firing off questions, however, Kushina continued, Now I know you are all thinking the same thing, so let me fill in a few of your blank spots. Smiled Kushina as her team nodded their heads excitedly at the prospect. Now I know we haven't been a team long, but this isn't just about a possible promotion. Heck, the Chunin exams are just a public way of being recognized. I got mine via a battle promotion, and I think Kiba, your sister, got one after finishing her medical training. Continued Kushina, Kiba nodding in response to her statement. What the exams do offer, however, is a chance to see how you are advancing alongside your fellow shinobi and kunoichi. It also gives you experience dealing with foreign operatives in a controlled environment. This is a chance for all of you to compete, and possibly fight new abilities and styles in a more controlled environment. Now I won't lie to you, people do die in these exams, but being an exam, the chance of dying is much less than that of a mission. Still, this isn't something to underestimate. So I leave it up to you, team. If you want to participate, here are the forms. Finished Kushina, pulling out 3 sheets of paper from behind her back as she finished speaking. One by one, each of the members of Team 11 looked first at the forms and then at each other, all wondering what they would decide. Hinata was the first to speak. Sensei, this is a great opportunity. But what about Naruto's new abilities? Hinata said, looking over at her boyfriend as she spoke. I mean, how will he be able to keep his abilities secret if he is on display in the exams? Finished Hinata, seeing Naruto look first to meet her eyes, and then over to Kiba, and finally to rest on his mother's. Kushina, for her part, looked at her Sochi, wondering what he would do. During this, she could not help but think back to earlier when she was suggesting her team for the exams. Earlier that day. Does that count as a flashback? The Jonin senseis of Teams 7, 8, 9, and 11 had just exited the Hokage's office, along with the forms for their respective teams. So Kurinai, you think that your team will be okay? Asked Asuma as he lit up a cigarette, and turned to face his fellow sensei. Kurinai turned to face Azuma before reaching up to swipe the cigarette from his face before tossing it over her shoulder. As Asuma looked back sadly at the now ruined stick, Kurinai spoke. Hi Asuma, my team is perfectly ready for the exams, and they have been itching to prove themselves. Sakura in particular expressed a desire to see how she matches up against other genin. Responded Kurinai with a hint of pride in her voice. Kushina couldn't help but comment on. So Tsunade is rubbing off on her. I guess we should have seen that coming. Chuckled Kushina while seeing Kurinai nod in answer. Hi. But you can't fault the results. That girl takes to medical justice like a fish to water. She is going to something special in no time. Besides, her Shino has also gotten a new hive recently, and Yakumo is looking to be the future Genjutsu master of Konoha. Finished Kurinai with pride. Yash. Your team may be great, but my team is going to dominate these exams with the power of youth. Shouted Guy from behind the group, drawing their attention. I wouldn't bet on it, Guy. My team is the ones that are going to dominate this time. replied Kakashi, looking over the brim of his orange book at his rival. Before Guy could respond, Azuma spoke up. Don't you think you're giving your team a little too much credit? I mean, Guy's team has already had a year of experience. My team may have taken a lot of steps forward, but experience is something you can't replace. Finished Asuma. Hi, but you are forgetting that Minami and Naruto both have extensive training from not only the Hokage, but too the sages of Konoha. Besides that, Sasuke is a prodigy, and is already moving towards their level. Heck, all I've had to do is keep them in check and give them some team-building exercises. This exam will only be a formality, finished Kakashi with a smile. The other senseis, however, were less impressed. I wouldn't sound so proud if I were you, Kakashi. It sounds to me that your students may be amazing, but you're not really responsible for their progress. Spoke up Kushina, giving the gray-haired Jonin a harsh look. The rest of the senseis could only agree with Kushina's assessment. Before continuing on, the group continued to bicker back and forth as they moved forward, but back in the office, two men were having a heated debate. Relax, Minato, it will be alright, Jiraiya said, trying to calm the Hokage down. Relax, Jiraiya, relax, the girls are entering the exams. With the prophecy, I could be sending one of them to their death. Spoke up Minato. Gaki, the exams are monitored, and besides, after all of the training they've gone through, they are already Chunin level. These exams won't be an issue for them. Fired back Jiraiya, trying to calm down the Hokage. And what if you're wrong? What if we're wrong? For Kami's sake, Jiraiya, things are changing. We can't know if it turns out fine. Damn it, Jiraiya, this is my family. Shouted back Minato, rising from his desk slightly as he yelled back at his sensei. And what happens to your family if the prophecy fails, Minato? What happens then? They die, we die. Hell, the whole damn world may die. Minato, your daughters are shinobi. Their lives are going to be at risk. But we have to have faith in them. No, it's not easy, but it has to be done. Shouted back Jiraiya, almost pleading as he finished. Minato's mind was racing in the meantime, trying to rationalize the seemingly impossible choice that he was now faced with. Kami, I wish I'd never have heard of this damn prophecy. Damn it, Naruto and Minami haven't been getting along as well as of late. Kushina still is keeping distant. Thanks to this blasted exam, I haven't even had time to spend with Mito or Naruto. At the thought of his Sochi, Minato could barely keep his composure. And then there's Naruto. Damn, I haven't even been able to talk to him since he got back from his mission. What am I going to do about him? I mean, I know that he wasn't going to just run back into my arms, but I guess I just wasn't ready to lose a part of my family so soon. Thought Minato sadly. Damn it, but will I ever have time to try and fix any of this? Time. I guess that's what this is all about. I'm just buying time for a future I'm beginning to think I won't even want to live in. But that's what I decided, even if I'm miserable, it's all I can really do now. Thought Minato, nodding slowly to Jiraiya. End of scene. Back with Kushina in the present, Naruto had decided to speak up. It will be okay, Hinata, and the exams are as good as any place to let it out. I mean, it's not like I can keep it a secret forever. I just want to make sure it's on my terms when it comes out. Spoke Naruto while looking around at his team. So what do you think? What do you say, Team 11 take this exam by storm? Cheered Naruto, with both of his teammate nodding in turn as well. Yeah, Akamaru and I are ready to show our stuff, right, Hinata? Called out Kiba while Akamaru barked happily. Hi, replied Hinata, looking over at her team happily. Well, I guess it's settled. Team 11 is headed to the Chunin exams, said Kushina, smiling around at her team. After a brief lunch, the team headed their separate ways to prepare for the coming exam. The few days later found the members of Team 11 each rising to begin preparations for the exam. The first of the team up happened to be Kiba, thanks to a not-so-subtle wake-up call from his sister and her canine friends. As Sim was just setting the final plate for breakfast, she heard the unmistakable sound of her son's wake-up call. Hey, let go of that. You have no idea where it's been. What, no, let go of that, it's mine, I tell you, mine. Don't you give me that, Hannah. Get her to see reason. Came the unmistakable voice of Kiba in quite a bit of distress. What followed was the mocking voice of Hannah. Oh, come on, Fluffy, if you can't handle the triplets playing, then maybe I should call your team and tell them you're not ready for the exams. Spoke up Hannah from the second floor, while Tsum only shook her head at her children's antics. Oh yeah, I'll show you who's ready, just watch me, shouted Kiba. What followed was a series of bangs and shouts accompanied by several barks and other sounds of a struggle. A few moments later, a series of thumping sounds was followed by the door to the dining room being suddenly opened, revealing an odd little sight. Hannah stood in the doorway, her hair slightly disheveled as well as her Chunin vest looking like it had been hit by a windstorm. Here, three companions all looked like they had spent an hour in a wind tunnel, with all of their fur standing on end and being blown back from their faces. Behind Hannah was a makeshift sack that seemed to be made from bedsheets that was softly groaning as Hannah dragged it into the room and dropped it beside her, as she took her seat at the table with a small smile playing across her face. Hana, I asked you to go and wake your Nizen up, not perform a kidnapping. Chuckled Sim as her Sochi slowly disentangled himself from his makeshift prison, and looked around obviously disorientated. Akamaru soon popped out of the sack beside Kiba looking just as lost as to his location as him partner, prompting a small chuckle from Sim. So pup bot time you got down here. Joked Sim, seeing her son finally managing to recognize where he was. What the heck, cousin? Started Kiba, starting to stand up from the table. Unfortunately, he only managed to trip himself up in the sheets under him before falling forward towards the table, only stopped thanks to Hana's quick movement that caught him by the scruff of the neck. At this, Sim slammed her fist onto the table, causing the two children to stop before they could get back into their battle, and possibly ruin her hard-made breakfast. As a result, both children froze and turned scared faces towards their mother, even as the dogs all flattened their ears and snuck under the table to join Sim's companion. Okay, you two, you will sit down this instant and enjoy a nice breakfast, or so help me, I'll have both of you scrubbing the kennels for the next year. Shouted Sim, causing both of the children to immediately take their seat with their backs straight and with scared looks on their faces. As the kids began to eat, Sim's companion Kuramura chuckled softly as he emerged from the table. Humph, I guess you still got it, partner. Smiled the great dog as he gave a doggy grin to match Sim's own happy look. After a large breakfast, Kiba and Akamaru gave Hana and Sim a quick embrace before he was off down the road. As he disappeared down the road, Sim turned to Hana with a sly little smile. So I noticed that you weren't able to bag him so easy this time? Asked Sim, looking over at her eldest. Hana smiled as she looked down the road. Yeah, the pup is growing up, few more years and he'll be too much for me to handle. Now all we need to do is find him a girl. Joked Hana as she turned to head back into the compound, patting her mother lightly on the shoulder as she did. Sim looked stunned for a moment, before turning to call after his daughter. Hana, just go look after the puppies and leave my pups to me. Called Sim with a kind but firm voice. As a mother, she was going to have full say in when and who her Sochi would be seeing. While this was occurring at the Inuzuka compound, over at the Hyuga compound, Hinata had risen and was currently approaching the dining room where her cousin and Nizen were waiting to see her off for the coming exam. However, before she could reach her destination, she was stopped halfway across the yard by the call of an unfriendly but familiar voice. So have you decided to do the smart thing and step down from the exams? Spoke a figure a few feet to the left. As Hinata turned, she saw a figure wearing a frown upon his face. Hello, Niji? Replied Hinata sadly as she turned to face her cousin and one of the few members of the Hyuga clan that she still felt uncomfortable around. While Niji's Tsusan and her own were having a continuing competition between Hanabi and Niji, Hinata had become a target for mocking and a punching bag for her cousin. Niji was a prodigy and a source of pride for the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Unfortunately, he had been told this from his first days at the academy, and the competitive nature of the respective heads of the houses Hayashi and his brother Hizashi had caused Niji to become actively combative towards Hanabi and Hinata. I asked you a question, Hinata. When are you going to stop playing as a kunoichi and start recognizing your place in this world and in this family? Continued Niji, attempting to get a rise out of his cousin. Despite everything he tried, Hinata had always refused to get involved in the family's competitive nature. That translated to something that Niji couldn't defeat, and as a result Hinata was a sour spot for the boy. I'm sorry, Niji, but I don't play anymore. Maybe it's about time that you started doing the same. Replied Hinata curtly before turning to head towards the dining room. Niji became infuriated at this and made a move to stop Hinata, but stopped as he saw someone he knew would be able to break through the girl's defenses. Hinata, you need to stop taking Hanabi with you to play with your boyfriend, or he is never going to be able to match up to me. Called Niji, causing Hinata to pause for a moment to wonder why he would be saying something like that. Before she could question, however, she heard another voice from off to her right that made her question suddenly pointless. I have to say I agree with Niji. Hinata, your own desires should not endanger Hanabi's future. Spoke Hayashi from the deck of the home, where he was now standing looking down into the garden where the two teens stood. For a moment Hinata did not speak or move, only take a second to suppress the sadness she was now feeling. Ever since Hanabi had been born, Hayashi had become colder and colder towards her. His unending competition with his brother led him to shun her more and more. Hinata had been effectively cast aside by Hayashi, simply to watch as her Tsusan had worked and trained the boy to beat Niji. Hinata had her cousin, but with her injuries there was only so much she could do to help Hinata along the path of the kunoichi. Still, without Hitomi, Hinata would not have been able to hold on to her happiness long enough to meet Naruto and discover a bond with her Ototo, and for that Hinata was forever thankful. The only times that she remembered the pain of her lose was when Hayashi turned his eyes upon her and spoke in the same disapproving manner that had defined her last 6 years of her life. Slowly she turned to face Hayashi while steeling herself to respond. Hanabi Nizen comes with me so that he can play with Mito-can. They are working together to become better shinobi. If I am not mistaken, you yourself commented on how his dogging abilities have improved during your last session, and I have to say Mito-kan is prominently to thank for that, replied Hinata softly to Hayashi, looking right into the man's eyes as she did so. Hayashi for his part thought back and could not find fault with his daughter's words. True enough, but the fact remains that Hanabi has responsibilities that you have to realize, continued Hayashi, as he turned to leave. As he made his way across the compound, he heard Hinata speak up, causing him to turn around to face her. His responsibilities should be to have the life he wants, and not the one you've decided for him, said Hinata in a calm voice, as she turned towards the dining room. While she still may feel sadness at her father's and Niji's behavior, her time as a silent sufferer was past. Like Naruto, she had seen what such actions lead to, and like him had decided to start changing herself just as Naruto had. Hayashi for his part simply stared at the back of his daughter as she made her way into the dining hall, where she was greeted by an excited Hitomi and Hanabi. Moments later he shook himself before heading back to his office. Niji in the meantime simply scowled for a moment before heading out on his own to meet up with his team before the exams. A while later found Hinata standing in front of the gates of the Hyuga compound, sharing a hug with Hitomi as the mother softly stroked Hinata's hair, simply wishing never to let go. Hanabi in the meantime was standing a little to the back of the exchange, having been the one to wheel out Hitomi's chair. As Hitomi let go of Hinata, the girl took a step back, smiling at the two members of her family. Now look after yourself and make sure to tell Kiba-kun and Naruto-kun that we are cheering for them as well, spoke Hitomi, smiling at the kunoichi before her that she was proud to call her daughter. Hanabi spoke up a few seconds after Hitomi. Hi Nasen, good luck. Me and Mito are looking forward to seeing you and Naruto in the finals, smiled Hanabi as Hinata bent forward to give him a brief hug before heading out. Of course Otuto, we'll make it all the way, promise, replied Hinata, smiling as she departed her home, giving the two a soft wave as she did so. Across town at the Namikaze house, the final two members of Team 11 were standing in the entryway just about to depart, except for a minor hiccup. Mito, you have to let go of Naruto, or he won't be able to go to the exam, spoke Kushina, trying to console her youngest. Mito had wrapped herself securely around Naruto's leg and secured herself to the banister via her chains, and was refusing to let go. As Kushina spoke, the little redhead shook her head quickly. "No, I changed my mind. Naruto Nizan is staying here," replied the redhead in a strong but sad little voice. "I told you that letting her know that the exams were dangerous would backfire. But no, you just had to tell her the truth. Now you're stuck here," chided the Jubi as she watched the scene unfold. "Okay, fine, maybe it wasn't that smart, but what was I supposed to do, lie to her?" fired back Naruto while summoning a small sliver from a pollen to cut the chain holding Mito to the banister. Once cut, he bent down to unwrap the girl's arms from around his leg and brought her into a tight hug while running one of his hands softly through her long red hair. "SSSSSHHHHHHH Mito, it's okay, I'm not going anywhere," spoke Naruto in a calming voice as Mito looked up at him, small tears in her eyes, which he wiped away gently with one hand. "Remember, I promised that I wouldn't be going anywhere," continued Naruto as Mito nodded slowly. "Beside, I have Seedling with me, right? I'll be just fine," finished Naruto with a smile, as Mito seemed to brighten up at this a little herself. "Besides, I'll give you something that will let you check up on me and Seedling no matter where we are. He may not be as fuzzy as our other friends, but he will have to do," continued Naruto, directing the pollen he had used to float gently onto the girl's hair braids so that it simply appeared to be a decoration. Mito giggled as she felt the small hum from the pollen, allowing her to notice its presence. Kushina took this moment to reach down and lift Mito up into a hug of her own before speaking. "Your Nizan's right, Mito, he will be just fine. Now come on, you need to say goodbye to your sisters too," spoke Kushina, getting a small nod from the redhead as they both looked back at Naruto. Kushina gave a small nod, telling him to go ahead and head out, while she took care of Mito. Mito in the meantime was not so subtle. "Aniki, you better make sure that you and Seedling are careful so that we can play later," called Mito as Kushina carried her back into the house. Naruto could not help but smile happily at his sister's words before calling back to her before the two departed. "Hi Mito, I promise, and don't worry, Seedling and I are going to take this exam by storm," called Naruto as he turned to head out the door. As Kushina entered into the living room, she saw her two daughters finishing loading up their equipment, and turned to face her and Mito. Mito quickly hopped down to give both of her sisters a hug and start wishing them luck. Kushina in the meantime turned to see Minato stepping forwards towards the girls with something clutched in his hands. "Naruto, Minami," spoke up Minato as he neared the two, making them turn to face him. "I want to just say how proud I am for you two heading to the exams, and I wanted you two to have these to commiserate this day." The blonde finished as he revealed two of his signature kunai with the sealing array present on the handles. Both girls happily accepted the gift and the quick hug that followed before turning to head out and meet their teammate. As they left, however, Minami paused for a moment before turning to face her Tsusan, with a questioning look. Tusan, began Minami, causing Minato to look over at her. Hi Minami, what is it? Asked Minato, looking into the red eyes of his daughter, prompting her to continue. I was just wondering, did you give Nizan one of these as well? Asked Minami. As the question left her lips, she could immediately see the shift in Minato's eyes. For a moment there was a flash of guilt, but moments later it was gone, replaced by a kind look. Well Minami, this is for all of the hard work you two have been doing with Jiraiya and me, started Minato, looking more and more uncomfortable by the second as his daughter's eyes were joined by those of his wife's. But yes, I have one for Naruto as well. I was only giving you yours first, don't worry, I'll catch him before the exams start, finished Minato with a small smile that seemed to settle Minami's questions. Kushina in the meantime seemed more suspicious as to the true meaning of the gift, and was determined to discuss this later with him. In the meantime, Naruto had met up with Hinata and Kiba, and the three were currently making their way towards the school where their first exam was scheduled to occur. As they walked, they caught sight of another trio of individuals who seemed to be making their way in the same direction. The trio was off to the left of the group. As they walked, they could not help but take in a few details of the other trio. The one closest to them was a girl who looked to be a year or two their senior, and whose blonde hair was pulled back into 4 ponytails while her black eyes were rolled back in a look of annoyance at the words of her compatriot. Besides that, she was wearing a white dress/fishnet combination as well as what appeared to be an oversized fan of sorts. The second figure, the one who seemed to be speaking, was dressed in a full black bodysuit, along with an odd wrapped bundle that sat on his back. His face also was covered in purple war paint that made him appear a little offsetting compared to the final fellow. It was the final figure that drew Naruto's attention, however. He had short, scruffy, rust-red hair that was cut short so that one could see the clear carved word love that adorned the youth's face. Along with this, the boy's teal eyes were bordered by a clear black outline that gave him the appearance of a raccoon. To complete this look, the boy carried a large gourd on his back that was almost as large as the boy himself. As the two groups walked closer, 2 things happened. First, their conversation became noticeable, and secondly, that an odd feeling crept up through Naruto. Look Temari, I'm telling you, you should have let me just pop the kid. He shouldn't have been mouthing off so much in the first place. Spoke the boy in the war paint, as he spoke to his fellow. And I'm telling you to shut up before I am tempted to see if they will let this team compete with just Gaara and me, replied the identified Temari in a commanding tone that caused the other to go silent. While Hinata and Kiba could not help but listen to the conversation occurring beside them, Naruto was busy having his own conversation. Shikaka-kun. Oh Kami, it is you, whispered the Jubi as she looked over at the red-headed boy, with tears forming in her eyes. Who's Shikaka? Wait, as in your firstborn? Asked Naruto with clear fear in his voice as he turned to look at the red-headed boy who was now level with his own group as they approached the school courtyard. Hi, oh Naruto, this exam has just become more dangerous than you can possibly understand, finished Jubi, just as the red-headed boy's eyes turned to so that his teal-crazed eyes looked directly into Naruto's purple ones. Chapter 12, Talking, Thinking, Mental Conversation, DMO and God or the like, Jutsu, Meeting the New and Old alike. While Hinata and Kiba could not help but listen to the conversation occurring beside them, Naruto was busy having his own conversation. Shikaka-kun. Oh Kami, it is you, whispered the Jubi as she looked over at the red-headed boy, with tears forming in her eyes. Who's Shikaka? Wait, as in your firstborn? Asked Naruto with clear fear in his voice as he turned to look at the red-headed boy who was now level with his own group as they approached the school courtyard. Hi, oh Naruto, this exam has just become more dangerous than you can possibly understand, finished Jubi, just as the red-headed boy's eyes turned to so that his teal-crazed eyes looked directly into Naruto's purple ones. As the two's eyes meet, both of the boys stopped dead in their tracks, followed soon after by their respective teams. As the others looked for the two boys, the members of Team 11 noticed that the other group aside from the redhead seemed more than a little afraid at the current interaction between the two boys. That's odd, the girl and that guy in the black suit seem worried about their teammate, wonder why, thought Kiba as he looked back and forth between the other members of the team across from him. Hinata was also thinking along the same lines, only her concentration was also on Naruto. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? I've never seen you like this before. And what's with this team? Something just feels off about them, thought the pale-eyed girl as she surveyed the situation. Temari and Kankuro were also concerned, but for a very different reason. Oh shit, first that Sasuke guy and now Gaara's found someone else. I swear if I make it through till the end of the day it will be a freaking miracle. I just hope Temari can calm him down before he gets out of hand, thought Kankuro, sweating slightly at the almost hungry look that was adorning Gaara's face. Beside him, his sister Temari was thinking along the same lines. What the heck is with these leaf ninja? Are they just predisposed to trying to tempt fate by getting Gaara's attention? Crap, he is already riled up from that Sasuke guy and those two girls. Now this guy on top, I don't know if he will be able to stay calm. Crap, what can I do here? thought a frustrated and genuinely scared Temari as her eyes flew between her brother and the leaf shinobi. After what seemed like an eternity, one of the boys finally spoke. Mother says that you are one to watch, but she does not say why. You just may be worth killing, spoke Gaara as he surveyed the blonde boy standing before him. Naruto, for his part, seemed to have overcome his initial shock, and was simply looking at the red-headed boy before him with a note of curiosity. Sorry, but I don't intend on dying anytime soon, so your mother and you will have to take a rain check, Naruto replied, simply gracing the Sand siblings with a confident smile that reached all the way to his eyes. To say the Sand siblings were shocked at this was an understatement. Kankuro seemed to have gone completely catatonic, simply staring forward in complete shock, obviously thinking that this was the end of his life. Temari was slowly backing away from Gaara as if expecting him to explode any moment. The final member, Gaara, actually seemed to blink at this for a second before giving a horribly unnerving grin that twisted his face into a feral look not unlike one seen on a beast right before it stuck. The smile Gaara was now giving was unnerving enough to genuinely unnerve 3 of the members of Team 11. What the heck is up with this guy? He looks like he's getting ready to pounce or something, thought Kiba, Akamaru also thinking along the same lines, and giving off a small whimper as he retreated farther into Kiba's coat. Hinata, in the meantime, was going through her own little mental debate, trying to stave off the fear she felt. Why is he looking at Naruto that way? It's like he wants to feed on him or something. Darn it, girl, get it together. You need to stay strong for everyone, thought Hinata. Unknown to the girl, from deep within her there was a faint pulse at her words, as if something old had begun to awaken, but had stopped just short of opening its eyes. For what seemed like an eternity, the two teams faced each other, Naruto with his happy little smile of confidence, and Gaara with his fanged predatory grin. Finally, after a time, Naruto spoke again. Well, I guess we could stand here smiling all day, but we, here he gestured back at his team, have to be getting to the exam, and if I'm not mistaken, so do you, finished Naruto as he turned to leave with his team. Gaara simply nodded at his words before turning to continue his progress to the exam. But as Naruto and the rest of Team 11 began to get ahead of the Sand triplets, Gaara spoke up once more. What is your name? Called the redhead in a tone that made it obvious that this was not a question but a command. Hearing the boy, Naruto stopped his progress and turned once again to face him, still with a small smile upon his lips. You know it's polite to give you name first. Here, let me show you. My name is Naruto, and to my left here is Kiba. At this he gestured to his right side where Kiba stood, and the lovely girl on my left here is Hinata. He continued, this time turning a hand to gesture towards Hinata, who blushed slightly. Now it's your turn. The blonde boy finished, turning back to face the Sand trio. For a moment the Sand team just stood there staring. Well, Temari and Kankuro stared. Gaara seemed to be leering, but after a time he spoke up. My name is Gaara of the Sand, and these are my siblings Kankuro and Temari. Pray we do not meet in the exams, or the next time I will let mother feast on your blood, spoke Gaara in a threatening tone, never taking his eyes off of the blonde boy before him. Naruto seemed to pause for a moment, as if listening to something the others couldn't hear, before smiling slightly and responding for a final time. Well, I'll keep it in mind, but I will tell you this, your mother and her mother need to have a sit-down at some point, spoke the blonde cryptically as he turned with his team to enter into the academy building they had finally reached. Gaara and the rest of the Sand team simply stood puzzled for a moment, trying to decipher the blonde's words. While the trio was still attempting to understand their meaning, Shikaku was in a state of barely suppressed excitement. So it is as I thought, Kazan has returned at last. Together we may be able to make these filthy apes pay once and for all, chuckled Shikaku to himself from his nest within Gaara's mind, smiling to himself as he thought of what was to come. In the meantime, Team 11 had made its way into the 3rd floor of the exams, seeing a couple of chuckling Chunin pass them going the opposite direction and muttering something about a good group of participants. But the team paid them no mind as they approached the final landing before the classroom. As they arrived on the final landing, they all caught sight to 2 figures standing in the hall facing them. The first figure was the familiar face of Kushina, who was smiling at the team with obvious pride on her face. The other was the figure of Minato, who seemed to be at a bit of a loss as to what his face should be settled on. The end result looked like a man trying to be giving a welcoming look, but failing to completely capture the emotion, as though he had lost the ability to express himself like he used to. Kushina stepped forward first, still beaming around at her students. Well, team, it's great to see you all here, started Kushina as the 4 members of Team 11 smiled at one another, before looking back at their sensei. Anyway, I'm just here to tell you that I expect you to clean up in these exams, cheered the red-headed woman, as she excitedly raised a fist in triumph. All of Team 11 also let out calls of celebration, mirroring their senseis before giving her a happy salute. As Kushina moved to give final bits of advice to Kiba and Hinata, Minato stepped forward toward Naruto with that same almost lost look on his face. As Minato's blue eyes meet his son's bright purple ones, Minato could not help but repress a small shiver. It had been like this since Naruto's return, and the change he seemed to have undergone. Despite his best efforts, Minato had not been able to pry what had transpired out of Kushina, but something had definitely occurred during the wave mission that he was not being told. The sad thing was, however, that he had started to doubt whether or not he was even worthy of knowing anything about Naruto. It always came back in full force when he saw his son's new eyes, as if somehow their shift encapsulated all of his failings towards the boy in one simple color shift. Nevertheless, he steeled himself as he looked on at his fellow blonde. Naruto, I wanted to wish you luck in your exam and give you a little something for progressing this far," stated Minato lamely as he extended his hand holding one of his customized kunai out to Naruto. Naruto, for his part, only blinked down at the kunai before looking back at Minato with obvious confusion on his face. Jubi, is it just me or is the world just decided to go crazy today? First Shikaku and now the Hokage giving me a gift. Did someone working for Kami just lose their shit? Asked Naruto, wondering what exactly he had done to have the world go so crazy so fast. Hey, don't talk about Shikaku-kun that way, replied the Jubi heatedly with a touch of annoyance in her voice. Naruto only mentally rolled his eyes at this. Well, if you would tell me what's up with him, maybe I would, but all you've done so far is give me cryptic statements. Jubi, how am I supposed to understand if you won't fill me in? Questioned the blonde in his mind. Jubi sighed heavily at this, giving her head a little shake as she mulled over what Blonde had said. Fine, I guess you have a point, I'll tell you everything soon enough, but for now, you're zoned out in front of the Hokage. Just thank him and get it over with. Maybe Akamaru can use it as a chew toy. The sooner he leaves, the sooner you can get on with the exam. Finished the Jubi in a bit of a dismissing tone, directed towards the Hokage's name. Back in the real world, Naruto seemed to come out of a deep thought, still looking at the kunai that Minato was holding out to him. With a small gesture, Naruto reached forward and took the blade from the Hokage's hand before looking back at the man. Thank you, Hokage-sama, spoke Naruto simply, with no real emotion behind it, either positive or negative. If anything, his tone only announced his total disinterest with the interaction. This did not go unnoticed by Minato, who had another stab of sadness hit him as he heard his Sochi's reply. He doesn't even call me Tusan anymore, thought a saddened Minato before his thoughts continued. Though I suppose that I really haven't been much of a father to him. Maybe someday he will understand that I'm doing this to make sure that the world he lived in would be safe. Minato thought, trying to reassure himself. However, even as the thoughts crossed his mind, they sounded feebler and hollow with every recitation, and a small voice in the back of his mind spoke up. A world for him that lacked a father. Even in that world, what place could you possibly have in his life? The voice questioned again, causing Minato a brief moment of discomfort, before both the voice and moment had passed, and he simply watched as Naruto and the rest of Team 11 marched off down the hall. While Kushina smiled after her team and Minato simply looked on, lost in his own thoughts, Naruto and the rest of his team pushed open the doors to the examination room and entered. As Team 11 looked around, they found themselves standing in a large classroom area, along with what looked like at least 60 or so teams ranging from Kumo to Sand. Thought the majority remained Leaf. Before the team could give the room more than a quick glance, a call from their left caught their attention. Hey Naruto, Hinata, is that you? Called a pink-haired girl that was waving the team over to her. Sakura, called Hinata, happily seeing a familiar face across the room from her where Sakura and her team stood, the pink-haired girl waving at her to catch her attention. Team 11 followed Hinata over to where Team 8 stood. As they reached each other, Sakura and Hinata briefly embraced, smiling at one another. The two had become closer through their apprenticeship with Tsunade and Shizune, and the two were becoming both friends and rivals. I knew I'd see you guys here, smiled Sakura, looking around at the 4 members of Team 11 as she stepped back from Hinata. Of course, we wouldn't miss this for the world, replied Kiba, smiling as Akamaru yipped happily in agreement with him. Yakumo giggled at the pup's antics as she stepped forward, bending down to scratch behind Akamaru's ears, after he had hopped down from Kiba's coat. As Yakumo giggled slightly as Akamaru had decided to start licking her face affectionately, Naruto turned to the final member of Team 8 with a smile. Yo Shino, what's up? Called Naruto, waving to the more stoic member of their gathering. Shino in turn gazed at Naruto for a moment before speaking. I am doing well, Naruto. And you seem well. With a hint of curiosity, his insects were at that moment warning him that something was very wrong about the figure before him. While Naruto may have seemed a bit off sometimes, this was the first time that his Kakeichu had openly warned him away from someone. Still, Naruto didn't seem too far off, except his eyes seemed to have changed color. Odd. Yeah, I'm doing great, just looking forward to this exam to get going and show my stuff, responded Naruto, smiling as he did so. Although his smile seemed the same, something did not sit the same with Shino, and soon Sakura was also looking over at Naruto with a curious eye. Sakura was the first to speak up. Hey, wait Naruto, what happened to your eyes? asked Sakura, having just noticed the change in Naruto's look. As she said it, both Hinata and Kiba stiffened slightly. This did not go unnoticed by Shino and Yakumo. For a moment the team just looked at Naruto, wondering what he was about to say. What he said was not expected. "Wait, what happened to my eyes?" asked Naruto in mock concern, as he looked around at them all. "Wait, am I going blind? Akamura, how could you not tell me?" yelled Naruto, picking up the pup and gently shaking him in an exaggerated manner, as all those who had been onlooking could not help but laugh as the pup simply gave him a doggy grin and licked his nose lightly. Meanwhile, the rest of Team 11 and 8 could not help but chuckle at the Naruto's performance. "Ha! Okay, Naruto, all kidding aside, what happened? I mean, well," here she lazily gestured at Naruto's new appearance. "It looks like you've changed a bit, and what's with that other headband?" she finished a bit lamely. Yakumo and Shino, who had also stifled their chuckles, looked curiously over at Naruto, who was currently holding Akamaru just a foot from his face, while both Akamaru and Naruto looked over at the rest of the group. As he set Akamaru down and raised one hand to scratch the back of his head, he couldn't suppress a nervous chuckle. "Yeah, well, during our mission I got hurt, and for some reason after the medical work, my eyes changed," started Naruto, having all of teammates' full attention. "I asked Tsunade about it, and she said it had something to do with hormones or something, but whatever, I like them," replied Naruto, pointing to his new black and purple eyes. "And the headband was just a gift from someone close to me. I just decided to wear it so I wouldn't forget them," finished the blonde, smiling over at his pink-haired friend. "Oh well, that's odd," stated Sakura, a little disbelieving, but if Tsunade had explained it, then she supposed that she would just have to trust it for now. Besides, she had known Naruto long enough to trust him if he wasn't making a big deal about it. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot, this is Yakumo," called Sakura, raising a hand to indicate the pale brown-haired girl that stood beside her. Yakumo was still dressed in her own more modest version of Kurenai's gear, and had never attended the academy with the rest of them. She simply gave a small bow of greeting as Sakura called attention to her. As the members of Team 11 greeted the girl one by one, Shino could not help but take the moment to slip one of his Kakechas silently onto Naruto, attempting to get a better gauge of what exactly had the insects so riled up in the first place. The insect flew silently over to rest on Naruto's back while he was shaking hands with Yakumo. Shino only had a moment to recognize the danger, before the poor insect had taken its first bit of Naruto's chakra. The result was a little more explosive than he would have guessed. The Kikechu effectively exploded in a little pop of chakra that drew no one's attention except for Shino. If the others had been paying attention to the stoic boy, they would have seen him stiffen suddenly before seeming to shake slightly. Whatever was going on with Naruto, all he knew for sure was that he wanted to stay clear of it no matter what. As the teams were catching up and getting to know one another better, a few sets of eyes from across the room were currently affixed on them. Team 7 was standing just a few feet away, gazing over at the discussion between Team 11 and 8. Minami was looking over at Naruto and his team, and was smiling slightly at the happy discussion they seemed to be having. Naruto and Sasuke were simply looking at the other teams, trying to size up what would be coming next for them, and worrying about the coming examination. "Hey sis, Sasuke, I'm going to go over and say hi to our classmates," said Minami, looking at her team, in a questioning way, as if asking if they were interested in joining her. Sasuke merely grunted and turned his head away from the group, his pride still damaged after his recent encounter with a rather enthusiastic genin. Naruto in the meantime gave a small nod, not seeing the harm in seeing a few of their old classmates, and maybe even getting some info on their improved capabilities. After all, if they were here, they were the competition, and one of the first lessons she had learned from Jiraiya was it was never bad to have information on a possible enemy. So the two sisters set off towards Team 11 and 8, leaving the brooding Sasuke to simply lean himself against a nearby wall. "Hey everyone, how are you?" called Minami, waving slightly as she approached the two teams alongside her sister. As the redhead approached, Naruto turned with a welcoming smile to Minami and a small polite nod towards Naruto. He may not particularly care for his other sister at the moment, but this was not the time to spark conflict. The rest of Teams 11 and 8 offered greeting before the groups began to converse. "So Sakura, how are your lessons going with Tsunade?" asked Minami, smiling over at Sakura. While the two hadn't been able to spend much time together except in the academy, the two had gotten along well. Sakura smiled as she turned to face the girl. "Really great, Minami. I even got to advance to the next level of medical justice, and Tsunade got me started on my stances for her personal style. It's great," replied Sakura enthusiastically. "How is your work with your weapons going? Are your star blades finally finished?" asked Sakura excitedly. From the time that Minami was a child, she had talked about having a set of what she called star blades that would shine like the stars, and be her signature weapon just like her Tausen's kunai. Minami smiled at Sakura, remembering her dream, and with a flick of her wrist unsealed the twin blades, only about a foot long but shining silver in the dim light, formed the windows, and lights of the classroom. As Sakura watched, Minami gave a small twist of her wrist, and the two blades seemed to distort for a moment before folding out to form the two four-bladed weapons she had used to fight against Naruto's seeds. Yeah, I finally got them done. Kazan helped with the seals on them, but they are awesome, aren't they? Half stated, half asked Minami happily, obviously proud of her blades, and the work behind them. Interestingly enough, it was Kiba who spoke next. Wow, those are crazy, you made them yourself? Asked Kiba, looking over at Minami as she resealed the blades into the seals on her wrist with another flick. Hi, Kazan helped a lot, but these are mostly mine. Smiled Minami, looking over at Kiba, who was nodding. I hear you, Kushina-sensei, I really helped me in making something of my own. I'd show you, but it's a little cramped in here. But make it to the finals and I guarantee you'll see something awesome. Replied the obviously happy boy, as he joked with the redhead, and drew more than one curious look. Hey, you make it sound like we won't make it. We are going all the way and winning this thing. Spoke up Naruto, who till then had simply been watching the conversation. It was Yakumo who spoke up next. It isn't wise to just claim that you are going to take the exam by storm. I mean, we don't even know what's going to happen here. Reasoned the girl softly. Naruto flashed the girl a confident smirk before responding. Whatever it is, Team 7, that is more than ready for it. Fired back Naruto, practically overflowing with confidence. While all of this was occurring, Minami saw Naruto slowly move just out of the corner of her eye, and she saw a few of his pollens fall silently to the ground before rolling quickly over to each of them. As she looked up at her knees and with a questioning look, he nodded a little before he sent a simply mental message to her to help reassure her. Don't worry, Minami, I'm not looking to hurt anyone. I just feel better keeping an eye on everyone so we all have some backup. Think of it as my way of looking after everyone. Came the blonde's voice inside her head as the boy outside smiled at her. Minami, for her part, offered a small smile of her own before nodding very slightly to him in thanks. Before the teens could continue any further, their attention was drawn back towards where Minami and Naruto had left Sasuke. It seemed that Ino had found the boy alone and taken her chance to wrap her arms affectionately around his neck and began nuzzling him with a happy cry. Hinata and Sakura actually face-palmed at the scene, Sakura privately thanking Kami that she had gotten that part of her personality knocked out of her at a young age before she let it embarrass her. Minami and Naruto headed over to save their teammate, trailed by the other teams who decided to greet Team 10 while they were at it. When they arrived, Ino had finally been peeled off a now quite indignant Sasuke. Ino, I thought I asked you not to do that anymore, troublesome blonde. Spoke the lazy tone of Shikimura from where he stood a few feet away right beside Choji, who was busy munching away at a bag of chips. Ino turned on Shikimura so fast the rest of the teens felt like they had gotten whiplash just from watching the action. Shut up, lazy, this is love, and so help me if you say troublesome one more time, I'm pitching you out the window. Replied the blonde girl in a threatening tone that had Shikimura shaking his head in mock surrender. Choji simply went on snacking as he looked between his teammates, looking a little lost at what to do in the situation. Naruto was in the meantime chuckling at Sasuke, who was now silently fuming at his recent episode with Ino, while the rest of the team suppressed the urge to join in with the girl. As they stood there, however, Naruto stiffened for a moment along with Kiba and Hinata as another team entered the room. The team was composed of 3 members, 1 boy and 1 girl, as well as 1 figure that was hidden by an all too familiar mask. The boy on the left had bright white hair and his teeth were turned up in a shark-like grin that made his purple eyes flash with a predatory gleam as he looked around the room. Besides his teeth, the only thing that drew attention was the several water bottles and 1 large sword that were strapped to him. The second person looked almost like Minami, at least in her hair and eye color. The girl had red hair and eyes, but both were of a darker shade that nonetheless carried the same brightness as the Namikaze girls. In fact, the girl looked so much like Minami they could have been mistaken for sisters. However, it was the final member of the team that had drawn Team 11's attention. Standing there was the masked hunter ninja that they had engaged in their battle against Zabuza. The same battle that Naruto had died. As they watched the team, the masked figure looked their way and seemed to freeze in place just as they had. Oh Kami, they are here, even him. How the hell is he even alive after what Zabuza-sama did to him? Thought Haku, looking over at the familiar team across from the Mist team. Haku's actions did not go unnoticed by the other 2 members who, upon seeing their teammates' gaze, mirrored it with a slight amount of confusion. Sup Haku, you look like you've seen a ghost? Spoke the red-headed girl, stepping forward to rest a hand on Haku's shoulder. The white-haired youth simply snorted slightly, looking over at Team 11 and flashing them another fanged grin. Oh relax Karen, they look like wimps to me. Haku's just acting weird again. Mocked the boy right before Karen slammed a fist into his face, causing it to ripple slightly as thought it was a water balloon that had refused to burst on impact. Shut it, asshole, or you won't have to worry about the exams, cause I'll kill you here and now. Fired back the now identified Karen, her face contorted into annoyance at her teammate. Haku looked back at the other members of the team and simply sighed. Karen, this isn't the time or place for a fight, keep yourself focused on the matter at hand, and Suigetsu try and not make me eager to allow you to spend another cold night outside. Finished the masked figure with a note of authority in their voice. Both teammates stiffened for a moment before offering small nods before following Haku into the room. Meanwhile Naruto, Kiba, and Hinata were having their own silent mental conversation through their pollens. What the heck is that hunter ninja doing here? Asked Kiba as the group departed. No idea, but that is definitely the same one as last time. Spoke up Hinata looking over at Kiba. Yeah, no question it's the same smell, that's the one. Replied the Inuzuka. Well, whatever the case, we just have to keep an eye on the mist and sand team. Spoke Naruto, getting nods from both of his teammates as he shut down the mental link. Before the team could do more than turn back to the other gathered teams, another voice spoke out, calling their attention. You know, you newbies shouldn't be talking so much, it's drawing attention your way. Spoke a calm and friendly voice, coming from a silver-haired Konoha shinobi who was approaching the group with a thin smile upon his face. As the boy stepped forward, the rest of those present turned their attention onto the spectacle-clad boy before them, with questioning looks. While this was happening a few blocks away, several jonin were relaxing as they awaited responses on how their teams would be faring in the upcoming exams. Asuma had finally managed to outmaneuver Kurenai long enough to light a cigarette, and was enjoying a quiet smoke, while Kakashi still had his face buried in his orange book, silent except for an occasional giggle. Guy was busy at the moment running around the village screaming about his team's flames of youth, and no one cared to chase the man down at the moment. Kushina was sitting down looking over some of the other jonin senseis, lingering for a moment on a man with an eye patch and what appeared to be a yin-yang pendant hanging from his ear, before allowing her eyes to drift to the window. So anyone hear what their first exam is supposed to be? Spoke up Kurenai after a few moments, casting her eyes around at the gathered jonin. It was Kushina who answered her. Sorry Kurenai, we aren't told, so we can't help them prepare ahead of time, but I did hear your friend's boss was the one managing the test. Replied Kushina, looking over at her fellow female jonin. Kurenai paused for a moment, thinking before she blanched slightly, looking over at Kushina. You mean they've got a Biki? Asked the black-haired woman with a note of concern in her voice. Hers was not the only nerves present once the name was spoken. Several of the local jonin and even a few of the other villages' sensei flinched slightly at the news of who the first test giver would be. Hi, that Ibiki is one sick bastard when he wants to be. Breathed out Asuma as he let out a puff of his cigarette. Casting his gaze over to the two women, while folding his arms behind his head, apparently relaxed with whatever came. It will be okay, Ibiki won't be torturing them. At least not physically. Spoke up Kakashi lazily from behind his book, as he flipped a page over with a small giggle. Kurenai and a few other jonin turned to the silver-haired man at this with questioning looks. What do you mean by that? Asked a sand jonin with a turban that had one swatch of the cloth hanging down to cover his right eye. Kushina was the one to answer this time. You see, Ibiki is a specialist in mental torture. He doesn't need to resort to actually touching someone to get the job done. Still, if a team can't handle the strain, then it just goes to show they aren't ready for the test yet. Finished the redhead with a small shrug of her shoulders as she looked back out the window. The rest of the jonin seemed to relax at this and returned to their smaller conversations, or simply went back to waiting to hear word on their students. Back in the exam room, the silver-haired boy who had been identified as one Kabuto was currently puking onto the floor in front of him, having been assaulted by 3 shinobi from the village hidden in the sound. However, before things could escalate further, the doors on both sides of the room slammed open and a figure draped in black entered, flanked by what looked like several dozen shinobi, all dressed in simple dust-colored jumpsuits and bearing leaf headbands. Before any of the genin could do more than look surprised, the figure in the black trench coat and bandana spoke up as he cast his hard eyes around the room. Everyone shut your faces and listen up, you sorry excuses for soldiers. Yelled the man in a commanding tone that left no room for argument. As the examiners filed in, they took their positions on opposite sides of the room as Ibiki made his way to stand at the head of the class, as he observed all of those present. Your seat already have your names on them. I suggest you find your seats before I decide that none of you can follow orders and failed the lot of you. Spoke Ibiki in a voice that seemed to lack any caring as to if any of the assembled genin made it to the next part of the exam. The genin rushed to find their seat amongst their fellows, avoiding tripping over one another in their haste. As Naruto sat down, he smiled at seeing that Hinata was taking the seat directly to his left. Hinata returned the blonde smile with one of her own, before both of them looked back to see Kiba sitting beside the blonde girl Temari they had met earlier, and giving them a small smirk and thumbs up before all three turned to face Ibiki once again. As the final genin found their seats, Ibiki's voice rang out once again. Okay, listen up, your examination starts now. The Chunin exams are officially underway as of the 2nd. That means your job from now on is to simply follow our orders, while we see if any of you are worthy of become Chunin. Started Ibiki, allowing a small bit of killing intent to leak out of him as he spoke. Now with that out of the way, your first exam is. Here he seemed to shuffle with something behind his back for a second, causing a few of the genin to tense slightly, before he pulled from behind him a stack of white papers. A written exam. Finished Ibiki, looking around at the assembled applicants. As Ibiki began to explain the rules of the exam, Naruto found himself losing interest very quickly and decided to take the opportunity to get some answers out of Jubi on what she had meant about her oldest son Shikaku. Hey Jubi, mind telling me what was up with Shikaku now? Asked the blonde with a note of curiosity apparent in his voice. His question seemed to rouse Jubi form some private thoughts of her own. What? Asked Jubi in a slightly distracted voice, seeming to notice the boy's voice with a note of surprise. Naruto was a little taken aback by this. True, Jubi was not at his beck and call at any time, but this was the first time he had heard her sound so distracted, and unless he missed his mark, worried. Well, I was wondering if you might be willing to tell me a little bit more about your son Shikaku, repeated the boy softly, almost feeling a little worried at his question. Jubi paused at his question for a moment, before responding. When she finally spoke, it was in a soft little voice, as though the thought was somehow uncomfortable. I suppose I can, but I'd like to do it face to face, if you don't mind? Asked Jubi. Naruto thought for a second before mentally nodding to her simply. Hi, that's no problem, just let me tell Hinata and Kiba. And I guess I should do this test first, he replied almost as an afterthought. Jubi suppressed a small giggle at the boy's absent-mindedness before allowing her thoughts to once more drift towards her first son, and the burden he had borne from the day of his birth. As Naruto looked around, he saw that most of the genin were preparing to begin their work on exam. With a small feeling of stupidity, he realized he had talked through the instructions for the exam. Luckily, Kiba and Hinata were able to fill him in through their pollens, and soon Naruto found himself simply looking down at his exam with a puzzled little look. Hinata-kun, Kiba, Naruto shot over their mental link, getting the other members' attention. Hi Naruto-kun, what is it? Hinata responded first, without allowing her physical body to give any indication of their mental exchange. Well, I was wondering if either of you knew the answers to this exam, because I don't have a clue? Half-asked, half-stated the blonde boy, looking through the whole test for the second time. Kiba simply gave a mental sigh of agreement with the blonde. You and me both, pal, I haven't got a clue. You, Hinata? Asked the Inuzuka. Hinata seemed to be deep in thought for a moment before speaking. No, I don't. But I don't think that's the point here, she said to the other two's bemusement. Both boys simply allowed the silence to continue, waiting for the female member of their team to explain what she meant by her most recent comment. You see, I think the point of this exam is to cheat but without getting caught. Like intelligence gathering. As Shizune Sensei once told me that I would have to learn to spy as part of my medical training, because getting an antidote or poison ahead of time could mean the difference between saving or losing a life. Finished the girl, allowing a small bit of nervousness to leak its way into her words as they continued uninterrupted by her teammates. For a few moments after her proclamation there was silence, which did nothing to help the girl's nerves. Just before she was about to apologize, Naruto spoke up, excited across the mental link. Hi Naruto-kun, you're almost as brilliant as you are beautiful, and you are very beautiful, spoke the blonde across their mental link, while in the real world turning slightly to flash her a large smile as he did so, causing the girl to blush slightly at the flirtatious comment. Yeah, Hinata, smart thinking, that's got to be it. Okay Akamaru, let's get to work, said the excited Inuzuka over the mental link, with a satisfied little bark from Akamaru echoing in the classroom that drew the eyes of Temari briefly, before she focused back on her own work again. So the team set about their cheating enterprise immediately. While Hinata and Kiba were perfectly equipped to start scanning their fellow genin, Naruto sat bored as thought his skills were handy for many situations. This was not one of them. Hinata offered a little smile, explaining that without his pollens the whole team wouldn't have been able to communicate. That seemed to cheer the blonde up slightly. After not too long, all three of them had a completed test and were simply waiting for the final questions to come up. Seeing this, Naruto looked up to check the time, and saw he had little over an hour before the final question. With that, the blonde made up his mind to go ahead and have his chat with Jubi then and there. Heck, it wasn't like he was up to anything else. Unfortunately, it had slipped Naruto's mind that when he delved into the deeper mindscape to talk to Jubi face to face, his body usually went limp. Most of the time this was not an issue, but given his current position at the desk it had caused some interesting results. With a loud wham, Naruto's head slammed straight forward onto the desk before him with a slight crack. This had several effects at once. Most of the examiners gave a sudden jerk thanks to the sudden sound and looked over at the source with a bit of confusion in their face. Ibiki himself had to fight to keep his face impassive, as he wondered if he might have just killed a kid with his mental games alone. Granted, this had never happened, but he wouldn't say he wouldn't be proud if he had actually managed it. A few of the genin also looked over at the boy with various looks of confusion, before returning to their work. For one poor blonde girl, it threw off her aim enough that her mind leapt into a random examiner. Luckily for her, the man happened to have a sheet with the answers, so the jutsu worked out well enough. Naruto's two teammates simply chuckled at Naruto's actions before turning their attention to a little mental conversation the two had started up. "You know your amazing skill at this kind of thing never fails to amaze me," joked Jubi as Naruto approached her from across the meadow that made up the Mindscape. As he neared her tree, she descended from on high, sitting conformably astride one of the branches as she looked at the blonde boy with a small smile. Naruto returned the smile as he took his seat in the soft grass, leaning back and allowing his hands to support him so that he did not completely lay into the grass. Jubi, if you're not comfortable with this, you don't need to if you're not ready. I mean, I can always wait," spoke Naruto with an air of concern in his voice as he did so. While he is dying to know what was going on with both Jubi and Shikaku, he wasn't about to make Jubi uncomfortable if he could help it. She had been his closest friend for as long as he could remember, almost like a second mother. Jubi looked at the boy with a sad little smile on her lips. She recognized his concern and was thankful for it, but she needed him to understand as well. "Thanks, Naruto, but you need to know this. I guess I'll start with the obvious bit in that my eldest isn't really insane like everyone believes. He is just angry, and looking to hurt anyone he can for what happened in the past," started Jubi, looking over at the blonde. Naruto gave this a questioning look but stayed silent, waiting for Jubi to continue. "You see, Shikaku was the oldest of all of the children that were split from me, and as a result he was the first to know me and his father. While he wasn't alive for very long, what he was forced to see was too much for him," continued Jubi, this time prompting Naruto to speak. "Wait, I don't understand?" asked Naruto, trying to follow what Jubi was saying. Jubi sighed slightly, realizing that she wasn't doing the best job of explaining what she was trying to say. "Sorry, Naruto, I guess it's a little hard to explain, but you see, Shikaku was born with a great deal of my knowledge as well, and so he understood the world around him before his other siblings were able to." Jubi started again, trying to explain herself in a way the blonde boy would be able to understand. As a result, he witnessed, well, all of his siblings being created. Continued Jubi as a look of comprehension dawned across Naruto's face. "Wait, you said that the sage literally tore you apart to make your children. Does that mean that he?" asked Naruto, not being able to finish the sentence. Jubi slowly nodded at Naruto with the edges of tears in her eyes as she did so. He was forced to see me being tortured and torn apart right before his eyes by his father. He never forgave the sage or his kind for what he saw that day," finished Jubi softly as she looking like she was fighting to hold back her tears with a great struggle. Naruto took the moment to stand and approach Jubi, taking her in a soft hug, and allowing the women to simply hold him while softly sobbing into his shoulder for a moment. Naruto now had a better idea of what Jubi had meant when she said Shikaku wasn't insane. He wasn't, he was angry. And what was worse, he was apparently one of the smartest beings in existence. The combination did not bode well for anyone that came across him. After a few moments, Jubi was able to compose herself and straighten her seat once again upon the tree branch, giving Naruto a thankful smile as she did so. "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I needed that," she said softly, offering the boy a slightly larger smile. "Anytime, Jubi. It's about time I was able to be there for you like you were for me," replied Naruto with a shrug of his shoulders and a little chuckle. I guess it is. But you have to understand, as horrible as what happened to him was, he has chosen the wrong path, and I need to help him see that," replied Jubi, simply, seeing Naruto look a little confused. "You see, he blames not only his deadbeat father, but all of humanity. He sees your kind as the cause of all of my and his siblings' pain. He has seen his brothers and sisters used as tools of war for centuries, and watched as I was torn to pieces before him, and he wishes to have revenge on everyone he sees as responsible," finished Jubi, a note of warning in her voice. "So I guess what you're saying is he is kind of how I could have turned out if I had let my hate control me, instead of listening to you back then," Naruto said as Jubi nodded slightly at his words. "Well, it sounds like I have some work to do then. I can't let one of your kids go down the same path you saved me from. Besides," continued the blonde with a serious look, "we need to help his host as well. That Gaara kid looked like Shikaku was giving him quite a rough time of it," finished the blonde as he turned from the Jubi and approached consciousness once again. "Hi, Naruto, we have to save both of these children. Tu won't be letting my son suffer alone again," spoke Jubi as she saw Naruto fade from the Mindscape. As Naruto returned to consciousness, he became aware of several things at once. First was that several of his pollens he had been spreading around the room had returned to him, signaling that many of the teams that had previously been in the exam had evidently failed. The second was that his face was in an extraordinary amount of pain from slamming it onto the table in front of him. And finally that someone was standing directly in front of him, as if waiting for him to notice their presence. As Naruto slowly raised his head from the desk, he saw a long black trench coat that led up to a scarred and frowning face with the many scars belonging to Ibiki. Well, thanks for joining us, spoke Ibiki as he gazed harshly down at the boy before him who seemed unperturbed by the man's obvious annoyance. No problem, happy to be here. So is it time for the final question or what? Responded Naruto, lightly rubbing his head, trying to nurse the small bump on his head where it had been acquainted with the desk. Ibiki for his part simply scowled slightly at the boy's tone before deciding to have some fun with the youth. Well, I was waiting to tell you that you have failed the exam, spoke the man with a kind of pleasure in his tone that made it sound true even to those who knew of his true intentions. Ibiki was not seeking to actually fail the boy, or his team. He was simply taking this chance to give the boy a scare, and play a few more of the mental games that he favored so. Naruto, however, did not seem to even register what he had said, as he cricked his neck from side to side. Did you hear what I said? Asked Ibiki with a note of annoyance at being ignored by Naruto, causing the boy to look up at him in a puzzled way. After a moment, Naruto just leaned back in his chair slightly before speaking. And I suppose this would be for me not following your order that stated no nap time during the test? Spoke Naruto in a semi-mocking tone. Most of the genin and examiner's face faltered at this. Not just at the tone, but due to the fact that Naruto had just openly mocked Ibiki of all people. A man who was well known as a sadist on the best of days. Before Ibiki could respond, Naruto spoke up again. Or was it for getting all of the answers without giving away how I did it? Or maybe you just are jealous because I still have hair. Really, I'm betting on the last one. Finished Naruto, leaning forward, staring directly into the man's eyes, his own purple ones flashing dangerously at Ibiki, who felt a strange pressure from the youth. You think some clever comments are going to help you? Did you forget I'm the examiner? My word is law here. You may have missed it while taking your little nap, but many of the teams here have already been eliminated. What makes you think I won't do the same to you? Half questioned, half threatened Ibiki, mildly enjoying the verbal debate they had going between them, and even suppressing a mild chuckle at the boy's attempts to get a rise out of him. Naruto looked around the room for a moment before returning his gaze to the man before him with a smile. Because you see, there is something very important that you don't know about me, spoke Naruto, his purple eyes almost shining now as he stared into the black eyes of Ibiki without flinching. Ibiki matched the boy's gaze without blinking before responding. Oh, and what would that be, boy? Asked Ibiki, leaning forward to place his hands on the desk so that he now dominated Naruto's entire vision, even as he let out a large amount of his killing intent to try and unsettle the boy. At this, Naruto burst into a huge smile as he looked over at the man. I know the answer to the 10th question, replied Naruto with a confidence that could not be faked. The words slowly shifted around the room as Ibiki looked at the boy, stunned at what he had said. Most of the examiners were now looking at the two, while several of the genin were as well, wondering what the boy meant. Ibiki was undergoing his own mental debate at that moment as he looked at the boy before him. What? He can't have, that's impossible. Unless it's a bluff, but his pulse, his eyes, his tone, nothing is forced. He is telling the truth, or is he? Damn it, what the hell is with this kid? I can't get any kind of read on him. I know he can't have known about the 10th question. Hell, it doesn't even have an answer. But why the heck can't I believe he is lying about it? Thought Ibiki as he looked at the boy before him. He had interrogated hundreds if not thousands of shinobi from genin to jonin in skill, and he could read a mind better than any Yamanaka. But something was just off about this boy. It wasn't one thing, his whole presence just seemed to leak out confidence from every pore. Hell, this kid could probably tell him he owned the world, and Ibiki would have been hard-pressed to argue the point with him. Something about the youth simply told you that he would have his way, no matter what he had to do to attain it. Well then, I suppose you wouldn't mind me going ahead with the 10th question now, would you? Ibiki said while making his way back to the front of the class, a small smirk upon his face. Although he had been having fun with the boy, it was business first before pleasure, and he still had an exam to run. As he turned to the class, he cast his eyes around them once again before he began to speak. All right, all of you, it's time for the 10th question, but first I have one condition, began Ibiki as he started to explain the stipulations surrounding their final test. While this was happening, Naruto was again engaged with a mental conversation with his teammates. Haha man, that was great. So what were you and Jubi talking about? Asked Kiba through their link, not paying much attention to Ibiki as he spoke. Oh, just learning a few things. Turns out that Gaara guy from earlier is holding the Jubi's oldest, named Shikaku, replied Naruto as Kiba and Hinata became silent for a moment, digesting what they had just heard. So does that mean he is like your sisters? Asked Hinata, wondering why the boy had looked so predatory earlier if he was just like Naruto's sisters. Well, if I had to guess, I'd say no, started Naruto with a mental shrug before continuing, oblivious to Ibiki having finished his explanation. It sounds from what Jubi told me that he is kind of bloodthirsty, and worse, he's smart, and seems to have found a way to guide his host around without actually escaping. Finished Naruto, giving Hinata a sideways look as he answered. So what does that mean? Asked Kiba just as Naruto was slamming her hand down on her desk to start a speech at Ibiki about never giving up. It means he is dangerous. If we can, let's avoid him for now, No sense taking a fight to him now before getting to know something about him. Jumping in head first is just going to get us hurt if we aren't careful. Naruto finished as the other agreed. As the three shook themselves slightly and returned their attention forward, Ibiki was just spreading his arms towards the class. All those of you that are left have passed the first exam, spoke Ibiki loudly with a small amount of pride in his voice as he did so. Naruto, Hinata, and Kiba blinked several times before looking around at the relieved and in some cases annoyed faces of their fellow exam takers and couldn't help but think that they had somehow missed something important. Before they could do more than look around, their attention was drawn to a crashing sound from the window as a black ball of cloth burst through it, and flying apart to present a large banner that a purple-haired woman wearing a tan trench coat and fishnet undershirt stood in front of, smiling fiercely at the group before her. Better stop celebrating Genin because it's time for Anko to take over the exam, and I promise you I'm not going to be some pushover now. Let's go, shouted the women, raising one hand in the air in triumph. You could have heard a pin drop in the room, as the genin and examiners alike simply looked at the apparently crazy purple-haired women before them in a stunned silence. Oh, I like her. Jubi spoke with obvious enjoyment in her voice to the 4 members of them 11. As most of the examinees continued to stare at the women, Ibiki pushed aside her banner with a yawn before looking at the women before him disapprovingly. Anko Yubaka, you're early. I haven't even explained why they passed the exam, said Ibiki while rubbing his temples with his free hand, muttering under his breath about the women before him. Anko had the good sense to look slightly embarrassed by her actions as she looked around at the other examiners with sheepish expression on her face. While Anko and Ibiki were hashing out the details of their schedule arrangement, Naruto was casting an eye over towards where Gaara sat, his ringed eyes closed in apparent penance, like he was talking to someone. As Naruto looked, the red-headed boy's eyes opened slightly to look over Naruto and Minami for a moment before shifting over to Naruto, flashing him another predatory grin as their eyes meet. So what do you think Shikaka has done to him? Asked Hinata, noticing Naruto's gaze. Naruto didn't answer for a moment before taking a small breath and turning to face Hinata with an equally confused look. Wish I knew, to be honest, but I haven't got idea one what's going on. All I know is Shikaku is somehow controlling the boy, but how I'm not sure, answered Naruto as he saw a brief flash of fear cross Hinata's face before she pushed it back forcibly. The act did not go unnoticed to Naruto, who moved his hand slightly to cup her own, and gave it a gentle comforting squeeze that made her relax slightly. It will be okay, Hinata, trust me, smiled Naruto as he turned back to face the 2 arguing examiners in the front of the class. Hinata nodded at him, a slight smile spreading over her face as she looked forward, but something besides Naruto's grip was giving her strength. That something that had awoken briefly earlier now seemed to rise again, in response to Naruto's contact with her. A small unbidden force had awakened inside of the girl, and seemed to be pushing to find its way out, but at the moment it seemed unable. Hinata noticed a small pressure somewhere near the sides of her head, but she ignored them with a small shake of her head. Probably just a headache, have to concentrate, have to be strong for them, thought Hinata to herself, trying to reassure herself. The something inside of her seemed to pulse happily at her words and subside slightly, fading back into a dull thrum of power that the girl could no longer feel. After a few little while longer of listening to the examiners debate, Team 11 found itself, along with the rest of those remaining, exciting out of the academy and heading towards the training fields. When they finally arrived at their location, Anko turned to face the group, that same wide grin upon her face as she did. Well, Gaki's welcome to the stage of the second examination, the Forest of Death, the purple-haired woman said as she raised an hand to jab a thumb behind her. The forest in question dwarfed those surrounding it by comparison. The trees alone seemed to stretch up forever, and their girth made them all appear more ancient than even the village. Around the forest was erected a wire mesh fence that did not at first seem very secure. However, if one were to look close, they would have seen that an unusual amount of seals covered not only the individual links, but were also plastered over in larger talismans. From the look of it, nothing was getting above, under, or through that defense. Kiba could not suppress a small shudder as he felt the oppressive aura of the forest in front of him. Akamaru also gave a small bark before retreating deeper into Kiba's hood, a little worried at what he smelled. Interestingly enough, the sand team was still close enough for Temari to notice this action, which prompted her to speak. Hey, what's up with you, dog boy, scared of a little forest? She said in a mocking tone as she looked over at Kiba, but her gaze softened for a moment as she saw the terrified dog as well. Stern she may be, but it was hard to act superior to a small ball of fluff. Kiba growled back a short reply. If you could smell what we do, you'd be a little scared yourself. The boy answered simply, not looking away from the forest, where something had just darted from one of the tree's upper branches. This made Temari simply scoff before turning to face the forest with a smirk. Whatever dangers were in that lump of trees couldn't be worse than Gaara. Still, I don't know if that's something to be comforted by, thought the girl in passing as she looked ahead again, to Enko, who had just pulled out the forms and was explaining the necessity in signing them to the assembled teams. Minami cast a small look over to Naruto as she threw him a small mental smile, hoping to wish him luck before the match began. Naruto for his part took the compliment with a small smile before turning to find his red-headed sister and give her a small wave. Inside his head, Jubi and Q were also having a small conversation. "Now Q, you look after Minami and everyone, and don't mess with Shikaku if you can avoid it. Your elder brother is still being difficult." Jubi lectured to the fox as she gently rubbed the great fox's ears. "Hi mama, I will, don't worry, I'll look after everyone," mumbled Q between the purrs he was emitting thanks to the petting from Jubi. Jubi only smiled at this before giving the giant fox a quick kiss on the top of his head and hopping down from the head to slowly exit the cage with a small wave. Just as she was about to leave, Q spoke up with a note of worry in his voice. "Mama," called the fox, causing the Jubi to turn to face her son. "Kurama was asking about the changes to my cage. He seems to be suspicious. What should I do?" asked the fox with a tilt of his head as his large bunny-like ears twitched slightly. Jubi paused for a moment, collecting her thoughts, and wondering if it was about time to confront the other half of her youngest son. Still, with Naruto acting the way she was, it wasn't likely to be happening anytime soon. The risk was still there. Maybe after the exams were completed. "Don't worry, Sochi-kun, I'll take care of it. We just have to wait a bit longer," replied Jubi to a nodding fox. "Hi," replied Q just as Jubi faded away. Back in the real world, Naruto and his team had just left the tent after handing in their forms. They had decided to let Naruto carry the scroll, as things like the Byakugan and other sensory skills seemed to go haywire around him thanks to his unique chakra. Soon enough they found themselves standing before the large gates of the forest, preparing to enter into its depths. "All right, Gakis," shouted Anko as she signaled for the horn to sound, allowing them to enter the forest. The second exam had officially begun. She shouted as the horn sounded and 36 teams leapt into the darkening forest. The final thought running through Naruto just as he was passing into the shade of that immense forest was curiosity, as to why he seemed to have gotten such an odd feeling from the pollen he had attached to those grass ninja. Chapter 13. Talking, Thinking, Mental Conversation, DMO and God or the like. Jutsu, a forest of problems. The final thought running through Naruto's mind just as he was passing into the shade of that immense forest was curiosity, as to why he seemed to have gotten such an odd feeling from the pollen he had attached to those grass ninja. Team 11 leapt from tree branch to tree branch into the forest a few minutes before they came to a halt on a particularly large tangle of branches that had knit themselves together to form a kind of supportive canopy where the team could stop for a moment. Kiba had taken point and was the first to land, crouched over on all fours as he did so, as his slitted eyes and sharp nose flicked back and forth for any trace of another team. Hinata was the second to land so softly that Kiba was almost unaware of her presence without the use of their pollen connection. As she landed, a small breeze blew a stray lock of her deep blue hair across her face over her blazing Byakugan eyes, as she acted as a second sensor for the group, scanning the area for any detectable threats. Out in the forest for about 100 yards in every direction, she could see the faint sighs of Naruto's pollens drifting lazily around as if caught on the breeze. The pollens acted as a final level of detection for the team, sending off small pings of chakra between each other, acting to feel out other chakra signatures like sonar, while also acting to disable any illusions that may have been present. Naruto landed a moment later, looking over at his two teammates maneuvering over to crouch down beside the two on the branch. "Akamaru, and I can't smell anything. You see anyone, Hinata?" asked Kiba, turning to face Hinata with his white puppy peeking out of his coat. Hinata turned off her Byakugan and turned to face her teammate. "Nothing that I can see. It looks like no one is anywhere near us for the time being. There seems to be a nest of some kind of bugs a couple yards in that direction," she said, raising a hand to point off behind the boy's left shoulder before continuing. "But that's all I can see." She finished, giving Akamaru a small scratch behind the ears. "All right, how about you, Naruto? Picking up anything off your pollen?" asked Kiba, looking over at Naruto, the blonde shaking his head slightly before responding. "Nope, it looks like any of the teams I marked are too far off for me to locate. If they get closer I should be able to pick up on them thanks to the pollen net I have set up. But at the moment we seem to be pretty well alone," finished Naruto, getting approving nods all around from the rest of the team. "Well then, this seems like as good a place as any to plan our next move," Kiba said, setting himself against the side of the tree and allowing Akamaru to hop down to sit in the small area provided by Kiba's folded legs. Naruto ejected one of his seeds, allowing it to nestle itself between the branches below him and allowing for the same soft root-like vines that he had used to carry Kushina and Wave to create something like a hammock for him to sit in. Hinata soon joined him, allowing herself to lean into Naruto's shoulder a little as she did so. Naruto had managed to learn a way to allow the seeds to keep from zapping the chakra from individuals if he didn't want them to, thanks to Mito's and Hanabi's constant requests for more rides on his seeds. Once they were all situated, Naruto spoke up. "So I guess the question is, how do we want to proceed with this exam?" Naruto asked as he looked around at his team. After a moment, Hinata spoke up to his right. Well, the way I see it, we only really have two choices. We either find a team and hit them early, or we wait and take out a team that has already gotten a pair and is headed for the tower. Spoke the girl, looking around at her team, who nodded in response to her. Sounds like our options are pretty limited, said Kiba with a small shrug of his shoulders as he did so. Naruto looked between Kiba and Hinata for a moment before speaking. Between Kiba and Akamaru's noses, Hinata's eyes, and my paw, I'd say we will have the best chance to find a team before anyone else, so I say we go ahead and find a team, and head straight to the tower. With Hinata's eyes, we can even check which scroll they have so we won't have to worry about engaging teams that don't have what we're looking for. Finished the blonde, giving his girlfriend a happy smile which she blushed at slightly. Kiba only rolled his eyes with a happy little shake of his head as he did so. Okay lovebirds, I guess we know which plan we are going with, so which way you want to head? Asked the Inuzuka as he picked up his white puppy and stood up with a little stretch of his back. As he stood up once again, Naruto helped Hinata to her feet before he too raised, reabsorbing his seed as he did so and sending out a pulse to the pollen net surrounding the team to get ready to move. Hinata, after standing, checked to make sure that her medical kit was secure before activating her Byakugan and scanning the area. Once the team was ready, Kiba took the lead, with Naruto in the middle and Hinata bringing up the rear, as the group continually scanned for possible targets. As Team 11 leapt from tree to tree in another part of the forest, Team 7 had just landed in a clearing to plan their own actions. Naruto was the first to land on the forest floor. She did a quick scan of the area before signaling for the rest of her team to join her. While the rest of her team was arriving, Naruto took a moment to brush some stray leaves and twigs from her outfit. She still wore her Ambu-style ninja pants with wrappings around her ankles. Her yellow battle vest stood out sharply against the black undershirt that stretched down to her wrists, with two spare kunai pouches also yellow strapped to her upper arms. Her long blonde hair was tied into two pigtails, with her hair held back by her forehead protector, allowing her bright blue eyes to see her teammates land a few feet off. Minami was still dressed in her red battle kimono, with her multiple sealing scrolls still held across her belt, and her long red hair still flowing down her back, ending in twin pigtails in the style that Tsunade favored. If one had looked hard, they may have seen a small black bead that seemed to be sitting by her left ear like a small black earring, which she absent-mindedly rubbed with one finger, as she turned to look at the final member of Team 7 who landed beside her. Sasuke had changed very little from his time at the academy, and still insisted on wearing his blue Uchiha high-neck shirt and cargo pants, although he had taken to replacing his arm sleeves with wrappings that concealed a number of storage seals that he had learned to make from Kakashi. Besides that, little had changed in his wardrobe, or his attitude. As he landed, he addressed the other two members of the team with a small huff before looking around as if expecting something to happen thanks to just his presence. What's the deal, Naruto? Why are we stopping? Called Sasuke in a slightly annoyed tone, turning to face his blonde teammate. Naruto looked around at Sasuke with an annoyed expression of her own before opening her mouth to fire back at the boy. Shut his Sasuke, we need to formulate a plan before we go any farther. Called Minami, making sure to cut in between the two before Naruto, and he started a shouting match that would have half the forest on their heads in a matter of moments. She was only marginally successful as Sasuke decided to just argue with her instead. I wasn't talking to you, Minami. Besides, we just need to find a team to take out. This exam has been a joke so far. What makes you think this isn't going to just be more of the same? Fired back Sasuke with a slight scowl on his face. Minami wanted to throttle the boy in front of her. How could he be so freaking stupid? Hey Nei-san, sorry, but I kind of have to agree with Sasuke on this one. Besides that Gaara kid, the rest of the team should be a pushover. Spoke up Naruto, stepping forward to rest a hand on her red-headed sister's shoulder. Minami looked over at Naruto with a look like she was crazy for a moment, before letting her face drop in surrender. Fine, it's not like you'd listen to me even if we made up a plan anyway, replied Minami, brushing her sister's hand off of her shoulder before stalking a few feet away to try and calm herself down a bit. Giving the two behind her a brief glance, she shook her head, wondering if she and Naruto had been like this to Naruto, and wondering, if that were the case, how he could have given her any chance at all. You okay, Minamikan? Asked Q softly, looking out from the vine-covered bars of his cage as he spoke. Minami smiled softly. Figures the giant fox in her head was being more concerned about her than her team. Some great squad they were turning out to be. Hi Kyukin, I'm fine, just a little frustrated is all. She replied, thinking about the voice in her head for a moment before remembering his connection to his mother. Hey Kyukin. She called, prompting the fox to pad over to the edge of his cage to talk to her easier. Hi Minamikan, what's up? Asked the fox, looking down at the girl. Hey, can you and your cousin still talk to each other even now that you're so far apart? Asked the redhead, hoping that she may be able to get a little bit of a connection to Naruto, and hopefully have at least some kind of intelligent conversation. Q thought for a moment before he closed his eyes, his tails and ears twitching slightly as if trying to catch a signal on an old-fashioned radio. After a few moments, Q lowered his ears and his tails with a defeated little look on his face. Sorry, but Kazan is too far away, and for some reason I feel her chakra spread out all around the forest, even here, replied Q with a confused nod in his voice. Minami had to resist face palming as she heard this. Of course you would. Naruto was spreading his pollens all around. Heck, he probably would be able to find us long before we ever got within range of him. I guess Nizan is more prepared than my whole team put together, chuckled the redhead, turning around to head back to her team. As she re-entered the clearing, she found herself looking across at a bound and gagged ninja who seemed to be dressed in a full-body gray suit complete with gas mask that Naruto and Sasuke were standing over. Well, that was fast. Maybe we'll make it out of this forest before we kill each other after all, thought the girl as she walked over to her teammates to hear how this had happened. Meanwhile, in another part of forest, another girl was dealing with her own frustrating team. Shikamaru, Choji, I swear if you don't stop whining and asking for breaks, I'm going to jump in your heads and permanently alter your brains, shouted Ino at her team, after their fourth break in the last hour, so that Shikamaru could relax and Choji could take another snack break. Choji looked a little embarrassed at his teammates' words and proceeded to put away his bag of chips while looking sheepishly over at his blonde companion. Shikamaru, on the other hand, only yawned slightly before replying. Relax, Ino, it's only the first day, and we have 5 more in this forest to get a scroll. Running around and wasting our strength will only make us easier targets for another team out there, reasoned Shikamaru, adding under his breath a comment about troublesome blondes and for good measure. Unfortunately for him, Ino had heard his muttered comment, and decided to attempt to pound the laziness out of the boy while Choji looked on helplessly. After a few moments, Ino stepped back from a floored Shikamaru who was nursing a small lump on the back of his head from the blonde's assault. Shape up, Shikamaru, I'm not going to fall behind everyone else just because you want to be lazy, and have an excuse to not go any further in the exam, fired back Ino, casting an angry little look over at the pineapple-headed boy who was murmuring into the forest floor. Choji, worrying what Shikamaru might say next to set off their blonde teammate, took the opportunity to step forward to try and head off any conflict. Ino, do you think we should go looking for a team to attack, or just set up a defensible camp for later? Asked the heavy boy, looking over at his teammate. Ino looked over at Choji for a moment before responding. Well, I'd like to get a scroll as soon as possible, but I guess having a defensible camp would be best. I mean, that crazy purple-haired lady did say that there were some animals here that could tear us limb from limb, finished the blonde with a small shiver, having allowed her mind to envision a scene involving her team and several large predators. Troublesome, spoke up Shikamaru as he pushed himself into a sitting position before continuing. Choji makes a good point. Let's find and set up a good camp. We can worry about a scroll once we have a safe place to fall back to. Not much point in getting a scroll just to be targeted out in the open a few hours later, concurred the boy as he rose to his feet and began to make his way forward. Ino gave a small smirk before nodding, and along with Choji following Shikamaru forward deeper into the forest. As Team 10 made their way deeper into the forest, Team 9 had just found themselves finishing off a brief battle with a team from Waterfall. As Niji delivered a final palm strike to the 17-some-year-old man who had just swung a kunai at him, the man found himself unable to stand, only moments before the world turned dark for him. As Niji stepped back, he saw, thanks to his activated Byakugan, that Lee and Tenten had also just finished taking out their assigned targets. Tenten's was currently on the ground, several deep slashes covering his form, along with what looked like several nasty blows from some kind of a blunt instrument. On the other side of the clearing, Lee's opponent had been slammed headfirst into a tree trunk, courtesy of a spin kick to the head delivered by Lee moments before. As the waterfall shinobi slumped to the ground, Lee let out a triumphant cry of joy. Yahoo! The flames of youth shall not be diminished, howled Lee in excitement as he raised both his hands while spinning to face Niji and Tenten, flashing one of his wide grins. Tenten slapped her palm to her face, muttering silent curses under her breath at having such a loud teammate to look after. Niji seemed not to notice as he bent down to take the scroll from the fallen shinobi before him. While Lee continued to cry about the flames of youth, Tenten was busy collecting her weapons and resealing them into her multiple scrolls, and taking time to secure the enemy shinobi. A moment later, Niji stood up, a heaven scroll grasped in his hand to offset the earth one they already held. Tenten, seeing this, decided to speak up. So looks like we have both scrolls. What's the plan now? She asked, looking towards Niji as Lee stopped his shouting and moved over to listen in as well. I say we stay out a little longer before heading into the tower. The more we take out here in the forest, the less competition we have later, stated Niji coldly, privately hoping to find Hinata and take her out of the exams early. Lee seemed on board with this by shouting about how their flames of youth would help them conquer all of the undeserving. Tenten, in the meantime, was not completely on board with the idea but decided to side with her team instead of risking dividing them. Alright, so which way should we go from here? Asked Tenten, looking around at them. Niji seemed to take a moment to think about it before speaking. We'll head towards the tower and camp out near it. Anyone who is headed there will have at least fought one other team, and most likely be in a weakened condition. We can take a few out, and then simply head to the tower without worry, said Niji, starting to march off from the clearing in the direction of the center of the forest. His two teammates took a moment to look at one another before following along after him as he took to the branches above. In the meantime, teammate had just finished setting up their own camp by a stream that they had located. Shino was sitting down beside the river, having taken off his sunglasses and having set his open palms down on the ground in front of him, sending out small pulses of chakra to instruct the local insects native to the forest to surround their camp and act as both guardians and an alarm system for them. Sakura, in the meantime, was taking a moment to check her medical bag over for supplies, making a count of what she had, as well as checking what she might need to have on standby for each of her teammates. Every once in a while she would look over to Shino, at which time he would meet her green eyes with her own brown eyes and give her a small nod, allowing her to know that the defenses were still intact and underway. Yakumo, in the meantime, had set up two of their tents in the covered roots of one of the giant trees that dominated the forest. After having finished her work, she had set about outside of the tree with her back to it, and pulled out her painting kit to start preparing works revolving around the trees and creatures she had seen around her. She could not help but hum a small tune as she just began to fall into enjoying her work as she painted. Shino finally finished setting up their defenses before reaching down and picked up his discarded glasses even as he pushed himself up from the ground and dusting himself off, drawing the attention of Yakumo and Sakura with his movement. The barrier is set up and I have my own insects acting as a net in the trees above. We should be able to have a warning at the very least before anyone enters into this area, spoke Shino as he pushed up the glasses on his face and pushed them up to cover his eyes. Sakura smiled over at her teammate as she finished putting her supplies back together, moving over towards the tree where Yakumo was sitting still busy drawing. As they reached one another, Sakura called to Yakumo, who at that moment was absorbed in her work and hadn't noticed the presence of her team yet. Yakumo, Earth to Yakumo, Sakura called, chuckling slightly at teammate's state. After getting to know the girl for the last few months, Sakura and Shino had gotten used to Yakumo becoming obsessed with her drawings, and had always enjoyed this small character flaw of the girl. The whole team had taken to teasing each other often, and had grown closer as a result. They had no illusions as to who they were. A quiet bug boy, an obsessed artist, and a brash medic, but in admitting it to themselves and each other they had formed a trusted team that was almost a family. Yakumo shook herself slightly, looking up sheepishly at her teammates with a small embarrassed grin on her face. Sorry about that, Sakura, I was just finishing up a sketch. These trees could really help me with a few plant-based genjutsu, spoke the brown-haired girl in a cheerful voice. Shino seemed to incline his head at her comment before speaking. I have to agree with Yakumo. This forest has already given me several new forms of insects to use and expand upon my own colony. It seems this test will indeed help us grow, as Kurenai Sensei hinted at, finished the stoic boy, turning to face Sakura, who shook her head slightly. Figures I would need our mission to take place in a library to help me out, but the nature trip is perfect for you too. She chided them in a good-natured way that the two caught immediately. So what should we do now? The exam is going to last just a few days. Should we get moving now, or wait a bit? Asked Yakumo, looking around them. It was Shino who spoke up first. At the time, I would say that we take this time to plan and set up possible attack plans. Our position is secure, and simply rushing out will do us little good. At the moment, if someone assaults our defenses, we may have a scroll with little to no additional effort, reasoned the Aburame, looking at his two teammates. Sakura nodded her head with a small smile. I guess you're right. For now we just hold up here. But there is something I was wondering. If we run into another Leaf team, should we try and ally with them? Asked the pink-haired girl, looking at her fellows. Shino and Yakumo seemed to think for a moment before responding. I don't see why we couldn't try that. I mean, if we have the same scroll, we wouldn't even have a reason to fight, said Yakumo, looking over at Shino, who nodded softly at her words. Hi, I would prefer to avoid attacking members of the Leaf, but we have to accept that they may judge us as targets, so at the very least we should be prepared for them to attack, even if we offer peace, reasoned Shino as his teammates nodded in turn. Well, sounds like we have a game plan, said Sakura proudly as she moving to grab a food bar from her pack before taking a seat beside Yakumo, who was looking down at her drawing once again in concentration. Shino in the meantime took to watching a few water insects by the river gild across its surface, analyzing their movements with interest. As Team 8 was settling in, Team 11 found themselves fanned out in an ambush position overlooking a group of 3 shinobi who they recognized from the beginning of the first exam. Kiba, Hinata, and Naruto all sat crouched on the upper branches looking down at the 3 figures of Leaf Genin below them. The first figure they recognized as Kabuto, his silver hair giving off a dull shine in the little light that permeated the large canopy above them. Beside him stood his two teammates, one wearing a strange set of glasses and face mask that made him appear to be closer to a doctor than a shinobi. The second fellow was only remarkable in his total lack of uniqueness. He simply wore a standard black two-piece suit with his forehead protector tied around his head as he seemed to be scanning the surroundings lazily. "So what do you think?" asked Naruto over the mental link as he looked around at his teammates. They had sensed the three's approach a good ways off and had altered their path so that they could set up an ambush ahead of them. But now that they found themselves looking down at fellow Leaf Shinobi, they were taking a moment to question whether they wished to proceed with the attack. "I know what you mean, man. It just feels wrong to attack another Leaf team. But still, it's what the exam is. I mean, there aren't that many foreign shinobi to begin with, and we need to get a second scroll to pass this part," reasoned Kiba as Akamaru popped his head out of his partner's hood to nod in agreement. "I agree with Kiba. Besides, there is no guarantee that they won't attack us if we make ourselves known to them. It's not like we have to fight to the death. This is only a test." Hinata sent over the mental link, getting nods from her two teammates. "Sounds good to me, Hinatakin, so I guess all that remains is to figure out who gets who," replied Naruto, looking down at the assembled shinobi below. However, before they could do more than start to pick out their targets, a sudden motion from one side of the clearing below drew both their eyes, as well as Kabuto's team's attention. As the team above watched, the grass team Naruto had noted as finding odd walked into the clearing, approaching Kabuto's team. As Team 8 watched, they noticed either side seemed to be preparing to fight, almost like they were expecting one another. Soon the two teams were face to face, and Kabuto seemed to be addressing the lead grass ninja about something that Team 8 couldn't quite make out. Down below, Kabuto had just finished greeting his master, and was waiting to receive his orders. "Now Kabuto, I need you to make sure that after my time with Team 7 that they make it to the finals. I need Sasuke to be able to fight and evolve his Sharingan, and the curse mark before I draw him towards me," spoke a disguised Orochimaru, his face twisted into an evil grin. Kabuto and his two teammates nodded swiftly at the Snake Sage's words, before Kabuto replied, his own small smile tracing his lips. "It will be done. But what about your sound team? Should they survive or even succeed in taking out Sasuke, what would you have me do with them?" asked Kabuto, looking up at Orochimaru, who seemed to contemplate the idea for a moment before answering. "If they should succeed, then I suppose I will have to have them tested for a mark next, and move on to simply taking one of the younger Uchiha during the invasion. But should they fail and live, I will leave their fate up to you," finished Orochimaru, a twisted smirk spreading across his face as he spoke. Kabuto also smiled at this, giving a small bow as he did so. "Thank you, my lord, rest assured it will be done as you say," finished the silver-haired boy as Orochimaru stepped back out of the clearing, even as the two figures that had been standing with him crumbled into mud, revealing that they were clones the entire time. From up in the canopy, Team 11 were at a total loss as to what to make of what they had witnessed. To them it had appeared as though the teams had simply met for a moment before parting ways, but even from their vantage point it was clear to them that something was up. To be on the safe side, they had decided to wait and see how the meeting would play out. But now they were left with simply more questions as to what was happening. "What do you think all that was about?" asked Naruto to Noon in particular, as the grass shinobi made their way out of the clearing. "No idea, but something is definitely up between those teams. I would suggest that all of you stay on your toes," spoke Jubi, getting a bad feeling about what they had just witnessed. "I'm with Jubi on this one, Naruto-kun. Something is weird with that grass ninja. I was able to get a glimpse of their lips, but all I caught was something about a Lord Someone and Sasuke," said Hinata, looking over at her blonde teammate. Naruto seemed to stiffen for a moment at that. "Sasuke would mean they are targeting Team 7, maybe that's it. Remember, Kabuto had those data cards. Maybe he is selling info to that grass ninja so that he can take out Team 7 easier. I mean, it's not a secret that they are kind of a prodigy team or anything. Maybe they're just looking to eliminate a strong team," suggested Kiba, while Akamaru gave a small bark of agreement. Unfortunately, Akamaru's bark was just loud enough to cause Kabuto to stiffen slightly. He had been so occupied with his report that he hadn't properly scanned the area, and the last thing he needed was someone throwing a wrench into their plans by him being careless. With that in mind, the silver-headed spectacled boy began scanning the area for the source of the noise. As Team 8 froze in place trying to remain hidden, Kabuto and his teammates continued to scan the surrounding woods. "I know I heard something, but whoever it is seems to at least be smart enough to stay hidden," Kabuto said to his two teammates, as they nodded in agreement. "Still, that doesn't mean I'll let you go that easy," thought Kabuto as he reached into his pouch and withdrew several kunai with paper bombs dangling from their rings. True, he did not know precisely where he was being watched from, but that did not mean that he couldn't flush out the best possible vantage points. With a single practiced twitch of his hand, 3 of the missiles were off, 2 speeding towards the woods on the forest floor, while one shot up dangerously close to Team 11's position. As the kunai flew skyward, a resounding and unified thought raced through the members of the team, almost simultaneously. Shit! Their minds screamed as they all dove sideways out of cover to get away from the blast they knew was coming. This resulted in all four of them finding themselves standing, their feet adhered to the trunk of a huge tree, looking down at a smiling Kabuto, even as a resounding blast illuminated not only the surrounding foliage, but acted to backlight for them in turn. After the deafening blast and burst of light had subsided, Kabuto, still wearing that same grin upon his face, called up to the genin above him. Well, if it isn't Team 11, didn't your cousins ever tell you it's impolite to listen in on others' conversations? Called up the boy in a mocking tone as he looked from one to another of the team above him. Naruto snorted at that for a second before calling down to the team below him. Are you kidding? We're in a ninja village. I think you know that's the first thing we are taught to do. Called Naruto, Kiba giving him a nervous little grin as he readied himself for the fight he knew was coming. Hinata as well allowed herself a small smile even as she began to build up a small amount of chakra to launch a defense if it became necessary. Kabuto for his part looked generally amused at hearing Naruto's response as he took a step forward. Well said, Naruto, I couldn't agree with you more. But the fact remains that you really shouldn't have been listening into that meeting. It's going to cost you. Kabuto said, his voice becoming silky smooth and threatening with every syllable he spoke. Naruto as well as the rest of the team heard the tone, and as a result were not surprised when Kabuto's two teammates launched a barrage of small fireballs from their mouths towards the team standing on the tree's side. As the explosions of fire leapt out, Kabuto's grin grew even wider, thinking he had taken out his targets already. Before he could turn, however, movement overhead caught his attention. From the smoke where the fireballs had hit, a shimmering disk of water became visible, its flat surface facing towards the trio on the forest floor. Through the distorted view one could see that Hinata had stepped forward to throw up the surface of water to take the hit from the fireballs. Before the grounded team could do more than register their failure, the girl and her team were moving. Hinata was first to move as she pumped a pulse of chakra into her feet, acting to blast herself from the tree and hurtle down like a missile towards the figures below while weaving a series of hand signs as she did. I will take the last one. She shouted over their mental connection as she landed on the last sign and called out her jutsu as she hurtled towards the ground. Mizu Bushido! Hinata cried, as from the disk of water that still flew before her, two watery shapes bubbled up, forming into two copies of the girl before turning their pale eyes forward and leaping from the disk and down towards the masked member of the trio below. The figure smirked, seeing her two clones fling themselves as him. 1/10 of this girl's strength was sure to be nothing, he thought, as he allowed his right hand to start glowing blue as he activated his innate ability to steal chakra, even while taking out a kunai in his other hand ready to intercept the oncoming clones. As the first clone landed before him, he lashed forward with his kunai in hand, intent on taking the clone's head from its shoulders. However, as he leapt forward, the clone girl bent back at an impossibly graceful angle, allowing the blow to swipe the air harmlessly over it, before landing and falling into a battle stance. Warning bells went off in the man's head as he ducked, narrowly missing a strike from the second clone that had landed a mere second after the first, and had taken his momentary distraction as a chance to launch a palm strike at his back. As he hit the ground, he swung himself into a low sweep kick, hoping to catch his attacker in the blow before they could recover from their failed assault. The second clone girl had other ideas, and leapt gracefully into the air, avoiding his kick, and even delivered a swift kick of her own to his exposed shoulder. Although the blow was not substantial, it did allow for the clone to use him as a springboard to push herself back and create space between the two. As the man looked back at the clone, he smirked in a kind of triumph. The blow had been little more than that of a child's. If that was all they had, these clones were nothing to worry about. However, just as this thought entered his head, his instincts screamed at him to move, and it was all that saved him from the next blow. As he allowed his instincts to pull him back, the disk of water that had been a shield had solidified into a solid ball and had hit the ground where he had been standing with a sound of cracking, a splashing. Before he could relax that the near miss, Hinata had landed, using the slashing water to surf forward towards him to throw a palm strike at his now open chest. As the girl's blow closed distance, the masked figure swung his right hand around to catch the blow in a gloved hand, still pulsing with blue chakra. As the two hand connected, the man clamped down hard on the girl's hand before starting to drain her chakra as fast as he could. Hinata, feeling the drain, immediately signaled for her two clones to rush the man with kunai to try and give her an opening. Luckily it worked, that the two clones drew in their blades at the ready. The man had no choice but to release her and leap back in an attempt to avoid the oncoming assault. His safety was fleeting, as once he landed he looked up to see both the girl and her clones pulling back their left sleeves to expose multiple saban launchers all trained at him. Before he could do more than raise one kunai up as a small defense, a flurry of saban were screaming his way. Hinata let fly with a salvo of saban towards the masked shinobi she was battling. Whatever had happened to her when she had gotten close to him seemed to have come from the man's glowing right hand, and at the moment she was in no mood to take a repeat performance. As she watched her opponent bobbed and weaved attempting to keep from getting squired by the many projectiles fired at him. But despite his best efforts, a handful of the needles found their mark and he let out a curse as the needles bit into his flesh. As he ripped out a few of the needles, he charged forward with his outstretched hand, trying to reach the pale-eyed girl before him. As he charged toward her, Hinata threw back her sleeve and bent down into a defensive stance to receive him. As he closed in, he launched out one claw-like glowing hand towards Hinata in an attempt to grab hold of her and bring the fight to a close. Hinata had other ideas. Springing forward, she parried the attack with a sweep of her left arm, directing the glowing hand uselessly away from her just as he slammed a glowing palm into the man's chest with a sickening crack as the chakra from her blow cracked the man's ribcage and forced him to fly back a few steps. Thanks to Shizune, Hinata had learned to target particular areas of the body with her gentile fist, and the results had been devastating to say the least. As the masked shinobi clutched at his now throbbing chest, he looked over, glaring at the girl before him even as she sunk back into an attack position flanked by her two clones. With an effort, the shinobi found his feet again, and charged at her once again. Just as off on the other side of the clearing a blast sounded. As Hinata had flown down towards her opponent, Kiba too had taken the momentary cover to dart towards his target. Unlike Hinata, who had the bonus of the shield to help aid her, Kiba had taken to fall into his four-legged style, followed by Akamaru, and sped away down the tree before springing from it as he neared the ground with an opening Gutsuga that catapulted him towards the unassuming-looking ninja below. As Kiba and Akamaru turned into twin tornado of claw and fang, the shinobi below them leapt back while seeming to contort his body slightly as he did so. As the two attacked crashed into the ground, the shinobi sprang forward with both his arms spread wide, as if heading to give the two an odd hug. Kiba, seeing the charging figure, wasted no time in hurling a handful of shuriken his way without pause before heading through several hand signs at high speed. Before the shrunken were halfway to the enemy shinobi, Kiba had thrown back his head to draw in a deep breath before swinging it forward with a loud cry of Futon Renkuden as he spat out a large bullet made of compressed air. The wind bullet met the shuriken in midair and carried them forwards with deadly new force. Seeing the oncoming missiles, the charging shinobi ground to a halt before he seemed to lose some of the rigidness of his body. As Kiba, watching in sick fascination, the figure seemed to bend and twist around the deadly missiles, allowing them to pass by him with little impact. Even the final impact of the air bullets seemed to have somehow been absorbed by his now rubbery body with little damage. What the hell is with this guy? Is he made of rubber? Kiba roared in his mind even as he gritted his teeth and bent down on all fours to continue his assault on the figure. Just as he was about to launch himself forward, he noticed that the man seemed to pause for a second before going rigid in his movements again and retaking his charge. A small smirk played across the Inuzuka's face at seeing this. So there's a delay, huh? I can use that, thought Kiba as he reached into his back and pulled out a small red pill. Akamaru, he shouted as he flicked the red pill towards the pup, who caught it in his mouth, crunching it down. The pup's fur seemed to sharpen into needles as it ate the pill, and its coat took on a red hue as though it was boiling. Kiba smirked as the approaching shinobi seemed to pause in his charge at seeing the pup's transformation. Big mistake, buddy, called Kiba as Akamaru leapt onto his back, and the two were engulfed in a cloud of smoke for a moment. As the smoke cleared, there sat two Kibas, both growling in anger towards the figure before them. To his credit, the shinobi did not retreat, but instead simply spread his feet and took a ready position, never letting his eyes move from the twin figures before him. Soon the two were on the attack. Kiba lunged forward, slashing at the shinobi's head, only for the figure to duck down momentarily. However, this proved unwise as the transformed Akamaru was quick to follow up his partner's attack with a vicious kick of his own, slamming hard into the man's face with a sick crack and flinging the man back a few feet from the blow. Not waiting to give him time to reorientation himself, Kiba leapt, aided by Akamaru, over the shinobi's head so that he and Akamaru were now flanking the man. As the man looked over and charged at Akamaru, Kiba charged forward, driving a sharp elbow into the man's back, flinging him forward where Akamaru met one with a powerful clawed blow to the face, slamming the shinobi back into the ground. Just as Kiba was about to call out a shout of praise, he saw a poof of smoke around the figure, seeing him replaced with a log a moment later. Seeing this, he turned just in time to see the shinobi dropping from above him, and giving him just enough time to roll sideways out of the way of the man's swinging blow. As Kiba skidded to a halt a few feet away, he had to stop to bite back a curse. Damn, this guy is tougher than he looks, he thought before signaling over to Akamaru, who leapt back upon his back as he did so. Once the two were back in position, Kiba took a moment to stare down his opponent again. It was clear that at least the first blow had connected before he was able to replace himself, so it seemed he was able to inflict some kind of damage on the man. With a feral smile, Kiba let out a small howl of wild abandon as he and Akamaru charged forward, zigzagging between each other as they closed the distance towards their target. When they were close enough, both had spun forward, turning into two tornadoes of claws and teeth that fired off towards the shinobi. Seeing the attack closing, the man quickly replaced himself with another log, leaving him momentarily airborne above the pair of tornadoes. This, however, was a mistake. As soon as the Kiba and Akamaru saw their prey escaping, Akamaru halted his spin while twisting so that he was now facing Kiba with his hands interlocked in front of him. Kiba gave off a wide smile seeing his partner's actions before canceling his own spin but making no effort to halt his progress towards his partner. As he reached his partner, he flipped over so that his feet found the place where the transformed pup's arms crossed, turning his face skyward towards his target with a smirk. A shiver went down the suspended shinobi as he saw one of the two figures launched towards him by his fellow and began spinning anew, a savage smirk on his face before it disappeared into that tornado headed his way. Before he could do more than look on in fear, the tornado seemed to pull in the air around it, doubling in size and racing forwards like a shot from a bow aimed right at his chest. He quickly pulsed chakra through his body, allowing his limbs to go lax again, and swung himself sideways in an attempt to dodge the blow. It was only marginally successful, as he felt the wind, sharp as nails, carried along with the spinning boy, cut deep into his back even as he fell contorted to the ground. As he landed, he allowed himself a moment to breath, and thanked Kami that the blow had not hit home. However, even as he thought this, he felt an uneasy disturbance behind him, turning to see the other boy standing behind him growly as it swung both arms down in an X-like slashing motion, which he had unknowingly turned into. Still being loose, he had no choice but to receive the blow headed his way. With a cry of pain, he leapt back, but not before 8 long slashes had dug themselves into his chest, allowing a trickle of crimson to spill out from them. As he clutched at his now bleeding chest, he looked up to see the airborne boy landing beside his partner, both giving him soft growls and identical faces with fanged grins upon their lips. Without giving him a moment's rest, the two figures sprang forward once again to attack. As the feral twins and the stretchy shinobi re-entered combat, they remained ignorant to the largest of the battles happening just outside of the clearing. While Kiba and Hinata had sprung forward to take their targets head-on, Kabuto had been already moving towards them, looking to finish off anyone who had survived the initial bombardment. As such, Naruto didn't have to spring forward to find his opponent. Instead, Kabuto and he met each other halfway before springing off between the trees a short distance from the clearing. Naruto had only been able to raise one black bar in time to intercept the kunai strike that had lanced out towards his throat from the silver-haired opponent. The impact actually served to drive him out of the clearing, catching himself on one of the trees a few feet from the ground. Looking up, he saw Kabuto land a few yards away and a few feet up on a tree facing across from him, a line of a smile crossing his lips. "Well, I have to say you're doing well for yourself, Naruto-kun. I wouldn't have thought you'd have been able to block my first strike. I compliment you," mocked Kabuto as he proceeded to holster his kunai and relax both his arms on either side of him, never taking his spectacled eyes off of the blonde boy below him. Naruto, for his part, tightened his grip slightly on his rod while thinking hurriedly. "Crap, he got me away from Hinata-kun and Kiba. He's better than I thought he was," the blonde shouted in his mind, his thoughts drifting to Hinata and Kiba a few yards away from him in the forest. Jubi, however, wasn't about to let him be distracted in the heat of combat. "Naruto, focus. This isn't someone you can fight with your mind elsewhere. Hinata and Kiba will be alright. I'll keep an eye on them through the pollens, so just focus on him for now. You won't be any good to them dead," called Jubi in a tone like a drill sergeant. There was a time to be calm and there was a time for calm explanations, but this was a time for action, and risking losing him over formalities was not high on her list. Jubi's words steadied Naruto, who took a second to shake his head before glaring up at the still smiling Kabuto, but his mind was now focused and in the fight. Seems the boy can keep his cool after all, thought Kabuto to himself as with a flick of his wrists 2 long chakra scalpels bloomed from his hands, and he blasted himself forward towards Naruto. Naruto had just enough time to register the oncoming attack before cutting the chakra to his feet and allowing himself to freefall from the tree, falling under the scything blow of the spectacled boy. As he dropped, all 6 of his seeds shot out of his coat, taking their circular position behind him momentarily before springing into action. While 4 of the seeds followed him down, the top 2 seeds shot out towards the silver-haired boy like small missiles careening towards him. Kabuto looked down to see the 2 approaching orbs. With just enough time to slam 1 foot forward onto the tree he had launched himself towards, and with another blast of chakra threw himself back away from their assault. As the orbs impacted the tree before him, he could not help but thank his fast thinking as the orbs blew clear through the giant tree, leaving 2 splintered tunnels in their wake. What the hell kind of jutsu was that? Thought Kabuto as he looked back down to see another orb firing off towards him. Naruto could not suppress a small grin as he saw Kabuto scamper up the tree once again to avoid his second shot, even as the first 2 seeds zoomed back to his sides. His smile faltered, however, as his seed impacted Kabuto, only for him to burst into a wisp of smoke. "Damn it, Shadow Clone," thought the boy, sending out a pulse through his pollens to try and identify where the silver-haired boy had disappeared to. His sonar pollen screamed at him just in time for him to dive forwards while launching his remaining 5 seeds behind him to drive off the attacking Kabuto. Kabuto was forced to replace himself hurriedly with a log nearby to avoid being smashed to pieces by the oncoming orbs. As he reappeared, he ducked to avoid the swipe of the bar that the blonde had swung at his head, only to find a foot rising up to meet his face. As it connected, Kabuto brought his arms up to cross in front of him just in time to blow him back slightly from the blonde. As he landed, his thoughts raced once again. What the hell is with this kid? Is he a censor or something? How does he keep finding me? The spectacled boy screamed in his mind as he reformed his chakra scalpels and charged again, adding chakra to his limbs to increase his speed. As he raced forward, he allowed a small smirk to grace his face. When he had blocked the attack, he had one of his scalpels cut through the boy's leg. When he put pressure on that leg, he would be falling into an open position. Kabuto was then shocked when the boy did not only fall or stumble but actually used his leg to push himself into a charge against him. Naruto issued a quick set of orders to his seeds before racing to meet the silver-haired boy halfway. He knew that his greatest advantage was still the unknown, so his greatest hope was to finish this fight as soon as he could. Naruto, something is up. This guy is no genin, he's at least as fast as your cousin. Hurry and take him out, called Jubi, a note of panic in her voice as she watched the fight progress. Faith was all fine and good, but this was a situation that she had hoped Naruto would never find himself in. Outmatched, and in a battle in all likelihood to the death. Naruto gave a mental nod as he sprang forwards, 2 seeds flying behind him so that his back covered them completely from sight. As Kabuto struck out at him with a swipe of his chakra blade, Naruto raised the bar in his left hand up to intercept the blow. To the silver-haired boy's rage, the scalpel seemed to flicker and die as it hit the bar, leaving him open again. As he struck out with his second scalpel, Naruto bent forward as though going into a roll, allowing the seed directly behind him to fly forward over his head and crash headlong into the medic's face. With a sickening crack, Kabuto flew back across the open clearing, slamming hard into a tree trunk and cracking the tree he had flown into with his impact, calling forth a cry laced with blood from his mouth. Naruto was not about to take any chances. However, taking this moment to form 4 of his seeds into seedlings who lined up in front of him, all crouching down slightly with their arms outstretched and their backs slightly arched forwards, giving off a low hum as they stared across at Kabuto's form. As Naruto watched, Kabuto seemed to wrench himself free of the tree before dropping to the forest floor, his back and arms contorting awkwardly as the figures watched. Naruto watched Kabuto rose to his feet again with a bloodied face with an obvious broken nose. As Naruto readied his next attack, Kabuto coughed and spat another mouthful of blood onto the clearing floor while sending a glare towards the blonde. Damn him, what the hell is he? And why does my chakra keep destabilizing around him? My scalpels and now my healing. Damn it, I can't even fix my face. This fucking kid is going to pay, roared the silver-haired boy in his mind as he saw Naruto and a few shadowy figures seeming to ready themselves for another assault. Seeing through his swelling and blood-covered eyes was a challenge in and of itself, but it didn't take him much to figure out he was in imminent danger. Weighing his options, he quickly swiped a hand across his face, gathering a bit of blood to help his next attack. Back with Hinata and Kiba, the two were just finishing up their own assault against the Kabuto's teammates. Hinata's target had just collapsed onto the ground a few feet in front of the girl, allowing the Hyuga a moment to let out a heavy breath. It took that poison long enough to work its way into his system, thought Hinata with a small shake of her head as she turned to look over at where Kiba was finishing up his fight. For the last few minutes, Kiba and Akamaru had been bouncing their fighter around between each other, landing blow after blow upon him like a pack of wolves, slowly wearing him down. After long enough fight, he simply dropped thanks to a combination of exhaustion and blood loss, Akamaru barking happily as he leapt on top of the downed shinobi with an excited wagging of his tail. Kiba shook himself slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow and turning to see Hinata giving him a small nod in turn. Both turned a moment later as a loud crash drew their attention back towards where Naruto had disappeared. Kiba, we need to go help Naruto, called Hinata, looking over at her teammate as he nodded, turning to face where the crash had come from. As the two members of Team 11 rushed off towards Naruto's position, Naruto was currently finding himself facing down what he could only describe as a giant snake. The beast must have been at least some 80 feet long, and its sickly gray-scaled head flicked out a forked tongue every so often, as Kabuto sat on top of his head glaring down at the boy. With a swipe of his arm, Kabuto directed his summon to spring forward even as he himself retreated back into the forest and away, trusting on his summon to if not finish the boy at least buy him time. Naruto could do no more than leap back as the great snake swept its tail forwards, catching his seedlings full in the chest as it did so. As Naruto watched, his seedlings, who had not been expecting the hit, were flung airbound and off in several directions even as he landed. Seeing this, and with a cry of fury, Naruto sent a pulse to his remaining seeds, shifting them into great black lances that resembled those of a storybook picture of a knight like the ones he had sometimes read to Mito. These were not fiction, however. They hurled themselves forward towards the beast, both ripping into the great serpent and pinning it forcibly to the tree behind it. The snake proceeded to shriek in agony as it felt the spikes ripped into its scaled flesh. Worse than that, the chakra of the seeds spread throughout the snake, causing its very nature as a summon to turn on itself in howling agony. As Kiba and Hinata burst into the clearing, what they saw was a creature that was effectively being ripped apart on the cellular level, and having no way to escape its pain. Naruto himself could hardly stand to see what was occurring before him and quickly shifted the lances back to their seed form, allowing the snake to mercifully disappear into a cloud of smoke before him, even as he turned to face his two approaching teammates. Hinata and Kiba looked over at where the giant snake had been as Naruto looked over at them with a small frown on his face. Before either of the other two could say a word, the blonde had run up to them and started talking in a hurried voice. "Hinata-kun, Kiba, are you okay?" called Naruto as he reached the two, checking over them quickly before pulling Hinata into a strong hug that had the girl squeak out an eep as she was pulled in suddenly. After a second, she worked her hand in front of her, and pushing herself back from his, softly looking into Naruto's bright purple eyes with her own pale lavender ones. "Naruto-kun, we're fine. What's wrong?" asked Hinata, seeing a clear amount of worry in Naruto's face as she stared at him, concern evident in her voice and eyes. Kiba also took a step forward, wondering what had set the blonde boy off the way he was acting. "Hey Naruto buddy, what's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost or something," he asked, stepping forward, also looking at the blonde with concern in his voice. Naruto for his part looked between the two, closing his eyes momentarily, and trying to calm himself down with a few breaths. Jubi took this moment to speak up to the other two present. "It'll be okay. Naruto just got done fighting a Jonin-level opponent, and something about this exam isn't adding up," spoke up Jubi, communicating through the pollens Hinata and Kiba possessed. Both members listened in waiting to hear more. "It was Kabuto. He isn't who he seems to be. From what little I saw, he is strong enough to have his own team, much less be a Chunin. But the biggest issue is the summon he used at the end of the fight," Jubi said, getting a more puzzled look from the team members. "That snake," spoke Naruto, softly calling the group's attention to himself. "There's only one shinobi who uses snake summoning, and I have an awful feeling that I know who Kabuto was talking to when we saw him," said Naruto as he looked put at his teammates with a worried face. Kiba froze for a moment, realization coming to him as he pieced together what he had just heard. It was Hinata who spoke next, and her voice came out in a little voice barely above a whisper, even as she felt herself shake a little involuntarily. "Orochimaru," she said. Look up as Naruto nodded, and all three of them took a moment to thank Kami that Kabuto hadn't noticed them a moment earlier. After a moment they looked at each other, as if asking what they were supposed to do now that there was an S-class missing shinobi running around the exam doing Kami knows what. Luckily for the stunned teens, Jubi spoke up to get them back on track. "Look, at the moment we don't know what is going on. I see Akamaru there has the scrolls we need, so let's find a place to set up camp for the night, and try not to panic," spoke up Jubi, making all of them calm down slightly and take a moment to look over at Kiba, where Akamaru was standing beside him, a brown and white set of scrolls clutched in his mouth as he padded over to them happily. Seeing this, Kiba bent down to take them, rubbing the pup's head as he did so, getting a happy bark from the pup in response. Naruto looked down at Hinata before placing a small kiss on her brow before nodding to them and taking a step forward to allow his two seeds to enter back into his jacket before repositioning his pollen net around him to make sure he remained aware of everyone's movements. Hinata blushed as she felt Naruto's lips and smiled with some comfort as she fell in step beside him as they prepared to move. Kiba placed the two scrolls in his pack before stepping up to stand by his team as well. Soon the team was making its way through the trees looking for a defensible position for their camp. As they moved, Hinata gave a small look around before speaking up to Naruto. "Naruto-kun?" asked the girl, looking over at the blonde who turned to face her with a small puzzled look. "Hi Hinata-kun, what up?" asked Naruto, looking back at the girl even as they proceeded forward. "Well, I was wondering, where did your seedlings go?" asked Hinata, having noticed the lack of several of Naruto's orbs decorating the back of his coat. Kiba noticed as well, looking over to Naruto, who seemed to have somehow not noticed this fact previously. "When that snake attacked me, they took the blow and were knocked back into the forest. I guess they are somewhere out in it still," he said without any worry in his tone. As Hinata and Kiba looked at him, he smiled a little, waving one hand absent-mindedly before speaking again. "It's okay, I learned they will head back to my chakra signal. Once they are in range of the pollen net, I can make them go into seed form, and then bang their back." Naruto finished, turning to face forward once again. Kiba smiled a little before looking back ahead. Hinata in the meantime didn't seem as convinced, and after a moment spoke up again. But Naruto-kun, didn't you scatter a few pollens on other teams to try and keep track of them?" she asked, bringing Naruto to a complete halt when he heard her. As the other two stopped beside him, he raised a hand to scratch at the back of his head with a little chuckle rising to his lips as he did so. "I guess you're right Hinata-kun. But I'm sure they'll find their way back. Eventually. He finished, still chuckling lightly as he did so. Hinata and Kiba looked at him for a moment before shaking their heads and bursting out into a little chuckle of their own. Soon the three were in the middle of a full-blown laughing fest of fear, exhaustion, and simple amusement of the entire situation falling on them all at once. While Team 11 were regaining their breath, another team not an insurmountable distance from them was also out of breath, but for an entirely different set of reasons. Naruto and Minami were both covered in several steaming cuts that were slowly closing thanks to the QB sealed within them. As they stared across the branch, they saw the mocking smile of a pale face set below his slitted yellow snake-like eyes. Damn it, what the hell is someone like this doing here, and why the hell did that freak hit Sasuke with? And why the hell did they bite him? Thought a slightly panicked Naruto as she looked over at her haggard sister, who even then was barely able to keep standing. Seeing this, Naruto let out a silent curse as she looked over at the pale-faced man, once again trying desperately to think of what to do next. Luckily, the enemy seemed content to waste time mocking her, so she was granted a few more moments of time. So this is all the famous Namikaze twins are capable of. I must say you don't exactly live up to your legend, do you? Mocked Orochimaru as he stood in front of the pair with a cruel smile. Naruto stiffened slightly at this but held in her anger, and used this time to think instead. She cast a quick glance over to where Sasuke lay face down on a tree branch without moving. Damn it, Sasuke isn't in any condition to move, and Minami and I are already running low ourselves. Damn, what are we going to do? Thought the blonde girl, moving slightly and feeling a small poke in her side as she did so. She kept from yelling, but her focus was not drawn to her belt where she saw her father's kunai. She suppressed a grin as she saw it. That's it, okay freak, I don't care if it gets us expelled from the exam. I'm not going to lose my sister and Sasuke over something this stupid. She thought, reaching down towards the kunai while trying to remain undetected. Unfortunately, Orochimaru saw her almost minute flinch of pain, and saw her small action and its intended target. Orochimaru, seeing this, threw a quick shrunken charge with wind chakra towards Minami, causing Naruto to leap over to push her sister out of the way of the oncoming weapon. This was all the opening the snake sage needed as he leapt forward, firing a cluster of snakes at the blonde one, snapping the kunai into the snake's mouth and falling down into the depths of the forest. Naruto looked over the side with a small curse as she saw her weapon falling out of her grasp, her last hope. Turning, she had just a moment to register a white hand reaching out before she found herself hoisted up by her throat and watching helpless as Orochimaru drew back a hand with several fingers with small flames on the tips of each of them. Before she could do more than kick her feet wildly at her attacker before Orochimaru slammed her hand into the girl's stomach, extracting a loud cry of pain from the blonde before moments later she slumped limply in the snake sage's hand. From a few feet away, Minami pushed herself up with effort, looking up in time to see her sister be dropped unceremoniously to the tree branch before the pale freak before standing before the blonde. Without a second thought, Minami allowed Q's chakra to flood her body as she screamed in rage. Q panicked, trying to call out to his host. Minami, stop, you've already used too much of my power against that guy. If you do any more, it may rupture your chakra pathways. Shouted Q as Minami ignored his warnings, allowing a full two tails to form on the cloak once again before flinging herself forwards with a roar of rage and pain as she did so. Orochimaru turned in time to duck under the red-headed Jinchuriki before she could take his head off of his shoulders before sinking into the branch he was standing on. Cuckoo, so our little fox is angry again. Mocked the sage as he started running through a few quick hand seals, forming a seal that Minami was too enraged to recognize. When the team had first been pushed back by the figure, both she and Naruto had attempted to establish their cloaks to hit the bastard with everything they had, but he had managed to hit them with some kind of sealing jutsu that had momentarily broken her link with Q, and causing a small feedback upon the two, momentarily rendering them momentarily paralyzed. The same jutsu was now completed, and a faint golden glow now emanated from the snake sage's hand as he brought it up to crash into the redhead's enraged face. When the seal hit home, Minami's cloak blasted off of her with the force of several explosive tags that blew her back, crashing her into the tree behind her, sending bits of splinters and blood from the impact. The only thing that kept her conscious was the pain that was now racing through her body, even as tears and blood ran down her face. Q howled in fear. Minami! Minami! Screamed Q in a panic as the redhead looked over at the chuckling pale figure before her that was slowly approaching her with slow, steady steps, chuckling her dark laugh with every step she took. So you do have some fight in you. Too bad. I've spent the last few years researching your mother's type of chakra. I must admit it took me a great deal of time to make that particular jutsu, but it has its uses in putting down a baby Jinchuriki like yourself. It may not be much against a full beast, but someone like you won't be a big deal to manage. Finished the sage as she looked down at the bleeding girl before him with a sick smile across his face. Minami felt a spasm of fear run down her spine even as she gazed into the face before her. For a moment she even saw her own death occurring before her eyes, and the thought brought a fresh bout of tears to her eyes. Orochimaru smiled at her with a sick countenance that showed how much he enjoyed seeing the pain he was inflicting. Orochimaru may have prided himself on being a scientist first, but after years of the kind of twisted experiments that he undertook, one came to find a taste for the despair and pain of others. However, before he could savor the moment, a movement and sudden noise behind him had him spinning around to face an odd sight. As he looked over at the figure before him, he could honestly say that he had never encountered such a creature before. It stood no taller than any of his recent victims did, and appeared to have the vague shape of a young teen. However, where its eyes should have been, instead sat two bright glowing balls of shining purple light that gazed at him almost as if he was curious. Orochimaru could not help but turn fully to look at the creature before her, who seemed to be walking forward, aiming for the girl behind her. As Orochimaru watched the figure pass by him as though he wasn't even there, as it approached the girl, who was looking at it with a small happy smile on her face and seeing the creature. Naruto's seedlings. Thank Kami. But why is there only one? She thought as the seedling gazed at her, humming sadly as if it was concerned for her. Before she could do more than look at the seedling, however, Orochimaru had seemed to run out of patience with simply watching the creature and stepped forward to examine it more closely. With his usual amount of gentleness, the snake sage shot out one large snake to wrap up the figure and take it away for further study. The snake managed to wrap the creature up from head to toe, but as Orochimaru moved to take hold of the creature, the snake suddenly hissed in pain as a large black-looking thorn shot out of the seedling, stabbing through the snake, causing it to shriek in pain. Orochimaru leapt back as he saw his serpent fall limply to the branch below before slipping down towards the forest floor with a cry of agony the whole way down. As the snake fell, the seedling turned slowly to gaze at Orochimaru with a low hum that almost sounded like a growl to the snake sage. Before he could do more than ponder how the creature had killed his summon, the seedling was charging forward, two long vine-like appendages flowing out of either of its hands as it rushed over the branch towards him. Orochimaru allowed a small smirk to grace his lips as he saw the creature charge him. He loved a fight like this, and the last few opponents had done little to slate his battle lust. With that in mind, the flew through a few fast hand signs before spitting out a single large fireball at the approaching seedling, making sure to angle it away from the disabled teens. While he may not particularly care for the teens, he needed them alive if Sasuke was to make it to the next part of the exams and further his plans. As the ball of flame speed forward, the seedling didn't pause to charge straight into it, extracting a small smirk from the sage. Seeing this, "Well, I guess I won't be getting a live one," the sage started to think, just before a long vine-like appendage, followed soon by the seedling itself, flew through the blast as the ball of flame dispersed into a wave of quickly dissipating fire. "What?" shouted Orochimaru as he was forced to leap back from the swiping attack even as the seedling pressed the assault. Orochimaru was not a legendary shinobi for nothing, however, and he was soon flying through a set of seals again before spitting out several balls of wind towards the oncoming creature. Like the flame before, the wind dispersed upon contact, and the creature charged forward, apparently unabated by the impact, again sending another swipe toward him. With a silent curse, Orochimaru sank into the tree branch, avoiding the seedling's latest slash of the vine-like whip it had swung at him. The seedling may not have been burdened with an abundance of intelligence, but it did understand basic ideas of self-defense as well as danger. From its limited understanding, the red-headed girl was in danger, and the pale one seemed to be the instigator. As a result, it decided to attack the source of the pain that had chosen to attack it. To that end, it slowly swept its purple eyes around the treetops looking for its enemy. Orochimaru obliged the seedling, leaping down from above with his blade in hand, swinging down to cut the black creature in half. The seedling noticed a little late but managed to swing its hand and the whips up in order to hit the sage. Unfortunately for the creature, Orochimaru's blade was far too strong a weapon to be slowed by such things. The blade cut through both the whips and the seedling's arms alike without any effort. For a moment, Orochimaru allowed a smile to spread across his face in anticipation of his victory. A second later, Orochimaru was forced near once again as his blade smashed into the creature's head and halted abruptly. A second later, the sage stood in front of the now armless creature that looked down at his arms on the branch before him, and then up at the figure before him for a moment, as if more surprised than actually hurt. Before Orochimaru could do more than look shocked at the fact that the creature's head seemed to have withstood his assault, his senses screamed at him to leap back from the creature. But he was too late. From the seedling's back sprung three crude-looking chains with small blunted tips that shot forward into the sage's chest, launching him through the air before it slammed him into a tree across the gap. Orochimaru felt like he was just hit by a punch from his old mentor's staff as he found himself lying slightly cockeyed in a crater of a tree. With a small grunt, he pushed the chains off of him as he saw them slowly retracting across the gap back towards the black creature, who, even as he watched, had sent out several small interweaving threads that vaguely resembled tree roots that affixed themselves to its lost limbs before hoisting them up to resecure themselves onto its stumps. Orochimaru was torn between pain, fascination, and annoyance as he saw the creature literally rearming itself. Damn, thought the snake sage as it looked over at the creature through his slitted snake eyes. That fucking thing isn't making any sense. What the hell is it? And why aren't any of my attacks working on it? I don't have time or chakra for this. Those damn suppressing justice took more out of me than I would have liked. Well, I've done what I needed here. There's no reason for me to stay longer and fight this fucking monster any longer. Thought the sage, allowing himself to shift back into the tree and out of the detectable range of the creature. After a few moments, the seedling allowed its chains and vines to recede back into itself with a small hum of apparent self-satisfaction. It then proceeded to turn over to march over to help pull the injured Minami up to her feet. Thanks to her tenant, her wounds were healing enough for her to move around, and she allowed herself to smile happily at the seedling that had just helped her to stand. What was it that Mito-kan called these guys? Seedkin, was that it, Q? Asked Minami softly. Hi Minami-kan, that's them, thank you Seedkin. Called Q happily as he wagged his tails gleefully from his cage. Minami could not help but agree with her tenant's thanks and spoke up in turn. Thanks Seedkin. She spoke softly through the exhaustion and pain she was feeling. The seedling turned its wide purple eyes onto her before giving off a happy little hum as she took a step back from it, finally able to stand under her own power. As she did so, she suddenly remembered Naruto and rushed over to her prone form. She breathed out a sigh of relief a moment later as she found Naruto unconscious but breathing and with a steady pulse. She took a moment to thank Kami before heading over to check on Sasuke, finding him in a similar state. After pulling the Uchiha over to lie next to Naruto, she turned her head up to see the seedling looking around as if getting ready to depart. With a small bit of panic, she called out to the seedling, Seedkun. She all but yelled, causing the seedling to turn and face her, humming slightly. Can you help me carry these two? She asked, gesturing towards the two prone figures on the branch before her. The seedling paused for a moment as though in thought before nodding slowly and stepping forward to pick up the two prone figures. The seedling bent down to pick up Naruto in the manner he had been shown previously, but found an issue with also picking up Sasuke. After several attempts to both hold the girl and the boy together, the seedling remembered its time with Mito and simply wrapped the boy in a clump of black chains, pulling him slightly into the air while following Minami as she worked her way down to the forest floor. As Minami and the seedling made their way to the forest floor and towards a hollow tree that Minami had remembered seeing earlier. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Team 10 had just stopped to make a quick plan before finding a place to camp for the coming night. Look, I'm say that we take the position by the tower and wait to hit a team as they move in. That way we guarantee they have the scroll we need, and we don't worry about wasting our time fighting for a prize that may not exist. Spoke Shikamaru, while Choji nodded his head in agreement with his friend. Ino thought for a moment before looking back at the black-haired boy with a small smile. Well, I don't see that being a bad plan to start with. Should we head there first thing tomorrow? Asked the blonde, looking over at her team. Before either Shikamaru or Choji could answer, however, they heard a sound off in the forest to their left. The three were up and in battle position, ready to face the oncoming threat. As they listened for a moment, they heard a large amount of commotion coming their way. With a quick hand sign, Shikamaru and his team leapt high into the branches above, hoping to catch who or whatever was out there by surprise. Looking down from above, they saw the bushes on the edge of the clearing rustle slightly before a strange black creature exited them and stood out into the clearing before turning two large rounded purple eyes up towards where they at the canopy. Not wanting to take any more chances, Shikamaru and his team leapt back from the clearing and raced along the treetops for a while before halting above another clearing and turning to face one another. Choji was the first to speak. What was that thing? He asked, looking at his teammates, a slight note of fear in his voice as he did so. Ino turned to face him, resting one hand on his shoulder in a comforting way before speaking. Calm down, Choji, we got clear of it, said Ino, trying to comfort her teammate as she looked over at Shikamaru for some encouragement from him. Unfortunately, just as he was about to speak up, a rustling in the foliage behind them caught their attention, and the three turned to see the same creature jump forward to land on a branch a few yards away from them. Without waiting, all of Team 10 leapt down from their position to land on the forest clearing and fall into a defensive formation, gazing up at the creature that was before them. It's following us, chalked out Ino, fear evident in her voice as she turned to look at Shikamaru with worry in her face. Shikamaru simply nodded curtly at her before turning back to face the creature just as it landed on the ground in front of them. It looks like it isn't going to let us run from it. Team, get ready to take it out, called Shikamaru as he formed his hands into a common hand sign of the Nara clan, and moments later his shadow shot forward towards the creature. As it connected with the shadow below it, Shikamaru allowed himself a small smirk. Good, I've got it, called Shikamaru, standing up and crossing his arms over his chest. The seedling, seeing this, decided to mimic his actions, leading the Nara to believe that his move had been successful. Thinking the creature to be captured, Ino and Choji allowed themselves to relax for a moment and take a closer look at the creature before them. Ino was the first to speak up. Hey, is it just me, or does that thing look kind of like Naruto? She asked, pointing at the creature, But as she did so, the seedling, seeing her, raised its hand to point back at her, causing Shikimura to freeze for a moment before shouting out to his team, "It's not contained, get back!" He called, pulling out a few shuriken to launch over towards the creature, who leapt back in turn from the attack, allowing a small bit of humming to escape itself as it looked over at the team with some confusion. "Oh crap, it looks like you made it mad," shouted Choji, as he focused chakra into his left arm and swung it forward towards the seedling, intent on slamming it back into the tree behind it. As the boy's arm swung forwards, it expanded until it was the size of a small bus and slammed headlong into the black creature's face. The forest clearing was suddenly filled with a resounding crack as Choji's fist plowed into the seedling. The attack was marginally successful. The seedling found itself hurtling back into the tree behind it, crashing headfirst into it. But Choji also cried out in pain as his hand shrank back down to its usual size, dropping to one knee as he did so. Shikimura dropped to his friend's side, looking at the boy's arm that seemed to have a few broken fingers and small amount of chakra burns around the impact zone. Shikimura frowned at his friend's injury before turning to forge his attention back towards the creature that he hoped was not going to be getting back up. Unfortunately, as he watched, the seedling was even then pulling itself out of the tree it had been shot into a moment before. As Team 10 watched, the seedling managed to pull its head free from the tree and fall with a soft thump to the ground before turning its head to look back at them with its wide purple eyes. "Shikimura, what the hell is that thing, and why is it getting back up?" shouted Ino as she started going through a set of hand size quickly while casting a worried look at her teammate. Shikimura looked up from Ino to Choji before looking back at the black creature before him, his mind racing as he watched the creature tilt its head slightly at them. "I don't know, Ino, but whatever it is, I don't know if we can handle it," called back Shikimura, looking over at the seedling whose arms started to shift slightly before his eyes. As he watched in horror, both of the creature's arms swelled out, mimicking what Choji had just done moments before. With a sudden terror, Shikimura grabbed Choji and leapt back with him in tow along with Ino as one of the creature's fists swept sideways towards them with quite a bit of force behind the blow. Shikimura's mind raced at what he had just seen, the pieces slowly falling into place. As sudden realization hit him to turn just in time to see Ino finish her final hand sign just as he yelled at her to stop. "Ino, no!" shouted the black-haired boy, stretching out a hand towards the blonde as if to will her to stop her actions. Ino, however, had already acted, and even as the remainder of Team 10 watched her body fall limply to the ground, signaling that she had cast her mind forward into the creatures, Shikimura and Choji both looked over with shocked expressions on their faces and a large amount of fear. Meanwhile, inside of the seedling's head, Ino was completely lost as to where she was. The blonde-haired girl turned in a small circle, examining her surroundings with a clear amount of puzzlement on her face. Usually when she jumped into a being's mind, she either immediately started to see through their eyes, or was introduced to a scene not unlike a large library or some other home that had a clear form of organization to it. The place she found herself in now, however, was a large open field with a clear blue sky with soft green grass, and what amounted to a light breeze. Around the field were dotted small trees, each only standing about a foot in high, and of the same shade of black as the monster had been. Approaching one, it seemed to flicker a little as she did so before a small bulb-like shape on top opened like a flower bud might, and Ino, instead of seeing the center of the bud, saw what looked like some kind of memory. She saw through the creature's eyes as a large snake-like creature swung a tail towards it, knocking it back and airborne. Ino watched as the creature's view catapulted around several times before coming to a sudden halt upon impacting the ground. Seeing this, Ino stepped back before casting her eyes around the field and seeing that it was dotted with many small trees that swayed gently in the breeze. Before she could do more than look around puzzled, she felt a presence behind her and whirled around. What she saw made her blood freeze. There, looking at her with its head tilted slightly, was the creature that she had fought outside. As she watched, the creature looked from the tree she had just looked at, then back to her with a curious little tilt of its head before raising a hand in a little waving motion. The sheer oddity of this was enough for Ino to momentarily lose her grip on her technique and fly back out of the seedling's mind, waking a moment later in her own. As she shook her head slightly to reorientate herself, she noticed that she was not resting on the forest floor. She found that Choji and Shikimura had used the brief incursion into the creature's mind to retreat back into the treetops above it, and were staring open-mouthed at where she assumed the creature was. Ino turned to look and saw something that just confused her more than anything that had happened today, and that was saying a lot. Below where the vaguely male creature had been standing now stood what she could only describe as a black version of herself with bright purple eyes, and the same smooth face as the previous one. As she watched, she noticed that it was almost a complete copy of her, right down to her ponytail, that it seemed particularly fascinated with at the moment. Even as Team 10 watched, the black figure seemed to be trying to grab hold of the newest appendage with an excited humming accompanying its circular track. Ino tore her eyes away from the odd little spectacle to look over at her team with complete puzzlement on her face. "Okay, would someone mind telling me what the hell is going on here?" she asked, looking over at Choji and Shikamaru, who looked over at her with similar looks of confusion on their faces. After a moment, Choji spoke up. Don't know, once you hit it with your jutsu it just stopped moving and started to ripple until, well, here he pointed down at the seedling who had just managed to grab hold of his ponytail and was currently humming in apparent excitement as it ran its fingers through the long strands of hair. Well, it just started looking like that, and then you were back, spoke Choji while looking back at Ino with a small shrug. Shikamaru took a turn to speak up at that point. If I'm right, I think I have this thing figured out, he said as both of the members of Team 10 looked over at him. That thing is some kind of mimic or something. Every time we hit it with something, it adapted in some way. He spoke as the others nodded slowly at his words. And I think this thing ran into Team 11 at some point too, as he got two sets of confused looks from his teammates. Seeing this, he elaborated. Remember, Ino, you mentioned that it looked like Naruto. It probably ran into them and mimicked him at some point, finished Shikamaru as he looked over at his team, who nodded. I say we leave now, it seems a little preoccupied, continued Shikamaru, jabbing a thumb back at the now female creature that seemed to be twirling, admiring the small bit of blackness that seemed to be its version of her skirt. Ino blushed bright red at this as the seedling proceeded to tug and pull at it, exposing some more private areas if they had been on the forest floor to see it. The next moment Team 10 were off, and after a time the seedling seemed to shake itself before setting off once again in search of the signal from the pollens. As Team 10 fled away from their encounter with the seedling, another team was having a very different experience with one of the black fellows. Team Guy was losing ground against their own seedling. Niji panted as he knelt down, attempting to catch his breath, as he watched Lee once again jump into battle with the strange black creature before them. When the being had wandered across them and seemed intent on following them, Tenten had suggested it was some type of clone, and they had decided to engage it before it gave away their position. Niji had scanned it for a moment with his Byakugan, but was only able to see a single mass of chakra that seemed to fall in with Tenten's suggestion. As a result, the team had set up a quick ambush position and waited for the creature to enter into the semicircle they had formed in an open clearing. Niji had been the first at it, landing 4 successive palm strikes onto the creature's exposed back, firing several blasts of chakra into its back where its lungs would have been, hoping to dispel the creature, or at the least put it down on the ground. Things had not gone as planned. His hits didn't even manage to slow the creature down as it swung behind itself without a pause. Niji had dodged the sloppy blow easily enough and struck out again at the being, slamming several more blows onto the seeming clone, finishing with a powerful double blow to the being's face. Impact didn't even seem to slow the creature down as it grabbed onto his wrist before bringing up a knee and pulling back on the Hyuga's arms, pulling the boy into the creature's knee. The hit knocked the wind out of him, blowing him back a small distance. As Niji looked up, he saw that Lee had leapt forward to deliver a spinning kick to the creature's head, causing the clone to skid across the clearing for a distance. Lee had given out his usual cry of Yash before going into a quick speech on the powers of youth. Before the green spandex-wearing teen could continue speaking, however, the creature had pushed itself back to its feet before springing forward to execute a sloppy version of Lee's own windmill kick. Lee raised an arm, taking the kick onto his forearm and spinning slightly before reaching out with his other arm to grab hold of the blocked leg, and spinning to throw the creature to the other side of the clearing. This did not seem to perturb the creature as it launched itself back at Lee, this time throwing a few blows that looked similar to some kind of a style, but it did not seem familiar to the Hyuga. Lee was smiling fiercely as he engaged the creature, trading blow for blow with it. As Tenten landed beside Niji, checking him over for a moment, she looked up to see Lee land another devastating blow to the creature's chest, causing it to skid a few feet back, before its knees knelt down slightly before springing forward to continue the fight. Lee allowed his left hand to fall behind his back as he raised his right hand before him, falling back into his common stance. As the seedling raced towards him, he dropped down while shooting up a single leg vertically, and knocking the seedling up with a strong blow to the seedling's chin. Once the creature was airborne, Lee jumped after him, flipping forward with one leg extended, slamming into the seedling's chest and sending it crashing down to the clearing below. As Lee landed, he turned his face back to look at the remaining members of his team. "Tenden, how is he?" called Lee as he stepped back into his stance facing the crater in front of him. Tenten gave Niji one more look over, before standing up and pulling out 2 sealing scrolls from her pouch. "Hi, he's fine, but I don't have a clue why his style didn't do any good," replied Tenten, stepping up beside Lee just as the seedling leaned up from the crater Lee had punched it into moments before. As it turned its purple eyes on the pair, Tenten leapt into action, quickly unsealing a set of kunai and shuriken to fire into the creature before her. As always, her aim was true, and the creature was slammed back into the crater, squired by all 10 kunai and shuriken. For a moment the pair allowed themselves to relax before the black creature before them sat up again, still with several of the weapons still sticking out of the body of the creature. Seeing this, Lee sprang forward just as the creature gained its footing. As he raced forward, he was almost brought to a halt as the black figure sank back into his own stance just in time to parry his forward punch with its own left arm, before throwing its own imitation of Lee's previous strike straight at the boy's head. Only thanks to his years of training was Lee able to swipe his head sideways at the last moment to avoid the strike, while falling into a spin kick with his right leg that took the creature's legs out from under him, and catching him with a devastating straight kick to the suspended creature's chest, knocking it back a few feet, allowing Tenten another opening to fire off another salvo of shrunken and kunai into the creature, adding to its velocity, flying backwards. After a brief pause, the seedling once again began to rise, giving off a loud humming noise as it did so. Hearing the noise, Niji decided that it was about time that his team headed to the tower. With that thought in mind, he called out to the other members of his squad just as they launched the creature back with another tag team move. Lee, Tenten, we are getting out of here and to the tower. There's no point in fighting this thing any longer, he called just as he rose to his feet a little shakily. Lee, seeing this, ran back to swing one of the Hyuga's arms around his shoulder. Tenten, seeing this, turned for a moment before cutting both of her thumbs with a kunai and throwing both of her sealing scrolls high above her as they unraveled and spiraled around one another. Soon after that, the bun-wearing girl leapt up into the center, swiping her hands across the sealing symbols of the scrolls, summoning weapon after weapon to her hands and firing them off one after another into the creature below her. Weapon after weapon shot down, hitting the creature over and over, slamming it a step back with every impact. Kunai, shuriken, sickles, great balls of iron covered in spikes, and all manner of weapons in between. As she dropped almost completely out of breath, her target had been almost completely engulfed by the weapons that now pinned it to the base of a large tree. Without waiting a moment longer, she raced over to her team, leaving the discarded scrolls behind her, as she and they departed from the clearing with all haste. Glancing back for a moment, Tenten just spied out of the corner of her eyes the form of whatever that black creature was extracting itself from the tangle of weapons and bark. After Team Guy had gone far enough away, the seedling finally managed to extract itself from the tree, although now it seemed to have much in common with a porcupine thanks to the dozens of weapons now covering its whole body. The seedling seemed to look at itself for a moment before shaking itself and heading out towards the next closest bit of Naruto's chakra it could find. The blonde in question was just settling down beside a fire with the rest of his team, cooking a rabbit that Kiba had caught moments before. Naruto poked the fire once more before turning to smile over at Hinata, who was sitting a few feet away from him, swirling the water in the pot with a small bit of chakra from her hands. Hey Hinata-kun, here comes one now, called Naruto, motioning off behind Kiba as one of his seedlings pushed her way through the underbrush into their small clearing. This particular seedling's appearance, however, caused quite a reaction from the group of around the fire. Standing a few feet away was a seedling whose form was still in that of Ino, and was humming softly as it looked back and forth between them, seemingly happy about returning. Kiba was the first to speak up. Well, I have to say I didn't know that they could do that, he chuckled, turning a smile over at Naruto, who looked to be in a state of shock. Hinata was also staring blankly ahead without being able to comprehend what exactly she was seeing. Jubi, for her part, first started giggling, before bursting out into full-blown laughter as she looked at the seedling's form. Hee hee ha ha, oh my kami. PHFMT, greatest technique. Battle jutsu ever, she managed to squeak out between her giggling and laughing. Naruto couldn't help but scowl slightly at Jubi's mocking before shaking himself slightly and looking back to the seedling that was playfully spinning around, watching Akamaru walk around it, sniffing curiously. As the blonde boy looked over at the seedling's antics, he felt a sudden shiver run down his spine. He felt a sudden coldness emanating from his right, and turning he saw Hinata had turned with an uncomfortable little smile on her face, and both her eyes turned up in closed-eye smiles of their own. Behind her seemed to be the Shinigami himself. Naruto felt a large amount of fear cascade over him as he looked over at his Hinata-kun with a nasty feeling in his chest. Jubi, for her part, was laughing even harder at the sight of the poor boy, terrified before the presence of his angered girlfriend. Hinata-kun. Prettiest girl in Konoha. Kindest girl in the whole world. And someone not to judge before talking it out, spoke Naruto, slowly scooting back with his hands raised in front of him in a placating manner. Hinata, for her part, gently stood up before slowly walking over towards Naruto, still with her unnatural smile upon her lips. Kiba simply turned back to look at Akamaru with a small smile, even as the girlish screams of Naruto echoed out across the forest, as night fell in earnest around the team and the rest of the forest. The next day found Naruto nursing a small smack on his face, along with Hinata applying a bit of ointment to the bruise, with a very sorry clear blush, an embarrassed look on her face as she did so. Kiba and Akamaru were both smiling over at the couple as they ate some ration bars while slowly moving around the camp and collecting their packs. Sorry Naruto, whispered Hinata as she replaced the lid on her ointment and turned her face to stare intently at the forest floor, not wanting to meet Naruto's eyes. Naruto looked over at her with a bit of a puzzled look on his face for a moment before wrapping the girl in a tight hug and musing her hair slightly with his free hand even as a large smile spread across his face. Hinata, despite herself, was unable to fight off a bit of giggling as Naruto poked at her while chuckling himself, never letting the girl go from his grip. The two sat like that for a few moments before Hinata raised her eyes to look up at Naruto, the leftover smile from her giggling still painted across her face as she did so. Naruto just beamed down at her before bending his head down slightly to capture her lips in his own. As the girl's soft lips pressed softly into the boy's, she allowed herself to momentarily relax, and let her mind wander to happy times she had shared with Naruto. The two likely would have stayed like that if not for the wolf whistle they heard a moment later, causing both of them to look round to spy Kiba and Akamaru, along with a Naruto-looking Seedling watching them from over where their packs were laying. Hinata for her part turned a bright red before attempting to bury her face deep into Naruto's chest in a mostly useless attempt to hide herself. Naruto for his part just cradled the shy girl with one arm while rubbing the back of his head a little as he looked into the smirking face of his other teammate, just as Kiba spoke up. "You know, I think you could do better than the Forest of Death for a date, you two," he called in a happy mocking tone with no true annoyance in his voice. Akamaru barked happily as well, and even the Seedling, who most likely didn't even know why itself, hummed in a content manner as it looked at them. Naruto smiled over at Kiba, chuckling slightly as he looked around himself before replying. "Yeah, I guess you have a point," the blonde said, working his way to his feet while keeping a gentle hold on the pale-eyed girl in his arms as he did so. "I guess we should hurry up to the tower then," he finished just as Hinata pulled her head from its hiding place on his chest and looked over at Kiba with an embarrassed little smile. "Yeah, I guess we should. But what about your seedlings, aren't they still out there?" asked Kiba, turning his eyes left and right as he said so, as if expecting another to hope out of the underbrush like the previous night. Naruto paused for a moment before sending another pulse from his pollens, and shaking his head slightly. "Nope, none yet, but if we take it slow we should run into them throughout the day as long as we keep the pollen net out," replied Naruto, even as Hinata stepped back from him with a small smile, hurrying over to grab her pack, and trying to hide her blushing face from Kiba. She was only marginally successful. "Sounds good to me," replied Kiba as Hinata and Naruto picked up their packs, and the 4 members of Team 11 leapt into the trees and off into the forest at a moderate pace. In another part of the forest, another team was just about to head out themselves after a productive night's work. Sakura had just packed away the last of her medical supplies, and was waiting for Yakumo to join her and Shino as they stood in the little clearing by the river of the camp they had set up the previous day. Yakumo emerged a moment later, visibly placing the 2 scrolls they needed into a pack on her back along with her art supplies. By a mixture of luck and a well-put-together setup, an unexpected team had wandered headlong into their bug defensive net the previous night. After Shino had called off the foot-long leeches from the other team, they were in no condition to fight, and had surrendered their scroll peaceably rather than make a fight of it. As a result, Team 8 had decided to simply make a beeline for the tower this morning, ignoring any other conflict they may come across in favor of simply reaching the safety of the building. "So Yakumo, have you got everything?" called out Sakura in a not unkind voice as she adjusted a strap on her medical pouch that lay across her back. Yakumo smiled over at her team as she stepped forward towards them while replying, "Hi, I've got everything. Sorry for taking so long," Yakumo replied with a bit of an apologetic note in her voice as she did so. Shino raised a hand in a soft little wave as if to dismiss the thought completely before speaking in his usual calm voice. "It is no trouble, I haven't dropped the bug net yet, so there is no rush. This spot is still well defended," spoke the Aburame with a small hint of pride in his voice. However, before any of the team could say anything else, Shino stiffened and turned suddenly to face a spot on the left side of the clearing from where he and the rest of his team stood. Sakura and Yakumo saw this and both stopped, immediately turning to face the direction too. As Shino motioned that something was approaching through the net, Yakumo reached back into her pack, withdrawing an index card-sized picture even as Sakura slipped on a pair of thick leather gloves. As Team 8 focused forward, they heard the sound of something approaching them through the woods and tensed slightly. Sakura spoke up a moment later. "If it looks like an enemy team, we see what condition and village. If it's someone we know, we hold the attack, and if it's some animal, we just head out. No point in fighting it over a spot we aren't going to stay in," spoke the girl in a quiet voice, receiving a pair of nods for her words. All 3 took stances, getting themselves prepared for whatever was about to enter their clearing. But whatever they may have been ready for, what came out of the forest caught them all off guard. Suddenly from the forest burst a strange black figure that seemed to be running full tilt while waving its arms wildly on either sides of itself as if trying to fly with them. As the team watched, the figure ran right past them before tripping on a loose stone and rolling forward to land face first into the small stream that lay by their camp. Team 8 stood there in complete silence, simply looking over at the motionless figure for a second before giving each other inquisitive looks. Shino, was that one of those leeches plastered to its face?" asked Yakumo after a moment, looking back at the figures who was rolling back and forth in the river, still waving its arms about randomly, apparently in quite a bit of distress. Shino took a moment before he responded. Hi, it was, but I can't communicate with it for some reason, my chakra can't reach it, replied Shino, not taking his eyes from the figure in the water. Sakura, for her part, was doing her very best not to burst out laughing at the sheer oddity of what she was seeing, but she managed it with a few steadying breaths. So, what does this count as? She asked with a note of amusement in her tone as she relaxed and gestured over to the figure that had finally managed to roll itself out of the water and was standing up with some effort. Before the other members of Team 8 could speak, the figure, who they just noticed seemed to be about their own size, had taken off running, only to crash headlong into the nearest tree trunk and knock itself back onto its back once again. Even Shino had to fight to keep a smile from coming to his face upon seeing that. Maybe we should help him? Suggested Yakumo as her teammates gave her a curious look, prompting her to continue. Well, I mean, it was our net that seems to have gotten it into this situation, and for all we know there's a leaf headband behind that leech, the girl reasoned, pointing over at the figure that was now sprawled on its back, its arms and legs splayed out around it. Sakura and even Shino gave the brown-haired girl looks that made it clear they thought she had just taken leave of her sense. What? Look at it. I don't think it's dangerous, spoke the girl a little defensively as she crossed her arms in front of herself. Sakura shook her head, muttering something like not again, while Shino just readjusted his glasses. Yakumo just turned to look over at the figure a few feet away. That seemed to have sat up at the sound of their voices and was seeming moving towards them slowly with its hands outstretched, trying to feel around itself. Yakumo had always had a soft spot for things in need ever since she herself had been locked away. If not for her sensei Kurenai and the Namikaze's prowess at Seedling, she may have remained that way for the rest of her life. It had led her to have a very protective nature towards others she saw in need, and with that in mind she rose slowly to make her way over to the creature before either Sakura or Shino could stop her. As she stepped forward, she gently placed her hand out to take hold of the creature's own outstretched black ones. The creature paused at feeling her hands slowly entwining its own around hers, and from under the large insect she heard was sounded like a happy little humming. It's okay, she spoke to the creature while turning to nod over at Shino to hurry over and help with the leech. Shino, after a moment, obliged her, and hurried forward, taking out his hands to take hold of the leech and pull it from the creature's face. As Team 8 watched the leech feel away from the thing's face, revealing a smooth area where a mouth may have been, and two glowing purple eyes opened into perfect purple orbs of light. Team 8 simply stared at the creature for a moment, as it took a moment to look back and forth between them in apparent confusion. After a moment, the seedling decided that these people were the ones that had helped it, as its eyes fell on the thing that had been attached to its face moments before. As it cast its thoughts back through its limited memories, it remembered seeing its creator twirl the pale-eyed one around, and the happy noises that she had made, deciding to try out the same actions in hope of thanking these people. Before Yakumo could even realize what was happening, the creature, that now that she got a full look at it looked a little like Naruto, had leapt forward and encircled her waist in its arms and proceeded to twirl her around, humming again in a seemingly excited manner. To her credit, Yakumo was able to keep calm long enough to see that the creature was not trying to hurt her, and even allowed herself to giggle slightly at the little fun she had being twirled around in its arms. Shino had taken to placing the leech back on an adjacent tree and simply watched the interaction with one eyebrow quirked up in apparent confusion. Sakura was actually fighting to keep from laughing at the whole situation she saw occurring in front of her. One moment the creature had been bumbling around in apparent panic, and now it was twirling her teammate around like some kind of princess in an odd dance. After a few moments of spinning, the seedling set Yakumo down where the girl smiled, whipping a few stray hairs from her face as she did so, even as Sakura stepped up to place a hand on her shoulder. So it looks like you've made a friend there, Yakumo, chuckled Sakura as she looked the creature up and down, trying to figure out where she had seen something like it before. Yakumo shot Sakura a little smirk without commenting as she straightened herself back up and taking a moment to make sure all of her equipment was still firmly attached. Shino took this moment to walk over to the creature and begin sizing it up once again before speaking in a soft tone. You know, this thing looks an awful lot like Naruto in a lot of ways, spoke the stoic youth, as Sakura and Yakumo looked back and forth between him and the creature, who seemed to have become very interested in a nearby squirrel. Comprehension dawned on both Yakumo and Sakura as their eyes traced the creature's form again. It was hard to see at a glance, especially considering the thing lacked a face or any color besides black and purple, but once you got past that, the similarities were uncanny. However, before they could say another word to one another, rustling in the forest made itself known, and Team 8 as well as the seedling turned as three figures entered the clearing. Out of the woods stepped Gaara, followed soon after by Temari on his left, and Kankuro on his right, just a few feet behind him. Team 8 froze for a moment as the redhead turned his teal eyes around at them, slowly licking his lips slightly as he did so. From inside the boy's head a dark voice spoke up. You see, Gaara, I told you I felt his presence here. Look there, the black figure is obviously of him. Go and make him suffer for questioning your mother's love. Make him pay in blood," spoke Shikaku in an eerie voice as he goaded Gaara onward. The redhead's eyes flashed dangerously as these words echoed in his mind as he looked around at the group before him. Temari, seeing her younger brother's look, suppressed a small shiver, praying that he did not lose control and decide that she would make a good target next. In the meantime, Kankuro, whether out of pity for the leaf shinobi or simply a desire to not see more bloodshed, spoke up. "Gaara, we don't need to bother with these guys. I mean, we already have both scrolls. We should just head to the tower now." Kankuro tried to reason, taking a small step forward to look over at Gaara, clear fear in both his tone and movements as he did so. Gaara turned his maddening teal eyes back on Kankuro for a moment before speaking. "Try to order me again, and mother will have your blood next," Gaara said softly with a tone that dared his brother to speak out again. Kankuro shrugged slightly before taking a step back from the boy and shutting his mouth. Temari looked from across at the members of Team 8 with a note of pity in her eyes, as she didn't see them lasting much longer. Soon they would join those genin from Rain, and all those countless others that Gaara's sand had consumed over the years. Her gaze sifted momentarily as she noticed for the first time the black creature that seemed to be looking at them with wide purple eyes, not seeming to comprehend what was occurring. Temari could not help but stare at the strange black creature even as it stared back at her, tilting its head slightly as it did so. While this was happening, Team 8 were looking between one another, and the enemy team trying to size up what they should do next. Sakura had taken a position in front of Yakumo, who had withdrawn another index hard, while Shino had allowed his sleeves to fall over his hands, and a slight buzzing told them that he was ready to unleash a wave of insects at any moment. However, before any of them could signal to the others, or even make a plan, the creature had stepped in front of them with a light humming. The seedling may not have been very old or smart, but one thing its unusual creation had granted it was the ability to feel chakra and intent, much like the smaller pollens, and the waves of killing intent coming off of the red-headed boy were almost tangible. After seeing where they were directed, the seedling had taken it upon itself to stand between his newest friends and the dangerous boy, whose teal eyes seemed to glow with excitement as they fell upon its own form. Kankuro saw the creature move, and could not help but look at it confused. "Huh, what the heck is that thing? Is it some kind of clone, or puppet? And it seems to be shielding the team there. Does Konoha even have a puppet squad? Damn, this is not the kind of thing I wanted to get mixed up in. Damn Gaara and his bloodlust," thought the puppeteer from Sand as he saw Gaara's face contort into a wicked little smile as the cork from his gourd shot out with a soft popping noise. A split second later, a virtual tidal wave of sand shot forwards towards the seedlings as well as the members of Team 8. The members of Team 8 were almost too late to jump back just as the wave crashed over the area in front of them. With a cry, Yakumo saw that the creature hadn't moved and had been engulfed by the sand that even then compacted around it, forming a strange lumpy form in the sand with a single bright purple eye showing. Gaara smiled wickedly as he saw this before slowly raising a half-closed hand in front of him. "We have to help," shouted Yakumo, trying to think of a way to get the creature out of its sand prison while pulling up her card and channeling chakra into it. Sakura, seeing this, pulled out several kunai as well, preparing to launch them in support. Shino, for his part, allowed 2 clouds of insects to shoot out of his coat as well. Before Gaara could close his hand, his attention was forced sideways as he saw what looked like a large Venus flytrap materialize suddenly from a nearby bush and shot forward, its jaws open wide. Temari was about to draw her fan when a salvo of kunai caused her to bring it up in her own defense, even as she was forced to leap back from the attacking plant. Kankuro was also forced to leap back as a ball of insects, about the size of a basketball, shot towards him with a loud buzzing sound. As the members of the sand team watched, the plant's mouth shot forward, clamping down around Gaara's form and shooting up into the air, apparently satisfied with its prize caught in its jaws. For a second, Team 8 allowed itself to breathe, thinking they had at least taken care of one of the threats, as they saw the sand around the black creature fall to the ground soft, revealing the confused-looking creature that had landed on its butt sit up and looking around. But their relief was short-lived, as they saw the giant plant's mouth contort and bulge before blowing apart in a shower of sand and bits of green that splat to the forest floor, revealing the form of Gaara standing on a cloud of sand with his arms crossed and his eyes glaring daggers at those below him. "Oh crap," called Yakumo, seeing how easily he had escaped from her genjutsu, and worse, how he didn't seem to have even a single scratch on him from the attack. Sakura and Shino also looked worried as they eyed one another in concern. Sakura spoke up a moment later. "We need to get out of here," she called, casting a quick look over at her team, who inclined their heads a little at her words before looking back just in time to see 3 tendrils of sand shoot out towards them again. Their momentary hesitation was all that the tendrils needed, and in a moment the 3 found themselves bound as Gaara's sand lowered him to the ground, and he smiled dangerously around at them. A nasty shiver ran down the group's backs as they looked into those cold teal eyes, and for a moment they all felt that this may indeed be the end for them. That was until a long black chain shot up from out of the corner of their eyes, tearing its way through the sand tendrils, linking them to Gaara, allowing the sand to fall from them in great clumps. Their faces jerked over to see an odd sight before them. The creature that they had saved had sprouted what looked like 5 crude black chains that were waving back and forth gently, as it turned its purple eyes glaring over at Gaara with an angry little hum in its voice that could have been mistaken for a growl. As teammates steadied themselves, the black creature charged forward at Gaara, its black chains flying ahead of it in a deadly swarm even as it charged forward. Without a moment of hesitation, Temari swept her fan forward, sending out a cycle of air towards the attacking black figure. But as the blades of wind impacted the creature, they dispersed harmlessly, not even slowing it down. Then next moment, Gaara's sand had hardened into a protective half-dome of sand that the chains crashed into, cracking it, but not being able to pierce through. However, a moment later the seedling itself impacted the dome, forcing the sand to bow in enough for the actual sand to pound up against the redhead with a blow like that of a sledgehammer, forcing him back a few feet. As the redhead stumbled back, teammates saw their chance and took to the trees, Yakumo calling down as they leapt. "Hey, whatever you are, we need to get out of here, hurry," she called, waving an arm at the creature below, who turned eyes upon her for a second before nodding and racing off after them. Teammate and the seedling in tow shot off into the forest before the sand team could recover. After what seemed like a solid hour of running, they finally stopped, turning sweaty and panting faces to one another even as they allowed small smiles to show on their lips. "Looks like we lost them," breathed out Sakura between breaths as she looked around at her team, who nodded back to her, breathing heavily themselves. After a moment, Yakumo looked around before speaking up. "Hey, where did that thing go?" she asked, causing the rest of Team 8 to look around as well, searching for the creature in question. After a moment, they were forced to conclude that they had somehow lost it in the forest. Yakumo let out a small groan at that, but otherwise seemed okay. Sakura, seeing this, gave the girl a small comforting smile. "Hey, that thing is probably just fine. I mean, it fought that one guy easily enough, it will be just fine. Let's just worry about getting to the tower for now," the pink-haired girl said as Yakumo and Shino looked at her for a moment. A little while later, Team 8 headed off towards the tower, anxious to have this exam over with. In another part of the forest, a red-headed girl was looking down at the still forms of her blonde sister and her black-haired teammate with concern evident on her face. "It will be okay, Minami-kun, they just need to rest. And Seed-kun is watching out for danger, so you should rest too. That second blast from that white guy really messed up your control, and I'm still not able to give you enough of my chakra to heal all of your wounds," spoke Q in a soft voice, trying to reassure his red-headed host. Minami smiled a little bit at the fox's words before speaking. "Thanks, Q, but I'm okay. If I need a big fluff ball like you to look after me, I'll never live it down." She chuckled back as Q waved his tails in a small happy movement. "Darn right I'm fluffy. My cousin said I'm the fluffiest thing in the world," called the fox with a clear note of pride in his voice, which caused the redhead to giggle slightly as she turned her gaze to look out of the hollowed roots she was using as shelter. Outside of her hiding spot sat the seedling, or Seed-kun as she had gotten to referring to it as. The black figure sat Indian style before the door, swaying back and forth, softly humming happily as if it wasn't sitting in one of the most dangerous places on the planet. To it could have been its own backyard for all the care it seemed to give. As Minami looked at it, she couldn't help but smile as she saw the creature's apparent happiness. How long had it been since she had been able to be that happy herself? How long has it been since anyone in our family was that happy? Wondered Minami, looking away from the seedling. As far back as she could remember, she and Naruto had always been training with Minato and Jiraiya. Always pushing themselves, Naruto even more than her. She took a moment to lean down to run a hand through her sister's hair, gently remembering those times. Flashback. A 7-year-old Minami and Naruto lay in the grass of the training field, both breathing heavily but happily as they looked around the field at the shadow clones of themselves that were cheering in apparent celebration. Minato and Kushina were there as well, smiling over at the girls with apparent happiness of their own. And Mito and Naruto were there too, the small redhead's 2-year-old hair done up on 2 small pigtails that stuck out of opposite sides of her head, while her face had a shining smile upon it as she excitedly waved her arms around at all of the clones, squealing in joy. Above her, Naruto was also smiling around at the clones, a look that mixed both happiness and sadness, but Minami hadn't noticed. A while later found the family heading back home with Mito perched on Kushina's shoulder and Minato leading the way while Naruto stood a little off to the side watching them go. Naruto had decided to do just a bit more training before heading out. And soon Naruto had headed out himself, leaving just the 2 sisters in the clearing. Minami watched as Naruto proceeded to summon a group of shadow clones before falling into a stance with them and going through the motions of the latest set of stances that Jiraiya had shown them for the Toad style. As Minami watched, Naruto would slam to a halt every time she hit a stance even a little off, before silently cursing and starting again. Seconds turned to minutes, and soon Minami stood watching a panting Naruto fall to one knee as the clones around her began to pop, a small pained smile upon her face. Minami walked up to her sister, who was now lying back on the ground, a small exhausted smile on her face as she did so. "Honestly sis, why do you always have to be like this?" chuckled Minami as she fell to a sitting position beside her sister, even as Naruto lay back in front of her with a breathless groan. "And I've told you 100 times that I'm going to get strong enough to protect everyone, you, Nizan, Tusan, Kazan, and our newest Mito," smiled back a breathless Naruto, smiling up at the fading light of the Konoha sky. Minami shook her head lightly as this before leaning over slightly to pat her sister gently on her head. Naruto playfully swatted her sister's hand away from her before continuing, "Hey, stop that. I will be strong enough, then all of us can be happy here just like we are now," smiled the blonde girl as she moved to sit up. Minami could not help but smile as well as she helped pull her sister to her feet and head back home. There everyone would be ready to greet them with smiles on their faces. A world of happiness they loved being a part of. Flashback end. As the images of that time faded from her mind, Minami gave a small sad smile as she continued to brush her hand absent-mindedly through her sister's hair. Those times hadn't lasted long. Soon they had started to find themselves at odds with Naruto, and she and Naruto had begun to spend less and less time smiling with the whole family, and instead training with the parents and godparents. Soon it was odd for them to even be together as a family. Maybe we haven't even been a family since then. Oh Naruto, how did we end up like this? All we wanted was to protect our family. How did we manage to mess it up so bad? Thought the red-headed girl as she closed her eyes slightly, allowing a single tear to fall from her scarlet eyes and onto her sister's whiskered cheek. A second later, however, the redhead dove forward to shelter her two teammates' forms as a thunderous crash rocked the tree that was acting as their shelter. Bits of wood and dirt sprinkled down over her, bouncing off as a clear voice called out to her form across the clearing. "Okay, you in there, come on out, your little clone scarecrow isn't scaring us," called a voice that seemed to be slightly muffled in its delivery. As Minami leaned up from the impact, she spied through the tree's entrance a group of 3 figures who stood just a few feet away from her hiding spot. 3 figures stood there wearing a strange assortment of clothing. With a shiver, Minami recognized them as the members of the Sound Village. The first figure, a bandaged individual wearing a heavy grass cape with one eye showing, had been the one to speak. Beside him stood a boy with gravity-defying black hair and a vile little smirk playing across his lips, and to his other side stood a girl with her black hair cascading all the way down to her feet. The wrapped-up one called out again, "Come on out and hand over Sasuke to us, and we may even let you walk away from this little girl," he called in a mocking voice once again. Minami gritted her teeth, wondering what if anything she could do to help protect her team. Her reserves were all but shot, her connection to QB all but sealed, and even worse, she had lost her father's kunai while in the battle with that pale bastard. She was well and truly out of options. Just when she was at her wits' end, she heard a familiar humming and turned to see the Seedling, who had been sitting in the doorway, pull itself from a pile of dirt a little to her left. It seemed whatever the initial attack that the Sound Trio had launched had flung him back into the underside of the tree, and not actually harmed it. Looking over, she smiled slightly, seeing the Seedling looking at her confused. Suddenly an idea shot into her head, and a wicked smile that would have scared off her team if they hadn't been unconscious. Outside the tree, the Sound Trio were looking at the entrance while waiting. "Hey Dosu, what are they saying in there?" asked an annoyed Zaku, looking over at his teammate with a clear amount of annoyance in his voice. Kin smacked herself slightly, wondering why she was cursed with having such an annoying person as her teammate. Dosu was thinking much along the same lines as his teammate at about that time. "Shut up, Zaku, I'd tell you if you would shut your trap," shot Dosu over to his teammate with a disgusted little glare at him before going back to his listening. What he was hearing was a bit confusing, however, and he was only able to catch the last few words, which he muttered under his breath. Kin, who was listening and couldn't help but ask what he heard. "What?" she asked, looking over at her teammate, who turned to face her. "It doesn't make any sense, all I heard was 'get them,'" replied Dosu, even as a crash erupted from the bottom of the tree, drawing all 3 of their gazes. What they saw was the same black figures that they had thought was some kind of sensory clone, or some kind of monitor. What they saw below them now wasn't any simple clone. As they watched, the black creature turned its purple eyes upon them, and a low hum escaped its face. "What the fuck, I thought you said that was a clone," shouted Zaku as the Seedling looked over towards his teammates with a scowl. Kin just glared down at the black creature, pulling out handfuls of saban as she did. Dosu, for his part, just pulled back his cape, revealing his sound gauntlet, and glaring down with one eye towards the creature. The Seedling was scanning its eyes back and forth between the 3, allowing its limited experience to try and help it prepare itself for the situation at hand. Unfortunately, this particular Seedling had been spending the majority of his time acting as a plaything for Mito and Hanabi, so its expertise in these areas was limited at best. However, spending time with the two had given it one major advantage. Before the sound trio could make their move, they stared in odd fascination as 5 perfectly formed chains formed out of the seedling's back, all clinking and moving in unison as though they each had a mind of their own. At the trio watched, 2 of the chains flew out in straight lines on either side of their team, burying themselves deep into the trees on either side of them. As the sound trio looked to either side, they almost missed at the chains yanked the seedling forward towards them. Dosu only noticed it at the last second, calling to his team in a panic. "Get down!" he shouted, ducking down along with the others just in time as the seedling came hurtling over their heads. The seedling was carried a few yards further on before its 2 chains released themselves from the trees they had been embedded in, allowing him to flip over and land sideways on a tree a few yards above the trio, looking down at them even as its chains continued to wave ominously. Without missing a beat, Zaku raised both his hands palms up towards the figure above with a wicked smile playing across his face. "Nice try, you bastard, but eat this," he shouted as 2 concussive blasts of chakra-laced balls of air shot out towards the seedling. The seedling had only just landed and couldn't register the attack in time to do more than take it full in the face, which may have mattered if the blasts hadn't simply dispersed upon impact, causing the fierce gale to fall out in a calm little breeze. Zaku's face almost didn't have time to fade before the seedling shot off from the tree and was flying down at the 3 like some kind of large spider. Luckily for him, Dosu kept his wits about him long enough to grab the scruff of Zaku's neck before pulling him back with enough force to have him fly back a few feet through the air just before the seedling plowed into the ground with force of a cannon blast. Dosu, not missing a beat, leapt forward, swiping his sound gauntlet forward, charged with enough chakra to make the creature's head explode. As the seedling's eyes turned up to face forwards, the gauntlet fist of Duos smashed into him with enough force to crack the steel gauntlets. There was a blast of sound, ear-bleeding noise, and what felt like a low-grade explosive tag, and Dosu and the seedling found themselves flying back through the air in opposite directions. Dosu skidded to a halt, landing awkwardly as Kin jumped over beside him, a trickle of blood coming from where several bits of the tree had embedded themselves in his flesh. His female partner bent down for a moment, looking him over before speaking, her voice half panicked. "What the hell happened? What is that thing?" Kin asked, looking from Dosu to the seedling, who was slowly getting up from the tree it had been thrown into. Dosu took a moment to shake his head before pulling down some of his bandages so that he could spit out a glob of blood. "The damn thing somehow stopped my sound blast for targeting it." Here he spat out another glob of blood before pulling up his bandages. "The sound just blew out in every direction. I caught some of the backlash." He finished, pushing himself to his feet as he looked over to where Zaku had just made it to his feet as well. "Fuck first Zaku's cannons, now your sound. What the hell is this thing made of?" shouted Kin as she filled both her hands with saban and launched them towards the creature with a cry of rage. To her and the rest of the sound shinobi's surprise, the creature became peppered with her saban and staggered back slightly. Without missing a beat, the other 2 sound shinobi pulled out kunai and shuriken of their own, and soon the 3 were hurling everything they had downrange at the creature. Hit after hit buried themselves into the seedling as the hits continued to be forced backwards by the onslaught of weapons plunging themselves into it. Finally, the onslaught paused at Kin allowed the final needle to fly from her fingers, leaving all 3 sound shinobi slightly out of breath, and more than a little panicked at the image in front of them. The seedling was still on its feet, one of its arms dangling from its shoulder, weighted down by the myriad of weapons sticking out of it. Its legs too seemed to be little more than scraps, and as it struggled to move, both of them collapsed beneath it as it swung its only free arm forward to keep itself from falling all the way forward. Even then, the seedling continued to look forward at its attackers, with a small humming growl. "What the hell do you have to do to kill this thing?" called Zaku, his breath a little haggard as he looked at his teammates. Dosu only shook his head slightly at the sight before him. He had seen some dangerous things from Orochimaru's labs, but this thing was quickly working its way up his list of nightmares. Kin was the only one of the 3 to keep her wits about her long enough to start weaving a quick set of seals. Minami, who had just managed to clear out the front of the burrow she had been hiding her team, and looked over, she saw the horrible state that the seedling was in, as well as the sound Kunoichi land her hand on a final seal. As she watched, Seedkin seemed to somehow lose sight of its surroundings and start looking back and forth, as if it could no longer see anything in the clearing. With a satisfied smirk, Kin lowered her arms and let out a low breath. "It's okay, I trapped it in a genjutsu so it won't be a problem anymore," she breathed out, showing a bitter little smile to her team as she spoke. "Good thing I hit it with so many bell saban. Hell, I'd be surprised if anyone could focus with that many sound waves hitting them. Its mind is probably collapsing in on itself from the strain." She finished with a chuckle as the 3 shakily made their way to their feet, and turned to see Minami staring at them. "Well, it looks like your guard dog is gone now, little girl," mocked Zaku cruelly as he gave Minami a fierce smirk. Minami, for her part, just gritted her teeth before pulling out her 2 silvery star blades, and with a flick of her wrist caused them to start spinning, becoming 2 discs of spinning steel. But it was a bluff. Minami had almost no strength left in her, and real panic was setting in on her. Just as she was about to start getting truly desperate, a vile feeling burst of chakra came from behind her, causing both her and the trio to turn as Sasuke stepped forward with dark purple energy oozing out of him as he stepped up to stand beside Minami, his fully developed Sharingan spinning wildly in his eyes as he looked around at those gathered. A pulse of Sasuke's chakra flooded across the clearing, and even flowed over where the Seedling lay, forcing the disruptive sound waves to halt their work. From where the Seedling sat, a small humming growl came out of its body, once again stronger than those previous, as its purple eyes flashed dangerously over at the pulsing figure. This chakra was evil. By its very nature it was something the Seedling knew. And despite itself it felt a desire to destroy it, with every fiber of its being. With a great effort the Seedling pushed itself unsteadily to its mangled feet, even as Sasuke charged forwards into the sound trio, flinging them effortlessly around the clearing. Sasuke had just torn Zaka's arms from their sockets as the Seedling had shakily made its way to its feet, and looked his way. Minami was in a state of almost shock at Sasuke's actions. Sure knew that such violence was a part of their work, but something about seeing Sasuke seem so happy with his actions made her stomach twist uncomfortably. She had to stop him. Something was clearly wrong with him, and with that driving thought she raced over to Sasuke to try and stop him before he went any further. "Sasuke, that's enough," she half pleaded, half shouted as she ran to her teammate, but even as she neared him she saw the madness in his swirling eyes as he turned to face her, his mouth moving in a wicked little smile as he did so. "Minami, perfect. These weaklings aren't enough. Fight me, test me, come on, come at me," Sasuke called in voice caught between joy and madness, as he turned to face his teammate, even as she halted in her track looking at him as though he was mad. "What, Sasuke, this isn't the time for this, you need to stop. Something's wrong with you," Minami tried to reason with the maddened Uchiha. Sasuke, however, was having none of it, pulling out a kunai and throwing it past the girl's face so that it drew a small trickle of blood from her cheek as it passed. Minami winced slightly at the hit before feeling the wet stickiness of her own blood as it dripped down her face. Shit, something really is wrong with him. He isn't acting rationally. That snake bastard must have done something to him, thought Minami as she looked at the half-crazed boy standing before her. As she took a cautious step back she noticed a flicker of movement off to her side where the Seedling had staggered to its feet, its wounds not healing. The Seedling was on its last legs as it stood there, healing from the battle with Kabuto, Orochimaru, and now this most recent battle without time to rest itself with Naruto had dropped its reserves down to just about nothing. It didn't even have the power left to heal its arm that dangled by a strand from its shoulder, still squired by dozens of weapons. Nonetheless, some primal force seemed to drive the creature forward towards Sasuke, dragging itself shakily from one foot to the other as it went. Minami looked over a stab of sadness and guilt at seeing the state of the Seedling. It had done all of this, been hurt so, defending her and her sister, sacrificing itself for them without thinking of itself at all. Just like Naruto had done all his life. Tears started to fall down the redhead's face, some of the water mixing with the blood from her cheek and dropping crimson tears upon the forest floor. "No, no more, please, you've done enough. Please, Kami, no more." Minami thought, her voice so weak that only her thoughts could cast themselves forward, begging, pleading for the reality of what she was seeing to stop. But it didn't. Sasuke's head slowly turned to see the slowly approaching Seedling, an annoyed little look crossing his face as his eyes fell upon it. Whether he was too far gone to notice the appearance of the Seedling, or that his battle lust had simply overridden his common sense, whatever the reason, he didn't question the creature's presence, and simply turned to face it, flying through a series of hand signs as he did so. Seeing this, Minami lurched forward to try and place herself between the two, just managing it as a bout of flame escaped the Uchiha's lips and flying towards the girl. Minami saw the flames coming, and closed her eyes tight as she felt the flame approach her, its warmth tickling her face as it closed in. But something else was there as well, another feeling, something around her stomach. Without warning she felt a pulling sensation and her eyes flew open as she found her waist wrapped in a black chain that pulled her out of the path of the flame. As she turned her eyes she found the wide eyes of the Seedling looking at her even as the flames rushed over him. The chain holding her faltered slightly as the flame continued to pour of the creature, and its form seemed to buckle under the pressure from the unending flames. Even as she watched she could see that the flame was dispersing as it hit the Seedling, but the continued torrent of the flame kept the heat and flame fresh on the Seedling's form. Even as she cried out she saw its damaged arm fall to the forest floor and slowly become swallowed by the flame, even as the chain holding her also faltered, dropping her to the ground as it did so. Through watery eyes she saw the Seedling slowly begin to crumble away as more and more flame covered it, till finally Sasuke halted his attack, and the flame died away from the Seedling. As the flame died away and the Seedling came back into view, Minami almost cried out in sadness as she saw it. Both its arms had been burned away, even as bits of black seemed to break away like ash from the creature as it looked over at the Uchiha. The burnt ends of chains dangled weakly from its back where they had broken in an effort to get Minami clear of the blast. Even as the two members of Team 7 watched, the seedling began to crack as bits of its face and body fell to the forest floor and dissipated, leaving large gouges across its form as it did so. Despite this, and to both of their shock, the seedling managed to rise shakily to its feet, both its legs little more than mutilated lumps that were cracking and chipping away even as they watched. With a last bit of effort, the seedling forced itself to crouch slightly facing Sasuke before pushing everything it had left into a final shot forward towards the Uchiha, who had begun going through seals once again. The Uchiha was too late, however, and before he could finish his final seal, the seedling had slammed its head straight into the Uchiha's face, balling the two over to the forest floor. As the hit landed, the menacing chakra from Sasuke seemed to explode from him, even as the markings around his body proceeded to recede back into his neck. Minami forced herself to her feet and ran to the side of the pair, even as the seedling rolled off of the now unconscious Uchiha as its body continued to crumble, one of its legs cracking and blowing away as it did so. Just as Minami reached the spot, the seedling turned its remaining purple eye to her and let out a weak hum towards her. Minami dropped to her knees beside the seedling, feeling a stabbed guilt, sadness, and everything else that came with the feeling of helplessness when someone sees something they have not power to stop. Tears still in her eyes, she spoke softly to the seedling even as the cracks reached its final eyes and the light started to dim. "I'm sorry, Seed-kun. Oh Kami, I'm sorry," she said between tears as she looked down at the seedling even as fresh tears began to form at her eyes. Before she could say more, the seedling extended the last bit of chain it had left that was crumbling even as it did so to gently wipe away one of her tears with a soft hum that had the redhead speechless. As the chain fell, the cracking finally reached the eye and the seedling's form completely crumbled away, leaving only a black orb where the creature's head had been, black and unmoving, with a faint pulse of purple energy coming off of it. "Minami, hurry, put your hand on Seed-kun," called Q inside the girl's head before she could collapse. Minami shook her head slightly before asking in a voice exhausted from her experiences, "What?" She spoke, the sadness and weakness clear in her voice. "I said hurry and put your hand on Seed-kun. I may be able to give it some of my chakra to help save it before it's gone," shouted Q. Minami paused only for a moment, taking in what the fox had said before she thrust her hand onto the orb, ignoring the slight feeling of weakness that came with contact with the orb. "Do it!" she almost screamed as her hands met the orb. She had failed to protect her team. She had failed to keep her family from falling apart around her, and she had failed to help the creature before her, but she would be damned if she was going to lose anymore. As her hands hit the orb, a sudden pulse went through her and a blast of Q's chakra shot its way unabated through her arms and down into the orb. As she watched, the orb pulsing seemed to grow a bit stronger, and flickers of red could now be seen in the purple light it was given off. After what seemed like an eternity, she let her hands fall and let out a tired breath. "Did it work?" she asked, panting slightly as she did so. Q was silent for a moment, as well, its breath coming out in small gasps as it did so before finally speaking. "Hi, I think so. Seed-kun should be okay for now, but he needs to get back to Naruto and Kazan so he can be fixed," replied Q. Minami let out a soft, happy breath as she looked around the clearing and noticed for the first time that the sound trio had seemed to have go while the getting was good. So she stood after a moment, taking a look around before picking up the orb gently and taking it back into the tree to place in her pack before returning to check on Sasuke. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Naruto and the rest of Team 8 were helping a seedling pull what looked like the entire contents of Konoha's armory out of itself. "You were right, there was no way the seedlings were going to get into trouble," joked Kiba as he pulled a mace out of the back of the seedling with a grunt of effort. Naruto just gave him a tired look as he pulled out what seemed like the 100th kunai from the seedling. "Always looking at the negative, Kiba. Look at it this way, we won't be short on weapons," replied Naruto half-heartedly as Hinata suppressed a giggle as she sat with a seedling of her own, scanning the area with her Byakugan, keeping a watch out for anything. "So what number does this make anyway? We need to get to the tower sometime today," asked Kiba as he rose, stretching his back slightly as the seedling stood as well, helping to pull out the last few weapons. A moment later, the seedling had collapsed into a seed orb and flown back to situate itself on Naruto's coat, as the blonde rose to. "This guy makes 5, but we are still mission 1 out there somewhere," he replied with a small note of concern in his voice. True, a seedling was nothing to shake a stick at, but they weren't invincible, and if by some bad luck one did fall in battle and he wasn't there to retrieve it, he could kiss a year's work goodbye, and Kami help him, explaining to Mito that one of her playmates wasn't going to be around. The blonde suppressed a small shiver at the thought as Hinata stood as well, walking over as the seedling that had been with her retreated into Naruto's coat as well. "Still, Naruto, Kiba makes a point, we do need to get to the tower, and if we don't hurry we might not make it on time," she spoke softly, looking over at Naruto with a soft smile. Naruto turned to face her before letting out a breath and relaxing. "Yeah, I guess you're right, let's head out for now, with any luck we'll find it on the way, and worst case I'll just keep the pollen net up to find it after we finish this part of the exam," finished the blonde as the team set off towards the tower. A few hours later found them standing before the tower's base facing two open scrolls that were smoking slightly. The next second there was a small burst of smoke and Kushina stepped out to them smiling around at the three, her red hair waving behind her. "Well done, team, you've passed the second exam," she said, beaming around at them all. Team 11 all looked at one another smiling as they did so, but before they could do more than give each other a quick smile, a commotion from the entryway into the tower drew their eyes. As they turned they saw the haggard members of Team 7 entering into the room, all sporting the clear signs of battle and exhaustion. As Naruto looked over he felt a familiar, if not somewhat altered pulse form over by Minami that seemed to be coming from her pack. As his purple eyes met her red ones she gave an almost impossible to notice nod of her head. From inside Naruto's head he heard a small sound of Jubi giggling. "What's so funny, Jubi, and why am I getting a weird vibe from Minami?" asked Naruto, trying to figure out what he seemed to be missing. There was a short pause where Jubi seemed to be collecting herself before she spoke again, her voice unmistakable in a tone of happiness. "Oh, I can't wait to see what my little Kyukin did. Something tells me you just got Mito and Hanabi a new present," giggled the Jubi, leaving Naruto to wonder what on earth she could be talking about. Chapter 14. Talking, Thinking, Mental Conversation, DMO God or the like. Jutsu, The Way the Chips Fall. As they turned they saw the haggard members of Team 7 entering into the room, all sporting the clear signs of battle and exhaustion. As Naruto looked over he felt a familiar, if not somewhat altered pulse from over by Minami that seemed to be coming from her pack. As his purple eyes met her red ones she gave an almost impossible to notice nod of her head. From inside Naruto's head he heard a small sound of Jubi giggling. "What's so funny, Jubi, and why am I getting a weird vibe from Minami?" asked Naruto, trying to figure out what he seemed to be missing. There was a short pause where Jubi seemed to be collecting herself before she spoke again, her voice unmistakable in a tone of happiness. "Oh, I can't wait to see what my little Kyukin did. Something tells me you just got Mito and Hanabi a new present," giggled the Jubi, leaving Naruto to wonder what on earth she could be talking about. However, before the blonde could do more than look confused at the situation, Naruto stepped forward, pulling out her set of heaven and earth scrolls with an exhausted look on her face as her blue eyes meet her mother's violet ones. "Kazan, we need to talk to Tsunade now. Something big happened in the forest," spoke Naruto with a dead serious tone of voice that immediately caught everyone's attention. Team 11 gave each other a worried little look as they heard her words. True, they hadn't been sure as to Kabuto's actions, except they seemed to target Sasuke, but they had figured that they had at least scared him and his team off. With a small shiver they realized that the grass ninja that Kabuto had been talking to may well have been more dangerous than they had first expected, but now was not the time for worrying about such things. As Kushina spoke up. "Okay then, Naruto, but why don't you just use his kunai to get him here if it's important?" Kushina asked, casting a curious look around at her two daughters as she did so. Minami and Naruto looked down for a moment before Minami answered. "We lost them in the forest when we were attacked. Please Kazan, we need to tell Tsunade about what happened as soon as possible," said the redhead, a slight inflection to her tone that almost made it sound like pleading. Kushina was slightly taken aback at this. While her girls weren't brats, they usually had a kind of pride in their voices that made it clear that while they may accept help, they were by no means dependent on it. Now, however, both girls sounded, well, almost broken, as though all of their pride had literally been beaten out of them. Kushina did not hesitate to step forward to the two and put a hand on each of their faces, raising them to look her clearly in the eyes. Both girls looked up at their cousin with a small defeated look in Minami's eyes, and a harsher and self-loathing look in Naruto's. After what seemed like a long moment, Kushina spoke. "Girls, what happened to you?" asked Kushina, a clear amount of worry in her tone as she did so. Naruto closed her eyes and with an effort looked away from her mother, biting back tears as she did so. All her life the little blonde had fought and trained, and sacrificed so that she could be strong enough to be the hero she believed herself destined to be. But back in that dark forest when she had stood before Orochimaru, she had found herself helpless to do more than watch as he took her team and her sister apart. That reality was destroying the girl, her world was shattering under her, and it took all of her effort to keep herself from simply collapsing into her cousin's arms and crying to her to help make this pain go away. Only with a great effort had she managed to keep from crying in front of her team, and Team 11. Minami in the meantime was also feeling shame and guilt for her part in the defeat, and the cost that Seedling had paid to protect her and her team. She, however, was able to keep herself composed enough to look back as Kushina and speak out a few soft words. "Please cousin, not here. Please," the redhead practically begged, looking up at Kushina, whose face had knotted itself into a twisted look of pain as she looked down at her suffering daughters. Kushina took a moment, before she gave the two a small nod and turned to face her team while reaching into her pack. "Team, I need to get Team 7 to the Hokage for now. I'll have to put off our time for a while. Please head up to the tower and get some rest," she said as she pulled out a familiar tri-pronged kunai. unknown to Kushina and Naruto, and by extension Team 11 had been able to hear the whispered conversation thanks to Minami unknowingly leaving her pollen connection open. Giving each other a quick look, they nodded before turning to face Kushina, who had just thrown the kunai down a few feet to her left, allowing a pulse of chakra to play its way through the seal on the kunai, alerting Minato to its activation. Before the bright yellow flash could herald Minato's arrival, Naruto spoke up in a calm voice. "Kazan, I believe that Team 11 has some information that may pertain to what Team 7 is going to be reporting on, and we would like to also report to the Hokage if we could," spoke the blonde boy as Kushina and Team 7 looked over at the members of Team 11 with some confusion playing across their faces. After a second, Sasuke spoke up, a note of annoyance present in his voice as he did so. "Really, I can't see your team having anything to offer on the subject," Sasuke stated in a tone that carried a note of accusation with it. Minami shot him a dark little look while Kushina looked over at her team, a small look of confusion on her face. Naruto, however, still being a mess of emotions, latched onto something solid, if not negative, and turned her face to look over at Naruto harshly. "Naruto, this isn't time for one of your stupid games. Something big is happening here, and Tsunade doesn't need to waste his time cleaning up after you right now," shot Naruto at her brother, in a broken tone that only showed how little reason she was currently in possession of. This fact was not lost on the boy as he looked over at his sister with a sad little smile on his face. True, he may not carry almost any love for the girl, but still she was almost having a fit thanks to what had occurred in the forest. She could hardly be counted upon to remain polite and rational. So with a small effort the boy allowed the anger that had risen up at her comment to fade before he responded calmly. "Naruto, this is no game. If I am correct, then we both ran into a snake out in that forest, and the Hokage will want to have all the information he can have on the subject," stated the blonde in voice completely devoid of anger or happiness. "And if he is worth being the fourth Hokage, then he can afford to waste some time with me. For once," finished the blonde in a whisper that only Hinata picked up on. Naruto looked as though she had just been hit by a slap to the face. Her mind was whirring as she heard Naruto speak the word snake, and with a small gut-wrenching moment an unfamiliar fear rose in her. One she had not felt for a long time. There for just a moment she had felt a horrible fear that Naruto, her Nizan, had come across Orochimaru in the forest, and that she hadn't been there to protect him. With that came a fresh wave of self-loathing. What was the good of her if she couldn't even keep her family safe? What was the point of anything? Minami simply nodded softly to herself, assuming that Naruto and his seedling had somehow been in communication. Kushina, on the other hand, looked confused. But before she could speak up to question what was happening, a bright flash of yellow light appeared a few feet away from the group where the kunai had been laying a moment before. Now standing there was Minato, with a curious look on his face as he scanned the surroundings, taking note of Team 7 and 11 as well as Kushina. His eyes flicked between the defeated looks on the girls' faces for a moment, as a stab of worry entered his mind as he thought back to the prophecy, and only worsened as he saw the defeated-looking state they were in. His eyes also flashed over to Kushina, who was giving him a grave look that told him that whatever was happening, it could not be good. For just a moment his eyes flicked over Team 11, pausing for a second on his son's eyes that looked over at him with a slightly bored expression. This caused another small pang of guilt to hit Minato, as he saw the way his Sochi looked at him. However, with a small effort he pushed those thoughts back, turning to look over at the girls, who seemed to be the source of his summons. "Kushina, what's going on?" asked Minato, his eyes scanning over the haggard forms of Team 7 as well as the reasonably spry members of Team 11, before looking back at his love. Kushina took a moment to look around to make sure that no one else was present before nodding towards both teams, indicating them to the blonde before speaking. "Team 7 and 11 need to report some activity in the forest. And this isn't the place for it," replied Kushina in a hushed voice, looking over at her husband. Minato seized upon her tone immediately, and fell into his shinobi D minor before giving her a brief nod and flying through several hand sighs. After a moment several seals began to appear around the groups, spreading out like a web from his position and looping themselves around to form a dome around the groups. With a pulse and a flash of yellow, Team 7, Kushina and Minato along with 2 members of Team 11 found themselves blinking in the center of Minato's office. For a second the group just looked at one another before finally Kushina spoke up. "Hey, where's Naruto?" she asked, looking around, not seeing her Sochi anywhere in the group. The rest of the group looked around for the blonde but couldn't see him anywhere. All eyes turned back to Minato, who was looking just as confused as the rest of the party. "Minato, where is he?" asked Kushina with a note of annoyance in her tone as she did so. Minato turned to her and raised his arms slightly in a sign of surrender, a little concern on his own face. "I don't know, he should be here. My flying thunder god should have taken him with us just like everyone else," spoke the blonde, genuinely confused as to how the boy had been left behind. Something like this had never happened, and it was more than a little unnerving to the blonde Hokage. Kushina looked over at Hinata and Kiba for a moment before a thought entered into her mind courtesy of her pollen. Kushina-sensei, Naruto's chakra probably messed with the seal around him somehow. Thought Kiba, looking over at Hinata, who nodded slightly in agreement. Kushina paused for a moment before silently agreeing with the Inuzuka. However, this put her in an awkward position, as it left them without a means by which to explain the boy's absence. Luckily, Minami came to their rescue, having been involved in the discussion as a silent listener. Kazan, let me distract Tusan. You go get Nizan, okay? Just have him think of something to explain it on the way back. I'll stall till then. The red-eyed girl sent silently over their mental connection. Kushina sent her daughter a small thankful smile before turning to the still confused Minato before speaking. Look, it may have something to do with what they ran into in the forest. I'll go get him. In the meantime, let Team 7 tell you what they need to. I'll be back in a second with Naruto. Kushina instructed as she turned to walk out of the room with a small wave of her hand. In her wake she left a very confused and slightly concerned Minato, who could not shake the feeling that he was missing something very important. Kushina was down the hall and heading for the forest a moment later, even as Team 7 started going through their experiences upon encountering the grass shinobi. Meanwhile, back in the tower, Naruto was currently banging his head against the inside wall of the tower, chanting something about stupid immortal guardians of Kami and their side effects. This was the reason that he didn't hear or see as Team 10 entered into the tower, all looking like they had walked through a minefield and sporting happy, if exhausted expressions. As the three entered, they spied Naruto's odd production and for a moment just sat there watching, not knowing what to say to the blonde. Finally, Ino seemed to have enough and called out to the blonde, "Yo Naruto, what the heck are you doing?" called the pig-tailed girl as Naruto stopped his pounding to turn to face the source of the voice, a large red mark on his head, a testament to his recent activity. As his purple eyes swept over their haggard appearance, he had to fight to suppress a flinch. Choji had one arm in a sling, as well as several bruises lining one side of his head. Ino looked like she had been thrown through a particularly rough set of bushes, several bits of leaf and twig having worked their way into her hair and dress, and all matted down with an application of sweat. Shikimura looked like he hadn't slept in a few days, and carried the same look as Ino. After a moment, Naruto spoke up. "What the heck happened to you guys? It looks like you've been through hell," asked Naruto after he finished looking the team up and down, a note of concern in his tone. Choji gave him a weak smile before speaking up. "It looks worse than it is. We just ran into a few teams trying to lay traps near the tower, but we made it out okay," spoke the thick boy with a note of happiness as he pulled out a set of scrolls to show the blonde. Naruto nodded, returning the smile even as Ino spoke up. "Yeah, they were nothing especially after that freaking black monster," she said, shifting her arms in proud little shrug that seemed to indicate that nothing much could shake her after her recent experiences. Naruto's eyebrows rose at the girl's words, and a small sweat drop formed in his mind. Monster?" asked Naruto, trying to make himself look more curious than accusatory. He had more than a bad feeling as to what they were referring to. Heck, if that seedling's appearance hadn't tipped him off to something, then he would have to be blind. Shikimura shook his head slightly before speaking. "Yes, some black thing mimicked our moves. Did you run into anything like that?" asked Shikimura, a shrewd note in his voice as he did so. True, Shikimura didn't have the facts he needed to do more than speculate, but still he was almost positive that Naruto's team must have at least run into the creature at some point for it to have Naruto's appearance. Naruto fidgeted for a second while a mental panic began to set in. Oh crap, that stupid seedling went and attacked them, and Shikimura is piecing it together. Damn, this isn't good. Sure, it's going to come out eventually, but what the heck, why now? Naruto mentally shouted to himself. Jubi, who was watching, decided to add her 2 cents worth into the blonde's panic. "Well, it's not like you didn't know this was going to happen if you entered into this exam, but I guess telling them the monster they fought was Seedkun may not go over well," replied Jubi with a contemplating look on her face as she did so. Jubi placed a single figure under her chin and leaned her face down onto it in a thinking pose for a moment before speaking up. "I guess it would be best just to tell that you saw something like that, but your team didn't hang around to look at it, and just continued on. Worst case, they just think it's odd," finished Jubi as she leaned back against her tree and raised her hands up in a small shrug. "Right, thanks, Jubi." Naruto shot back, blinking a few times before looking back over at Shikimura, who was watching him, one eyebrow quirked up as if waiting for the blonde's response. "Now that you mention it, I think we saw something like that out in the forest, kind of a black silhouette, but we didn't stick around long. Akamaru didn't seem to like its smell, so we just kept going," said Naruto as he looked over at the members of Team 10. Shikimura let out a sigh before rubbing his head in a lazy gesture, while Choji smiled a little and Ino dropped her head in a heavy audible sound that sounded a little like a groan. "You did the right thing then, cause whatever that thing was, it took us apart," spoke Choji with a gesture towards his arm with a small grimace. Shikimura looked over at his teammate with a small cringe before turning to Ino, who was just speaking. Yeah, and that stupid thing was running around looking like me. I swear if it does anything perverted I'll find it and kill it with fire, shouted the blonde girl, small flames in her eyes as she finished, causing all three of the boys to take a small step back from the girl. Jubi almost fell off the back of her branch, laughing at the mental image of the seedling being chased around by the angry blonde. Before the group could say anything else, Kushina dropped down beside the entrance and walked forward into the tower's base, looking over Team 10 and Naruto. She offered a small smile to Team 10 before turning to Naruto and motioning him over. Naruto, seeing this, nodded and stepped forward to greet Kushina. So this is where we left you, half-joked Kushina as Naruto blushed slightly and muttered something about a stupid chakra, before he flinched slightly as Jubi gave him a mental smack. Kushina allowed her lips to quirk upward in a small smirk as she imagined Jubi giving Naruto a mental telling off. Kushina just shook her head before looking over at Team 10. Well, I guess I'll be seeing your team in the next round, congratulations, she stated as the members of Team 10 looked around at each other. I'll tell you parents I saw you, but I have to take Naruto here to a meeting. She finished, jabbing a thumb back at Naruto, who smiled sheepishly. Without another word, Kushina lightly grabbed the scruff of Naruto's jacket and hauled him off through the door of the tower and off towards the village, using small body flickers to quickly cover ground faster. While this was happening, Naruto had just finished recounting the last thing she remembered before waking up to Minami telling them they needed to get moving. Minato had a mixed look of barely contained fury upon his face for the traitor Orochimaru's actions, mixed with a twinge of relief and happiness at his daughter's safety. As Naruto finished, Minato turned to face Minami with a concerned look. Minami, after Naruto fell, what happened? The blonde Hokage asked as he looked at his red-headed daughter. Minami paused for a moment before answering, internally hoping that she would be able to come up with a convincing enough story to satisfy her father. Well, after Naruto was taken out, I charged Orochimaru, but he used that same seal move to seal up the Kyuubi chakra and slammed me into the tree, started Minami. Both Minato and the other members of her team looking over at her with no small amount of curiosity. Sasuke and Naruto hadn't had a chance to ask exactly what had happened to them. Anyway, that is when this clone or something showed up and I kind of passed out, continued Minami as the others listened. When I woke up, Orochimaru was gone and I hauled Naruto and Sasuke to cover. We stayed mostly safe for the night, while I tried to patch them up and set some traps up, Minami continued, as Minato seemed to notice something odd in her words. Minami, interrupted Minato, causing the girl to halt her story and turn to face Minato with a slightly worried look in her eyes. Her mind raced, hoping she wasn't going to be caught in her lie. Minato tapped his index fingers together for a moment before speaking. You mentioned some kind of clone that you saw before you passed out. What do you mean by that? The Hokage asked, not taking his eyes off of his daughter as he did so. Minami froze for a moment, a shiver running down her spine as she looked into her father's eyes, even as she prepared to lie to him to protect her Nizan, for what felt like the first time in her life. What I mean, she began, taking a small breath, is that at that time I didn't get a good look at whatever it was. All I could see was a black silhouette. I couldn't make out any defining features. The girl spoke even as Minato's eyebrows rose slightly. At that time? He asked in a calm little voice. Yes, later, once I set up the camp, we were attacked by another team, and whatever it was showed up again, continued Minami, as Minato settled back to listen further. The team from Sound was about to engage me, but then that same thing attacked them. It looked like some kind of clone but was all black, and seemed capable of some kind of shape-shifting when it was fighting. The Sound team eventually overpowered it, and made a move to attack us again. They seemed fixated on getting at Sasuke for some reason, Minami said, looking over at Sasuke, who shifted uncomfortably, rubbing his neck absent-mindedly as he did so. Then Sasuke came out of the defensive area where I left him, and something was odd with him. Some kind of marking was coving him, and he was pumping out an immense amount of chakra. Next thing I knew, he was attacking the Sound team and decimating them. After that, he turned to take out me and the clone, continued Minami, a small bit of anger in her voice as she finished. Sasuke, for his part, looked half angry and half embarrassed at his actions. Minato looked over at Sasuke for a moment, anger in his eyes. If he had not had control of himself, he might have leapt over his desk to attack the boy, but he forced himself to remain calm. From what he had heard, it sounded like Sasuke had gotten hit with Orochimaru's Seal of the Heavens, and what was worse, it sounded like the bastard had managed to complete it since his time on Enko. Minato and Jiraiya, with the help of Kushina, had managed to find a way to deconstruct the seal, but it had only been thanks to all of their talents that Enko hadn't died on the operating table. Even then, it had only been thanks to Tsunade that the final release of chakra hadn't killed her. True, the seal hadn't been complicated once all three got involved, but Orochimaru had been a sore kind of loser and built in a dead man's switch to trigger if the seal was messed with. Knowing that Snake, the new seal, was bound to have managed to fix that error. With a shake of his head he motioned for Minami to continue. Anyway, after that the clone or whatever it was hit Sasuke before dispelling. After that I waited till Sasuke and Naruto woke up and we headed to the tower. Minami finished calmly, praying that she wasn't about to be found out. Minato took a moment to look around at the 3 members of Team 7 before taking a small breath and speaking in a quietly controlled voice. Thank you for telling me this, girls. I couldn't be more proud of either of you. No other team of genin could have possibly stood up to one of the 3 Sannin and still be around to talk about it. Here he gave the girls a particular happy smile as he looked over them. Naruto and Minami smiled softly at their father's praise before turning to look at Sasuke with a bit of worry in their faces. Minato then turned to look at Sasuke, taking a breath before starting. Sasuke, from what I've heard you have received a dangerous seal that Orochimaru has developed, and it would seem that it has some control over you. I am going to have Jiraiya and Kushina work to seal it for now until we can examine it further. I don't hold you responsible for its influence for now, but I warn you, if you ever attack a teammate again, it will mark the end of your shinobi career. Minato said gravely, narrowing his eyes at Sasuke for a moment. Naruto looked between Sasuke and Minato for a moment before stepping forward to speak. But Tsunade, it wasn't his fault, it was that snake guy. Naruto said, trying to stand up for her teammate. If she couldn't save him in the forest, she would at least try to save him here. Minato looked from the determined face of Naruto over to the slightly angry face of Sasuke before giving a small sigh and turning to face his blonde-haired daughter. Naruto, be that as it may, Sasuke, whether he likes it or not, has a dangerous seal on him, and he has a choice to make. If he wishes to remain in active duty, he must carry the burden and responsibility for his actions. Naruto began to speak but was silenced by one of Minato's hands rising for her silence. If he wants to take a temporary leave until we can fully remove the seal, that is also a choice, but I will not give him a free pass to knowingly endanger other members of Konoha without making it clear that punishment will be carried out swiftly. Minato finished in a tone that left no room for argument. Naruto looked from her Tsunade to Sasuke and then over to Minami, who simply nodded her head in agreement. Before Naruto could speak again, the door to the office opened and entered Kushina and Naruto. Minato looked up at them before motioning for Team 11 to approach. Hinata, Kiba, and Naruto stepped forward to stand in a line before the Hokage, all looking at him, waiting for him to prompt them to speak. Minato took a moment to reseal the room before turning to face them. You have expressed that you have some information that may pertain to the events in the forest that Team 7 encountered, stated Minato, receiving nods from Team 11 before Hinata took a small step forward to speak. Meanwhile, Kiba was filling in Kushina and Naruto via the pollen on what had been happening in the office while they had been gone. Hi Hokage-sama. While we were in the forest, we encountered another Leaf Team led by Kabuto, who was trading information with a grass ninja. That was most likely the same one that Orochimaru was disguised as, started the girl, getting a few questioning looks from Team 7 and the 2 adults. After we were spotted, we engaged them and managed to secure them, but Kabuto managed to escape, finished Hinata softly, prompting a soft snort from Sasuke, causing Team 11 to look at him with cold looks. Is that all? You ran across some genin that may have had some connection to Orochimaru. What proof do you have that they are even the same grass ninja we ran across? Heck, that Kabuto guy failed the exam 7 times. Just because you couldn't get a hold of that failure doesn't mean anything, fired off Sasuke, his mood not improved after being given the recent ultimatum from the Hokage. Naruto turned to face Sasuke slowly until the boy's purple eyes were boring into Sasuke's own black ones before he responded. Sasuke, the proof we have is that when Kabuto fled, he did so by using a snake he summoned that was the size of a house, said Naruto, his words slow and filled with barely suppressed rage as he looked over at the Uchiha. As everyone digested this information, Naruto took the opportunity to take a step forward towards Sasuke while taking a hold of the front of the Uchiha's jacket and pulling him slightly forward before speaking again in that same slow, controlled tone. And if you ever try to speak like that to Hinata again, make sure to re-educate yourself on how to speak to a lady. I suggest you apologize to her now, finished the blonde. Sasuke was at a loss as he felt a tingling sensation from his neck and had to fight to suppress the urge to attack Naruto then and there. Kushina, for her part, simply stood in place watching Naruto's actions and trusting him to act appropriately. Also, she couldn't help but suppress a small smile at her Sochi's actions in defending his team and his Hinata. Hinata looked over, a small blush mixed with concern on her face. This was the first time since the bridge she had seen Naruto truly angry, and it still gave her small shivers just seeing it. Minami was at a loss as to what to do. One part of her wanted Sasuke to pay not just for what he had done in the forest but also for how he was acting, still so smug and self-assured. Minato, for his part, looked like someone had slapped him. He had never seen Naruto like this, and his mind was in freefall trying to find any memory he could that would account for the boy's actions. Naruto was by far the worst, however. After the exhaustion, the fear, and the mental breakdown she had been undergoing recently, she was teetering on the edge of not simply collapsing under all of her mental turmoil. Whether for better or worse, she had seized upon her idea to protect as her final bastion, and seeing her teammate threatened even by Naruto set off the alarms in her mind. So she stepped forward to grab hold of Naruto's arm and make sure that nothing else happened, speaking as her arm roughly grabbed Naruto's. "Naruto, stop it. Sasuke has been through a lot, we all have, and we don't need you trying to act tough in front of your girlfriend right now. Stop acting like a child and try acting like the shinobi you barely are," shouted Naruto, allowing her own mental frustrations and self-loathing to pour out towards the blonde boy. For a moment no one moved, then Naruto's head slowly pivoted to look into his knees. For a moment Naruto saw Naruto's eyes flash pure black, but when she blinked they were again purple, but with a silent rage that she had never seen in them before. True, she had not been close to her knees for years, but when she had looked at him she had always seen a happiness or life in his eyes. Now they were cold, almost threatening. For several moments the two siblings looked into each other's eyes, neither moving before Naruto finally spoke. "You know so little," he all but whispered as he pushed Sasuke away from him and with a small effort pulled his arm from Naruto's grasp. Naruto looked angry at this and was about to retort before Minato's voice rang out over the two, prompting them to face him. "Naruto, stop this. I will not have you starting conflicts in this office, especially between fellow Konoha shinobi." Minato started giving the boy a hard look. Mentally Minato agreed with his Sochi's actions towards the Uchiha. Still, what he couldn't have was the teams turning on one another at this time, particularly the girls' team. If they faltered now they could be at risk of losing both girls, especially if Orochimaru was involved. A small piece of him, one that had been nagging at him recently, could not help but point out to him that once again Naruto was being punished so that his ideal of the world could keep spinning, but he ignored it again, pushing forward. Naruto looked over at the Hokage for a moment before shaking his head slightly as if looking at someone who continued to disappoint him before turning to leave, the other members of Team 7 falling into step with him. Minato raised a hand to activate the seals on the door and halt them as they reached it, not wanting them to leave just yet. "Hold, Team 11, you have not been dismissed, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, we still have things to talk about," stated Minato in a commanding tone. Naruto did not even turn as he raised one hand in front of him and spoke. "No, Hokage-sama, our team has already given you all the information we have. We now have to get back to the tower to rest before the next stage of the exam," replied Naruto, placing his hand on the door in front of him and giving it a small push. The seals on the door flickered and died as the blonde pushed it softly, and the office doors swung open to Minato's and most of Team 7's shock. Team 11 left the room, before Naruto spoke once more before the door swung shut behind him. "And I already told you, I am no longer a Namikaze, the name is Naruto Uzumaki," the blonde finished as the door swung shut. Minato and Team 7 sat there in silence for a moment before a sigh drew their attention over to Kushina, who was giving both Naruto and Minato a harsh glare. "I think I will depart too, Hokage-sama. I don't trust myself to stay here much longer without doing something I may regret," Kushina said, turning to face Minami with a soft smile and walking over to give her a brief hug. "I'll see you later, stay safe, okay?" she said, turning to look over at Naruto, a pained expression on her face as she approached her other daughter. Naruto looked confused at her mother's expression. She had never seen her cousin look so disappointed in her. It had always been pride or happiness, but like Naruto those emotions seemed absent from her eyes at the moment. Kushina looked down at Naruto with a mix of happiness and sadness. Then she pulled Naruto into a silent hug, not speaking to her, but trying to fight past her anger enough so that she could at least express her happiness at the girl's safety. The motion was stiff and awkward and ended a moment later with Naruto looking even more confused at her cousin's actions. Kushina rose from Naruto to look over at Minato, and there was only disappointment in her eyes as she looked over at her husband. Without saying a word she turned and walked out of the room without a word, pushing past the doors as she did so, and not sparing a glance back at the office as the door swung shut. She met up with her team moments later on the base of the stairs and escorted them back to the tower just as the sun was setting for that day. After they had arrived, Kushina turned to leave but was caught in a small hug from Naruto that she allowed herself to sink into, letting the tears she had been fighting back pour out of her eyes. Her family was tearing itself apart before her, and she was no longer sure if there was anything that she could do to stop it. Worst of all, she wasn't even sure if she would be doing the right thing by saving it at this point. So Kushina stayed there and cried into her son's arms as the team sat in their room and calmly began to wonder what came next for these exams. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage's office, Kakashi had arrived to escort his team back to the tower, leaving the blonde man alone in his office with only his thoughts. Flashes of the looks of Naruto and Kushina kept bombarding him, even as he fought to keep his mind focused on what Orochimaru may be planning. He silently cursed as he stabbed one of his three-pronged kunai down into the desk in front of him, squiring a clump of papers as he did so, accompanied by small cracking sound that caught his attention. Lifting up his kunai and pulling off a few stray bits of paper, Minato saw that one of the photos on his desk had somehow worked its way down to the bottom of the work pile, covered with a thick layer of dust. The frame had been cracked, and the glass was shattered by the kunai's tip. Carefully, the Hokage reached down and pulled a photograph from the shattered remains to look at it. The photo depicted a smiling family. Sitting in the middle was Kushina, her long red hair pulled into a long strand that cascaded over the front of her blue kimono. She was sitting there smiling up at the camera, a giggling little girl with a bright tuft of red hair sitting in her lap and reaching two small baby hands over trying to grab hold of her mother's hair. In front of her stood three children, Minami and Naruto. The latter, with her hair in pigtails, gave the camera whisker cheek smiles, both standing slightly off to the right of their mother at the feet of their father. Minato's form stood right beside his wife's, one arm resting softly on her shoulder while the other rested on the top of Naruto's head, his white coat fluttering behind him as a bright smile crossed his face. The final member of the family stood directly beside his sisters, right beside his mother, his blue and purple eyes smiling along with his face into the camera, and one arm looped around Minami's shoulder as he smiled happily at the camera. The kunai's blade had stabbed down so that its tip tore a hole in his former self's chest, as if he had tried to rip out his own heart. Maybe that's all I've been doing, thought Minato as he cradled the photo to him, and allowed a few tears to fall from his eyes as he looked down for another moment. After a short time, a knock came at the door, and several umbu filed in to report on their findings. Minato stowed the picture away into a breast pocket, turning to face the men and women at his command. He would have to face his own demons at some point, but at the moment a real demon was at their door, and he needed to face it. At some point later, Kushina had gathered herself up enough to head out and pick up Minami from the Hyuga compound to take back to the Namikaze home. After assuring her that she could come and see the next exam and her siblings, Kushina had managed to put her to bed, while moving to strip out of her armor and gear, and into a simple evening gown that she now sat in, on the living room couch as she waited for Minato's return. She sat there as her eyes traveled slowly around the room, resting on photos of her smiling family, or lingering on small dinks and stains, each a memory of their time together. With a small effort she rose and walked to the sliding glass door, placing one of her hands on its glass even as her breath fell upon the glass, causing it to fog up slightly. Her eyes looked out over the backyard, pausing at the areas where she could still remember teaching her three oldest to walk for the first time. As she looked, she could almost hear the excited giggling of Naruto and Minami as Naruto had taken his first steps, his arms held out in little fists, even while his face was frowned in concentration as he took slow and steady steps towards the smiling face of Minato, who was crouched down with both of his hands held out, a look of pure happiness and pride upon his face as he awaited his son's approach. A small flash of yellow light illuminated her shadow on the window for a moment, announcing Minato's return, and Kushina turned to face the man who she barely recognized as that smiling figure from her memories. Minato stood in the living room, an exhausted look on his face, and seemed to notice Kushina's presence just as she was turning to face him. His bright blue eyes met her violet ones, even as Kushina slowly walked over and lowered herself onto an armchair that allowed her to face her husband as she lowered her hands to rest gently upon her legs. Minato could not help but notice as he looked at Kushina the delicate way her red hair fell down her shoulder, concaving to her form as it did so. A brief flash of memory returned him to a child looking at the fiery red-headed girl that stood in front of a classroom. A moment later the memory was gone, and Minato found himself under the gaze of the focused gaze of the red-headed women before him. For several moments the two sat in silence before Kushina spoke in a soft tone that nonetheless carried with it an authority that did not welcome questions. "We need to talk, Minato. And we will talk before you force me to take what is left of this family and leave to save it," Kushina stated, no raised voice, no note of anger, just a simply statement of fact. Kushina had given Minato time, effort, and even allowed herself to believe that he might have been coming around. Heck, when he had given Naruto the kunai a few days ago, she had even allowed herself to hope that things were starting to mend. A few hours ago those hopes had died as she watched Minato and her own daughter verbally attack Naruto for doing nothing more than protecting the girl that he cared for. They weren't going to change, they weren't going to fix this themselves, and she would be damned if she let her family fall apart without at least trying to fix it. Minato looked at Kushina as her words slowly ran through his head, even as his heart seemed to freeze and a stab of fear plunged into his gut. Leave. It can't be. She too couldn't go on without her. WWH, why is this all happening now? Good Kami, why is all of this happening now? Minato thought as these and other snippets of fear and sadness circled around his mind. Finally, after a heavy breath, he looked up to see Kushina had not moved and was simply sitting looking at him with a calm demeanor. "Kushina, please, where is all of this coming from?" Minato said softly in a pleading voice, trying to understand what was happening in front of him. Kushina did not seem to even hear him as she closed her eyes, slowly taking a soft breath before opening themselves again to look up at him with that same focused, intense gaze. Minato, I am the one asking the questions. Kushina began, the words hitting Minato like a physical blow. Not trusting his legs, Minato slumped back into the matching chair that faced across from Kushina even as she continued to speak. I want to know why you and Jiraiya have been trying to abandon Naruto and focusing so much on Minami and Naruto. She started seeing a small twinge of fear entering into Minato's eyes as the words left her lips. Before Minato could do more than swallow, Kushina continued on. Why did you always force him away from training? Why did you drive him away? And why did you use me to try and do the same? Kushina said, small tears forming in her eyes, even as her voice broke slightly as her words continued. Why have you turned from the husband and Tsunade that you were into a man I can't even look at without feeling shame and fear? At this the tears began to flow steadily, drawing small glistening streams down her cheeks as she pressed on the pain evident in her voice even as she fought to keep her tone steady. Tell me why, Minato, why have you used me and everyone else just to tear this family apart? Finished Kushina in a shout even as the tears from her face flowed, and a few strands of her hair clung limply to her face as it continued to fight from breaking apart completely. Several moments punctuated by heavy breathing followed her final words as she fought to hold in her emotions, while Minato started to rise to go to her. However, as he began to rise, a single golden chain shot from Kushina, stopping its spiked end just an inch in front of Minato's face, causing him to freeze as it did so. A few seconds later, Kushina managed to get her breathing under control and leaned back in the chair, brushing the loose hair from her eyes as she did so, looking over at Minato from across her golden chain. No, Minato, I don't want your comfort, I want your answer, she said even as the chain slowly made its way back to her, even as Minato felt another stab of sadness enter into him like a dagger. He felt helpless, the yellow flash. The fourth Hokage, and here sat the love of his life in pain, and he was powerless to do more than watch. Worse, he was the cause, and it was destroying him. After a moment, Minato began speaking softly. We didn't have a choice. A few years after the three were born, Jiraiya showed up with a prophecy from the Toads. It spoke of two children born from his student who would either rise or fall together, and they would shape the fate of the shinobi world with their actions. Minato began, Kushina watching him, her eyes flashing with fear, confusion, along with a bit of anger mixed in. The only clues were that the two would hold a great burden, and would hold the blood of the forest. Minato continued, causing Kushina to let out a small breath. So you thought it was the girls because of the Kyuubi? Said Kushina. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Minato nodded once before continuing. Hi, Jiraiya and I looked over the clues, and it all matched. They held the Kyuubi, they were our children, and they were members of the leaf, so they had the blood of the leaf in them, so we had to make sure that they don't fall out. Continued Minato as he continued to speak in a voice almost devoid of emotion. So we started to train the girls to try prepare them so they would be ready for their future. If we didn't, they could have fallen, and with them the entire world. We had to make sure that nothing got in the way of them working together. They had to stand together or they would fall. Nothing could get in between them. It was too much of a risk, Minato said, Kushina's eyes narrowing at his words. So Naruto was one of those things to you? Some kind of distraction. He is our Sochi, not some distraction to be thrown away. Fired back Kushina as Minato flinched at her tone, allowing her to continue. So that was why, for some stupid prophecy from a toad, that you lied to me, manipulated me and our whole family to throw away Naruto. Just for that you threw away my Sochi. Kushina said, her voice rising dangerously as an ominous clinking of chains came from her back. Minato looked over at her for a moment before speaking again. Kushina, the girls had to succeed. If they didn't, then everyone, every single person in this village, and out of it, would die if the girls failed. Damn it, I love Naruto, but what good is it for him to be happy if it means him dying along with you, me, and everyone else? Minato shot back, half begging for Kushina to see his point. Kushina took a calming breath and allowed her chains to slide back in before fixing Minato with an angry look. Is that all you have to say? Some crap about the greater good, Minato? What good is your greater good if our family isn't going to be able to survive it? What is the point of our children growing up in a world like that? Why would that world even need to exist? Kushina asked, looking over at Minato, who was unable to answer her for a moment. A world that existed, Kushina. And things are already slipping out of our control. The prophecy is changing and things are getting worse all around us. And Srank Ninja just attacked our girls in the forest for Kami's sake. If they hadn't been trained enough, they may have died there, Minato said, fighting hard to make some kind of headway with the discussion. Kushina, however, only furrowed her brow at him. Don't you dare act like recent events somehow justify your actions. You could have been there for Naruto. You could have at least let me be there for him. But no, our son had to wait and watch as you and Jiraiya pulled us along like puppets to your stupid prophecy. A prophecy you're saying is changing even now, fired back Kushina, anger overtaking her voice entirely as she stared down the blonde man in front of her. It had to be done. I won't lose any of you. I can't. If that means Naruto hates me, fine, but at least he will be alive. Kushina, the prophecy changed, and now one of the girls could die. It says that one will fall and the other will rise. Do you know what that means? Minami or Naruto could die, and I'm doing everything I can to make sure I don't see one of our children die in my arms. Fired back Minato, a mix of sadness and anger intertwined with each other. For a second he thought he had managed to convince the red-headed woman as her eyes went wide as though things were falling into place in her mind. Slowly she drew in a breath before looking over at Minato with tears in her eyes. Minato, you have no idea what you have done. Kushina said softly, a look of sadness twinged with real fear crossed her features. Minato froze for a second hearing her words, but before he could speak up a soft yawn drew his and Kushina's attention. There on the bottom of the stairs was Mito in a bright yellow onesie, one arm raised rubbing at her eyes as her other held tightly onto the tail of a small red fox plushie. She had just finished a yawn and was blinking slowly as he turned her head, causing her disheveled red hair to wave slightly behind her. As she turned to face the living room, he voice coming out in a soft, tired tone. Kaka-san, Tsunade, what's wrong? I heard shouting, asked Mito in a sleepy voice as she continued to rub her eyes sleepily. Kushina rose and made her way over to Mito, scooping her up in her arms and whispering softly to her, as she rocked her back and forth slowly as she did so. Kushina turned to face Minato once more, fixing him with a look before looking down at the smiling face of Mito, who was nuzzling against her bosom. It's okay, Mito-kan. Tsunade was just headed back to the office and wanted to say goodbye before he left, said Kushina loud enough for Minato to hear, his head dipping slightly as the words fell upon him. Mito mumbled something that wasn't clear, as Kushina started to make her way up the stairs with the redhead gripped in her arms. Mito allowed a small chain to clink out from her back to give Minato a small wave as she squeaked out a soft, "Night, Tsunade." Minato allowed a small smile to crease his lips as he stood from the chair he was in and turned to disappear in a small flash of yellow light as he departed back to his office, hoping that he could speak to Kushina again before he lost her. Meanwhile, back at the tower in the center of the forest, Naruto couldn't sleep and was standing out on a balcony overlooking the forest. His mind was still a whirl of emotions that he was desperately trying to get a hold on. Damn it, Naruto, get your head in the game. What the heck were you thinking back there? You were thinking that arrogant prick said something bad about Hinata, and you team, that's what you were thinking. True, but that's no reason to lose your head. What, that is the perfect reason to lose your head? Naruto said, arguing back and forth with himself. As fun as it is listening to you argue with yourself, Naruto, you have some company. Spoke up Jubi as Naruto turned to see Hinata and Minami both standing in the entrance to the balcony, both giving the blonde worried looks. Naruto forced a smile as he turned to meet them, trying to force his thoughts away. But the girls' concerned looks made it clear that he hadn't been able to keep his thoughts out of the pollen net. Hinata was the first to step forward, her pale eyes catching the moonlight as she looked at the blonde, obvious concern in her eyes. She made her way over to the boys slowly before Naruto spoke up. So, yeah, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to get some fresh air. Naruto began before Hinata reached up a hand to place gently over his lips in a quieting motion that stopped his speaking. Naruto looked into Hinata's eyes for a moment as she shook her head very slowly and moved her hand down to rest on his chest before speaking. Naruto-kun, I may not understand everything about what has happened, but you have to let me be there for you. Please, whispered Hinata as she looked up at the blonde. Naruto looked down at the girl and started to speak before Hinata gently raised a hand to gently slap the left side of his head, stopping him before he could speak. No, Naruto-kun, you need to listen to me this time. You can't just be a shield to us all. We can't lose you either, and you need to realize that. Or so help me, I'll get Kushina and Mito to tie you down, and I'll jukin it into you. Finished Hinata with a small smile on her face, and Naruto could not help but smile back at her in turn. Hinata then stepped back, motioning for Minami to step forward. Naruto looked up as Minami stepped forward, drawing out a black orb that pulsed faintly with a purple and red glow from her pack, and held it out to Naruto with a sad little look on her face. "Tu wanted to thank you for saving all of us back in the forest, and I'm sorry, but I think Seedling. I don't think he made it," spoke the redhead sadly as Naruto took the orb with a puzzled little look on his face. Naruto looked down at the orb for a moment, giving it a pulse of his chakra as he did so, and quirking one eyebrow up as he did so. Thanks, Minami. But it wasn't me that sent Seedling, he must have just wanted to help you," replied Naruto even as he looked down at the orb, calling Jubi to help and figure out what he was seeing in the orb. Jubi, mind telling me what I'm looking at?" asked Naruto aloud, signaling the girls to listen into. Jubi was silent for a moment before she giggled like she had back when she had first sensed the Seedling's approach. Hee. "Oh, Kyukin, you clever boy, you managed to help the little guy out, didn't you?" smiled Jubi towards Q, who was also listening into the conversation. Q beamed at his cousin's praise, his 9 tails waving back and forth behind him as he looked out of his cage. Naruto and the girls gazed around mentally for a few moments before Naruto spoke up again. Care to clue us into what is so funny?" asked Naruto, crossing his arms, slightly losing a little of his patience. Q remained smiling as Jubi simply sighed before speaking again. Naruto, your seedling was falling apart. It had lost most of its chakra and was about to crumble, started Jubi Minami, looking a little saddened at that, which did not go unnoticed by Jubi. Don't worry Minami, the seedling did what it wanted to do. There is no reason to feel bad about it, assured Jubi before continuing, causing the redhead to give a small smile. Anyway, my Q realized that his chakra and the seedling's was compatible, so pumped in enough to help the seedling pull itself together. And while it may be a bit different from what it used to be, finished Jubi with a smirk. Different how? Asked Naruto, looking down at the orb in his hands, Minami and Hinata looking over as well, curiosity apparent on all of the teens' faces. Jubi gave a mental shrug before answering. It is easier just to see for yourselves. Go ahead and let it open up again, said Jubi, a knowing little smile on her lips. Naruto gave a small shrug and proceeded to allow his chakra to enter into the seed, causing it to pulse again and crack open, with the same purple chakra pumping out along with twinges of bright red intertwined with it. The three teens watched as the forms slowly began to form into a large orb that cracked in areas as several appendages moved out of it until what sat in front of them was, well, it was different. Sitting there was what looked like a mix between a seedling and the Kyuubi itself. Its body was mostly that of the Kyuubi, with human-like arms and legs with small clawed hands, and covered in a small coat of black hair that resembled that of the Kyuubi. Small flashes of purple and red chakra danced across the fur all over it. The face remained mostly unchanged, two bright eyes still shining out, but now one was a bright shade of red, while the other glowed with the familiar purple light. On top of its head sat two large solidly black ears that looked exactly like those of the Kyuubi, something like a cross between a rabbit's and a fox's. The most distinguishing feature were its 9 long tails that swished lazily behind it, even as it looked around the three teens, letting out a happy little hum as it did so. Naruto stood there dumbfounded for a moment before Minami and Hinata moved at the same moment with a single voice. Kawaii. Both girls said in happy tones as they bent down, Minami wrapping her arms around one of the seedling's tails, feeling the soft black fur it now had, while Hinata chose to pet it happily even as the seedling's free tails wagged happily behind it. Naruto just sat there looking at the scene before him for a few seconds before he dropped his head in apparent defeat. That's it, I give up. My prized move has become a plushie. Mito is going to have a field day with this. The blonde boy said, a true smile crossing his face as he looked over at the seedling, who was humming happily at the attention it was receiving. Just as Naruto was about to say that it was time that they all headed back to get some rest, he noticed something he hadn't before. The seedling seemed to have a small crease on its face. It was something given that till now the seedlings had never had mouths or anything but smooth blackness there. A second before Naruto could speak, Hinata gave one of the tails a tight squeeze and the seedling's mouth popped open like a bear trap, showing a black interior with several black triangles like teeth showing as it did so. Without giving a second to think, Naruto stepped quickly to the side as the seedling let out a small popping sound and a small burst of chakra fired off like a cannon shot out of its mouth and up into the sky over the forest, detonating a ways off with a small explosion that he couldn't quite hear. All three teens looked from the sky where the blast had shot off to then back the seedling, who was humming in apparent surprise itself as it quirked its head sideways, its ears twitching slightly, giving it a puzzled little look. After a few seconds, Hinata spoke up. Maybe we should get to bed now, spoke the girl, prompting a nod from the other two even as the new seedling was sealed back into its seed form and placed back into Naruto's jacket, appearing as a red fruit. As the teens made their way back to their rooms, Hinata and Naruto found their hands intertwined as they headed back to the room. Their lives may have not been getting easier, but at least they had each other to count on. And for now, that was enough. Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.